Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. Yesterday, we got to see our first glimpse at this brand new format, all the exciting Rocket League. And today, we continue that action with Group B for Europe during the Stage 1. I'm your host, Leafx, alongside me, Gibbs and James Spot. We get to witness some more exciting Rocket League. Let's just kind of reminisce at how great it's been so far. James, how do you feel now that you've seen this in action? We had so much Rocket League yesterday.
It's awesome. It kind of reminds me of when we started this the first time back when Rocket League Central was broadcasting tournaments, Leaf. Gibbs, I know you remember those days. You were playing back in those days.
A long time ago.
Glory days.
But the barriers of to entry into the highest level of competitions, it has been destroyed with this new format. So we're seeing these teams that are itching to prove themselves get chance after chance against these known names in Rocket League, and it has been excitingly.
Gibbs, you're gonna have a lot of talking today, but I'll give you a minute or two here just to reminisce on yesterday.
It felt like a dream, you know. We finished the day on a reverse sweep, game 5 overtime, how we always picture it. It's like the host of the show, his beard even looks like we're in a dream because it looks fake. It's just
a filter.
It's just been a great day all around. We get teams that wouldn't have had this chance at all because they were brand new formed. Now they're through to the top 16. It's just gonna be a lot of fun to watch throughout.
Yeah, no, I think yesterday we all knew it was going to be a long day, but what was great about it again was the fact that these matches were so good that it kept that energy going the whole way through. And in all honesty, I was ready for more, but that's exactly what we're going to get today. But before we go into today, let's just take a look back in case anybody was unable to watch the broadcast yesterday. I do recommend, again, watching the VODs, but let's take a look at Group A and just reminisce on the matches. There was a lot of crazy stuff, stories across the board here. We couldn't possibly go over every single match, so let's focus in on a couple that caught our eye. James, if you want to start us off with any match here that kind of made you take a second look at it.
Well, Gibbs mentioned the last match of the day. It was a Game 5 overtime thriller, and it was between the Monkeys and Team Liquid. You see Team Liquid failing to qualify, Monkeys just barely getting in, and that was such a fun series to watch. Monkeys reverse sweeping. Team Liquid won the first 2 games in overtime, and then Monkeys battle back in games 3 and 4 to stay alive, and then overtime yet again in Game 5. You think that Team Liquid might be able to clinch this one like they did the first 2 overtimes, but no, Mitane had a spectacular play in overtime where he was able to get an outlet pass, make a first touch around the first defender, and then pop it over the final defender. And it was just epic. And we'll take a look at the highlights from this series. Cookser, he was on fire. This play from him, that air dribble dunk, it seemed like everything was going right for Liquid at the beginning of the series. Speed was hitting some quality shots. Fruity was getting involved, getting aggressive. But in the end, it was the tenacity from the Monkeys that brought them back in the series. That final goal from Mitane, that one that you just saw, was the series winner. It was a blast. That type of series is what you want to see as a Rocket League fan, or if you're just getting into Rocket League. That game shows you how exciting Rocket League can be.
We talked about it yesterday. We talked about that Team Echo Zulu effect, and 2/3 of that team is the old Team Echo Zulu. Now we can see teams like that make runs versus the old guard of the RLCS. Team Liquid is now out. Monkeys are through to the top 16.
Gibbs, I'm going to give you a chance again here, just dive into a match, and then I'm just going to kind of recap the overall stories we saw there. What match caught your eye yesterday?
Vitality versus Blokes, and not necessarily for this matchup. Like, I think this matchup in particular was a great one for KDOP. We were talking about him that if Vitality will start to fall, it might be because of KDOP, because throughout this offseason, some defensive mistakes and a lot of bad plays from him here or there. Like, obviously, they're still having great results, and that just means KDOP is now a 9 out of 10 and not a 10 out of 10. But this series, he was a 10 out of 10 once again. But the more impressive part for me for Vitality was who they had to play throughout the day. So they went 3-0, they went 9-1 in games, and all 3 of those teams made the top 8. They all advanced to weekend number 2. But also, like, all those teams, when they didn't play Vitality, went 9-1 in matches, while Vitality beat all of them easily. That is so scary going into this next weekend, where Vitality's already taken out half the field that's in there right now, and they didn't even break a sweat. everyone is gunning for Vitality spot. All these roster moves throughout this entire offseason are to beat Vitality. And right now, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, no, Vitality was the team coming into this entire thing that we're all like, they're one of the best teams in the world. I mean, for a while there it was, we just want to see NRG Vitality. Vitality is the team for Europe to beat. You've mentioned it so many times that there's really no one else to keep your eye on. So if they are falling, that just opens up the floor even more. But they have not shown any signs of slowing down at all going forward. So I'm excited to see them next week as they did qualify. And for me, I just want to kind of wrap up the idea that we saw yesterday was a lot of underdogs making some names for themselves yesterday. And that's the coolest thing about this is that every regional has open qualifiers that people can qualify into this. You can put together a team and have your team excel on that given day and get some points. Even if it's just a few, you have one good day, you got some points towards Worlds. That's a pretty cool thing to say. So a lot of these teams stepping up. And one in particular for me was Singularity having a really good result. I think, we didn't count that team out entirely, but I think they performed way better than we thought they would have, only dropping one series. And Godsmell probably said it best in the interview we had with him, where he says, it seems like some of the top teams would get into the RLCS and a little bit of complacency would start to show up in that. And I think we did see that in Europe back in Season 8 as well of the RLCS, where Europe did feel like it had started getting a bit complacent. So now that can be a problem for those teams.
And Godsmilla, you can't doubt his work ethic. I don't mind hearing him criticize the complacency of other pros, because I watched his ascent through the rival series with the old Singularity squad, which is now Guild. He was replaced. Scrubkilla now has his spot, but Godsmilla, he has been around for quite some time, working at getting back to the top. He made it into the RLCS with Singularity, got replaced, and now he's proving over again that he belongs here at the top. And so I love watching his streams too. He likes to stream. Very low-key voice, but some of the things he says cracks me up. So if you're looking to learn a little bit about Rocket League, check out Godsmilla's stream. It's funny.
And then the beauty of this format, we're getting players that no one's ever heard of. They just emerge onto the scene. And once in a while, we'll get that for the RLCS, but that's usually one player. But this week was Hibbs. Hibbs came out of nowhere, and I kind of just joked about it. I was like, Hibbs is going to be the best player on the field. And then he shows up with flip reset passes. He's doing everything for the team to make these goals happen. And that's what we get. Now we get to see Hibbs in the top 16, play the very best. Plus, this team got the last spot for the grid. So every single week, they're going to be playing these RLCS teams. They're going to get so much experience from Split 1 alone that it's going to carry them through the season.
But speaking of this whole new format, some of you may just be joining in now and be like, wait, what new format? So we're going to take a moment just to recap it. So many people have done it. Gibbs has a YouTube video up on it. We talked about it yesterday, but we're going to do a little refresher here on RLCS Season X, what it is. So Gibbs, if you want to walk through just quickly the format of the whole season, and of course, then if you want to break down how the Swiss works as well.
So we've thrown out all of the league plays. There is no more league play formats. Every single time these teams play will be a tournament format. There is 3 splits, and there is 3 tournaments in these splits. And whoever gets the most points, and in every single tournament, you will collect points. You will then go to a major where you can get even more points and even more prize money. But every single tournament, every single placement will get you points to the World Championship. And that is what everyone wants. But that is 10 months from now. This is
Yeah, so Gibbs, unfortunately, I think I'm cursed, Leafx. Every time I'm on the show with somebody, their microphone dies. And look at who's here? Am I alone? I think I'm alone, guys.
No, James, I'm here.
I'll just. Oh, are you here, Leafx?
No, oh wait, no, yeah, you're right.
Well, everybody, we obviously have some technical difficulties that we're working through right now. Gibbs, welcome back to the show. Leaf,
I'm here.
Glad you guys could make it today. We were just talking about the new format that describes the splits that we have in a single World Championship, which is a big change from what we had before, which was the league play that fed into a World Championship that we did twice a year. Now these World Championships going to be even bigger, even more important, because there will only be one world champion per year. And I love the fact that these Swiss tournaments give teams multiple opportunities to prove that they belong. It's no longer just a double elimination bracket that leads into league plays. We have Swiss tournament format, which allows teams to lose 3 games before they are out of any stage of the tournament. So this is a great change in my opinion. I think this is going to set Rocket League Esports up to be #1 in the world. It's just a matter of time.
Not only that, big money as well. $100,000 on the line for this tournament. And then we do 2 more of these. And then we go to a major, $250,000 on the line there. So prize money being awarded every single week.
And then for the Swiss, then just to give James just mentioned there, for the Swiss, how does this work then? It's not a traditional bracket.
It is 3 wins and you make it through, 3 losses and you're out. But you will always be matched with the team that has the same record as you. So if there's 2 2-0 teams or 4 2-0 teams, they will be matched up versus one another, very similar to a bracket. And if you're 1-1, you'll play another 1-1 team. If you're 0-2, you're not out of it just yet. We saw it with the last resort. They were 0-2 and they battled back and won 3 straight to finish 3-2. So that's what it comes down to. But these teams today are playing for those 8 spots left for weekend number 2, where they will do another Swiss tournament and then go to a bracket stage.
So many opportunities, Leaf. And one of the things I love about it is it gives you so many opportunities to watch your team play. Before we had limited opportunities, you'd have to wait. Sometimes you would even have teams that would have off weeks or bye weeks in league play. Now we're getting so much action. And as a Rocket League fan, you can't ask for much more.
And you saw, again, 8 teams made it out from yesterday into next week, and we have 8 more teams that need to make it out from today. So let's start to focus our sights down onto Group B a little bit more here, and just take a look at the group a bit here, and just not much to point out besides the fact that it's also a really crazy group. So let's try to focus our efforts into talking about the roster moves. It's been a crazy offseason. Not only were there a lot of community events happening, but rosters were all over the place to the point that it was almost impossible to keep up with. So we're going to just focus in on Group B's roster moves here and talk about the ones that really excited, or maybe we still have question marks on. Maybe they weren't the most positive roster moves. Which ones we really had our eyes on, though. James, if you want to start us off, which roster move were you really looking at?
Well, the one that shocked me most was when Gibbs and Leafex were dropped from the broadcast. That was incredibly scary for me. But in terms of the teams playing, for me, it's Guild. It's amazing that an esports organization backed by David Beckham has gotten involved in Rocket League. That's incredibly exciting. And then to also see Scrubkilla go over to Guild with his old manager, Gregan. And then he's teaming up with Noli and Tho, who were the teammates of Godsmilla on that old Singularity squad. So I'm excited to watch these guys play and excited to watch them compete, because to me, Scrubkilla is one of those world-class players, a world-class talent that can really elevate a team. And he has gone through a bit of a slump in these past few seasons. So it'll be exciting to watch him try to battle back to the top and see if he can start competing again for these world championship titles.
Well, I just wanted to ask you on that scrub move then there. Is there something going on maybe that will eventually cause players to not want them on their team if this continues up? Or there's got to be something that players are still like, yeah, we want scrub.
Well, this will be the season I think that question gets answered. Scrubkilla at one time was the hottest commodity. He was on Mouse with Cookser and Speed, and everyone thought that team was going to be together for quite some time. They were getting results, and it was a failed business negotiation that resulted in Scrubkilla getting dropped from that roster. It wasn't really a gameplay decision. It was just business that resulted in that roster move. And then Scrub was kind of left hanging looking for teams, and this is where he's ended up. So this is the season where that question will get answered, Leaf. I think that he's here to stay. I think he's a top talent, but we'll find out.
He has to answer those questions, though, because Vitality drops them. They look better than ever. When Mouse Sports had to bring in their sub Arju, they looked better with Arju than with Scrubkilla. So the stock on Scrubkilla starting to fall a bit. We all know he's a world-class player, but it seems like these teams are getting better without him. So he needs to prove it this season.
Well, speaking of hot commodities, my focus, and I think most people's focus, had to have been on Astral. Astral, in many people's eyes, was or is still potentially the best player in the world with how good his mechanics are. Obviously, that doesn't carry the whole way, but he's been adjusted when he was working with Violent Panda. His play style just got a lot more consistent. And it seems like the playstyle overall just matured. So Astral taking those mechanics with a more mature playstyle, you put those together, it's a player that almost anyone's going to want on their team. So of course he's moved over to Oxygen now in place of Fruity, and I think that's what that team needed. In all honesty, like nothing against Fruity at all, but I mean, can anyone argue that you'd take Astral? You wouldn't take Astral over Fruity? So Astral on this team is just going to be, I think, that tool that Farah needs to drive home a win. Now that team for so long has been sitting at a bit of that middle ground. So this feels like kind of that push that this team is going to need. I don't know if you guys disagree with how much I'm praising Astral here, Gibbs, but I feel like this is that tool that team needs.
He was the European MVP. You're going to pick up the European MVP, but we got to talk about Joreuz, because Violent Panda found the talent of Astral. He brought him in. Now Astral is one of the best players in the world. Now he brings in Joreuz, the 1v1 king of Europe. We have to see how this team plays out. So far throughout the offseason, the results have not been that great with Joreuz, but that's because they have to replace Astral, the MVP. My concern, though, with Violent Panda is this is now 3 seasons in the past 4 where a huge player has left him. K-Dop, then Turbo Pulsa, and now Astral. So you have to question his leadership at this point. These stars are leaving Dignitas to go to other places. So Violent Panda, he can find the talent, but he has to find a way to keep it as well.
I certainly agree. And to me, Gibbs, rather, I think that Panda, he's a good captain on the field. He knows how to play. He knows how to lead. I love the teams that Violent Panda leads. And for K-Dop leaving, it was to go to a powerhouse roster. So Joreuz and now Astral, that is the question, is why did Astral leave? And we saw him do something similar to what Alpha did as well. And K-Dop wanting to find those French teams, Astral going to Oxygen. He's speaking French with Chaussette and Farah. But I think for Panda, I'm going to trust his leadership ability until we see something otherwise. It worked out for Dignitas in the past, and now we're going to see if it works out again. Joreuz, you can't deny how good he is, but the team play aspect is what we're going to have to wait and see.
You know, I'm going to take it the other way. I think that Violent Panda's leadership is so good. He builds these players that want to go out and see what they can experience the world because they've never been as good as they were before because of Violent Panda. That's the route I'm taking.
He builds them. You're saying he chisels them out of stone. Exactly.
But we do need to move on and talk about the underdog picks, I guess. So just some of these names. We talked about these qualifiers and how anybody can make a name for themselves here. Now, some of these names we have seen before, but some are newer to us without a lot of history in the top level of Rocket League. So let's focus on Group B's underdogs, names and players and teams that could really push forward, because we saw it happen yesterday with a couple teams as well. So Group B is now our focus. James, I'm going to let you start this one off.
And, you know, for me, I think it's the name seekers. The name seekers have some names that we are familiar with. You think Nachito, PlayX. These are both players we've seen play in the RLCS or at the RLCS level. PlayX on Team BDS, I believe, before they became Team BDS, ARG. And then Nachito, he was on Endpoint. So these guys, they know how to play the game at a high level. They were both left hanging after a roster move and now teaming up with Cash to try to get back to the top level. That is a team that I think is a dark horse in this group that I would not be surprised see make it to the next stage.
Gibbs, let me know what yours are at, because I got a point on that name seekers one, because my pick is relevant to that right now, based off round number 1. So I'm gonna let you go first, then I'll follow up.
Yeah, these are definitely turning into cast of curses, because I went with the Vodafone Giants. This team is so good, but they lost round 1, very similar to my pick yesterday. But this team, they finished top 4 for the Spring Series. That's across all of Europe. Top 4 for the Euro Cup as well when they were the Canyons. So Vodafone Giants, this team is solid. They were the talk of the town, leaving the rival series. They didn't make it into the RLCS based on that promotion tournament. They kind of fell apart for like 2 weeks, and it cost them. But these guys can compete versus the very best. Sure, they're 0-1 right now. I would not be surprised to see them make a run and go 3-1.
All right, I got to put my eyes on the opponents that Nameseekers had in round one here, and this was kind of a back and forth when we took our picks on our underdogs. We realized, oh, they're matched up right away. Stormtroopers was the one I have my eye on, and honestly, it's strictly because of Jack. In all honesty, Jack has been making one of the biggest names for himself in the scene. So I really feel like he's going to do some magic. Now, is that enough to carry through? I don't know, and this is why it's an underdog pick. But I feel like there's some magic on the side of Jack right now, and hopefully that he's found some teammates that are going to work well around him and can help promote his skill set. That they can do some damage, as some would say here.
We saw that in the Fusion tournament where Johnny Boy, I thought his seed's fantastic, except for one, for the 1v1 with apparently Jack. He was taking out top names throughout, and he got pretty badly seeded near the bottom, but he made another run there. But that's the reason why throughout that Fusion tournament that this team even made it to the final 8 was because of the 1v1 from Jack. Now you got to put that into the 3v3 space and see how he does. So far they're 1-0, but I hope we get to see them on stream at some point.
I think the coolest thing again for me is not even if these teams are to qualify. Obviously that's the goal, to qualify to stage 2 next week, get into that top 16, because the further you go, the more points you get. But to me, every single win here is a win. I mean, this is experience that these players are getting, that they can come back stronger. You're getting some points. You're already in a good spot. You've already beat out so many other teams that have tried to get to this point. So in my eyes, these underdog picks are potentials, but I think for them, every single goal or every single game they win, every single series they win, is a huge bonus for these teams. And hopefully they have their sights set higher. Maybe I would just be happy getting it in, because I know it would never happen. So my expectations would be low for myself. But all these teams, it's great to see them in there, but we got to talk the opposite side of the spectrum here. Let's talk about our favorites. Let's talk about the top of these groups. So we're going to keep our focus on Group B, of course, because that's what's happening today. Gibbs, you're going to start us off on this one.
Yes, Team BDS. The one roster move we didn't talk about was Extra. He was on Monaco, who had a terrible season, but Extra looked amazing throughout that season. It really seemed like he was trying to carry that team on his back. And it took a while for someone to pick him up. It took over a month. And I was like, where is Extra going to go? Because he needs to go to one of these top teams. He lands on BDS. Used to be a full Spanish roster, but the French invasion is coming. You got Monkey Moon and now Extra on that team. And these guys look good. They won the Euro Cup. #1 team in Europe after that. So they win one of these community tournaments. That is a big sign for them. I could easily see them go 3-0 through this group, but they're my team to watch because they got promoted to the RLCS without even having to play in the promotion tournaments. And now it's their time to shine. I think these guys going forward could potentially be one of those world championship teams. And
Monkey Moon is another player on that squad. You mentioned Extra. Monkey Moon, his shooting ability, his offensive ability couples so nicely with Extra. Those guys are going to be a threatening duo up on that attacking side of the field. I love watching them play as well. It's always the spectacular highlight aerial shots that you see out of these guys. And so I'm with you, Gibbs. I can't wait to see BDS play out there on the field.
I'm going to take all the obvious picks. I took Astral before, so I'm going to talk about them again. Oxygen, if you don't have Oxygen as one of your top picks, I don't know what you're doing right now. You can honestly just find whatever team Astral heads to and put that in your top pick. Oxygen, Ferret, and Shazette for the previous roster for the longest time with Fruity have just always been a consistent mid-level, almost top.
Mid-level?
At one point, they were the best.
What are you talking about?
Listen.
League play. They won a DreamHack major. I'm gonna have to object.
No. Listen, they did it a bit, but it's never been a long time. It's always been, okay, well, now there's another problem right now. You look at Shazette, even for the longest time was considered the best player in the world. What happened there? Something happened and it started to fall off. So for me, I can never hold them in that consistent, they're one of the best in Europe or even in the world, because there's always a problem that comes up. So the question now, and this is why I have him as a top pick now, James,
Okay.
is because they have Astral. I feel like this will be that consistent factor that they need to make sure there's going to be motivation for Shazette and Astral to work together on that offense now. Farah is an incredible leader, and he's going to make sure this team works. There's always been that piece that has fallen apart, and I feel like this is finally that stepping point to make sure they're consistently, always in that top 3 talk, because for me, it had fallen apart a few times.
Have you seen Farah throughout this offseason? He looks like a brand new player. We always talk about like Farah, he's a great leader. That's what we always say because we don't want to talk about his play on the field necessarily. But this offseason, he has looked amazing. Farah looks like he has rekindled and just reignited that passion, or his mechanical skill is there now. I'm not sure what's going on with Farah. Maybe it's because of Astral and Shawset, but Farah looks so great, and that's what's going to propel Oxygen to one of these top teams.
You know, fair and fair to me, he's always been a great shooter. You even think back to the Leftovers play, that dribble where the Spanish casters were casting, it went viral. Everybody lost their minds. Farah's always been a good shooter. He's always been a good attacking player. People have doubted him for a large portion of his career. And Leaf, you know, I think that Farah and Shawset, they are great players. Is Astral going to be better than Fruity was with them? To me, the jury's out on that. I think Astral brings great mechanical ability, great on the field presence, but Fruity to me, just in the mental arena, just the attitude that he brings to the game, I thought helped get the best out of Shawset and get the best out of Farah. So to me, this is where Farah's captain ability will be tested, trying to help mold Astral into the best player that he can be, because we all know that he is one of, if not the best mechanical player that Europe has. But the question that I've had personally at times is what is going on between his ears? What's he thinking? How's he interacting with his team in comms? What's going on that part of, in that part of his game? I think that's where he has the most opportunity to grow. And I'm not as sold on Oxygen yet, and to be honest.
Okay, James, we got to move on here, but I want to give you a second just to talk weird. 30 seconds, go on your pick.
Dignitas all the way.
Okay.
And you know, maybe that's why I'm so biased, is I am a Dignitas fan. I'm not going to hide it. I wish Astral would have stayed, to be honest. He was doing
he's just salty. That's what it is.
You know, the puzzle pieces are starting to come together. But I believe in Dignitas. I think Yukio, even back when he was playing on Flip side, when he was an emerging player, I love how good he is in the air with these double taps, with these high flying shots. Panda can do it all. Great passer, great leader. Oh, such a smart player in my opinion. And then Jorius, this is their chance to build up a new player that can come in and help revitalize the Dignitas roster, which Panda is familiar with that strategy. He's done it multiple times before. So I think Dignitas is the team I'm going to be putting my poker chips behind.
I can't say that's a bad pick at all, but we got to talk about our first match. We're almost ready for kickoff here. So we're going to get into talking about it. Guild versus Endpoint is going to be our first match today. Lots of Rocket League to come your way, and this is just going to be the first one. Honestly, a great match to start things off. We got Thonoli and Scrub versus Virtuoso, the Demo God, Relating Wave, and Mets and Naris. I kind of wanted to do this 2-for-1 here since we're getting about into it. Let's just quickly make some predictions and talk about this matchup here. Gibbs, I'm going to let you start with this matchup, and who do you got going into it?
Okay, first I want to do the over-under. When you give James 30 seconds, I'm always going to pick the over.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But
hey,
really
man,
quick.
That helps when you fall off the broadcast, okay? Don't give me too much crap.
Really quick, I'm going Guild here. Scrub Killa, sure, I'm saying that maybe things are falling apart a little bit, but he's still a top talent. And I am going to go with Guild Esports here. Like, I really want to see them on the field. And, like, it's going to be fun because I think Team Singularity, when they were Team Singularity, they were finding what they need to do by the end of last season. But it came just a little bit too late, so they didn't make playoffs. And now you add in Scrub, they should be getting even better.
James, where are you going to argue with Gibbs on this one, or are you going to go with Scrub on this pick?
This is a tough one for me, I think. Virtuoso, like you had mentioned, he has been making a name for himself on the demo side of the game, just going for breaking rotation, going for defenders, going for that keeper and net. But I'm going to go with Guild as well. I think Scrub Killa won't fall for that. If he needs to, he can be a very defensive player, and he's got great vision to spot out those demos coming for him. And I love what I've seen from Noli and also Tho. Though watching him play in the rival series, he scored a lot of critical goals for his team when they were trying to make it through the rival series, stepping up in those game 5 moments, in those clutch moments where they needed someone to be that playmaker. So I'm going with Guild on this. I think Guild has this one in the bag, Leaf.
Okay, well, I think I'm just a sucker for unique play styles. I love when a team can come out and just show the world that there's something, even if it doesn't last for long, even if teams figure them out. I love to see it. We saw it. Maybe I just like blowing cars up because I was also a fan of the Knights when they came through in the peeps. But I'm gonna have to go with Endpoint on this one. In all honesty, I love just the uniqueness. You can't tell me when you're watching or casting a match like this that is not exciting to just see Virtuoso turn and cut rotation completely and just head straight into another player, maybe even 2, maybe even 3, and take them off the field. And it lets Relating Wave and Mets almost just play a twos match because there's no one left in net for them to go against, and they can just pass to each other and get those goals. So for me, I have to be on Endpoint because I love the uniqueness of that play style and the fact that it has been working. It's not that it's just cool, it's been working.
Leaf. So this worked in the spring series, and they got a third place finish, and that was a surprise. They didn't finish top 8 in Euro Cup. They finished tied 13th, didn't even make the main event. Then at the Grand Prix, they finished in 9th. I think teams are figuring it out.
Hey, here, 9th isn't too bad, in all honesty, given the fact that there's so many good teams here. But forget about that. It's going to work today. It's good.
Okay.
Leaf, I like that confidence. The thing, the one reason why I think Leaf could be right in this situation, Gibbs, is because Endpoint is not afraid to try something new. It was the demo game last time. Who knows what they have this time? What kind of engine sounds they might decide to rock? What kind of boost? Who knows what kind of advantage they've been hunting for, and who knows what they found? But I do think that Guild is the favorite in this matchup. To me, it would be an upset if I saw Endpoint get the win here, especially with Scrubkilla so eager to prove to everyone that he is still up there. We even talked about it in this pre-show. There's questions about him, and when you have a fire lit under a player like that, I think he'll step up and perform.
To me, I'll put a bit more reasoning just besides I like a cool play style. Obviously, this is not going to be an easy pick, and this is why we can go back and forth on it. In all honesty, I'm not surprised if Guild wins this one. But though Enoli, incredible, they say it's not their mechanics, but they do really cool things. Scrub as well can follow that up. But with this new mixture, again, with the question marks that have been on Scrub, I feel if you get Virtuoso in there, demoing Scrub, I've seen some of his streams. I know he can be tilted. I feel like that might be a target.
He being Scrubkilla, right? Scrubkilla can get tilted.
Scrubkilla can tilt it. And if he gets just demoed over and over again, that might happen in this match. So I don't have the confidence in Scrub yet.
You can't use your mechanics if you're respawning, right? You can't use them in the ether while you're waiting to respawn. So if they're dead, then it'll work out. But Wave is the one that I'm watching here because he's been grinding threes like crazy, been the top ranked here or there throughout the season. But it's because of him when Virtuoso goes for all those demos, when he misses, and he's going to miss some of those demos, they have to fall back to a 2v3. Yeah. And you need to keep the ball on the side of the field or at least waste enough time for Virtuoso to make it back. So those are the key plays there. And I worry if there's a demo missed and Scrubkilla gets the ball and goes off the wall for an aerial. Like, I don't know if you saw one of his highlight plays from scrims where he goes off and does a flip reset, then into a dunk. If he gets time, it could get dangerous. So that's what I'm worried about for Endpoint.
I think that's the coolest thing about Rocket League too, is these play styles aren't based off of, picking certain things and this and that. It's the way you play. And a lot of them can counter each other. You have this play style that counters with this, but then that play style that counters that, counters this. And you get into a rock, paper, scissor, sword, fist, so many different play styles that work against each other. So you're absolutely right with Virtuoso that if he misses, that's a big counter to it, that you have to be absolutely accurate, a missile with your car, if you want this play style to work. But he's been more accurate than a lot of people. So again, my mind will change on Guild if it seems that it's fine. But Virtuoso right now, I feel like could really throw off what's going on with Guild here. But we do finally have our match ready, guys. Get online on Twitter, #RLCSX, and let us know your thoughts on this match. But game number 1 of Group B is underway.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And yes, we are ready for our first broadcasted match here today. Shogun here, joined by Johnny Boy. And we have got Endpoint versus Guild. Now, the desk Johnny was making an awful lot of talk about this demo style. In your opinion, is it as effective as it once was, or is it started to trail off now?
I think it's still a very effective thing, and the higher pressure the situation, the more is on the line. I think it becomes even better again. So this should be a look at how effective Virtuoso and how effective the demo plays can be when these guys have the pressure on them, when they're really wanting to win. Because we had a lot of off-season tournaments, and we had a lot of community tournaments that had both of these teams playing in them. But this is the next level. This is the top level of Rocket League competition, and I expect to see Virtuoso making a big impact.
Well, it should certainly be interesting as well. I had a chance to listen to some of the scrims, as we actually do have an opportunity setting itself up here, but Metsunaris chooses instead to buy some time. But the communication, especially for Guild, is very quick. It can be very chaotic in a way. They have to all stay on point with who's saying what and who's doing what. The other thing that just one demo can really throw off that rhythm and start to send them into a point where they've got to recollect where each other are.
Oh, there's two
demos. Virtuoso off the backboard. Metsunaris to try and get his goal. Couldn't quite do so, but there was the warning shot.
It was a very nice save by Tho, actually. He was somewhat wrong-footed on the goal line, but he got the clear ball. So far, though, it's Endpoint who look like they've woken up on the right side of the bed. And they're definitely, out of these two teams, the more consistent on paper. But I do think Guild are the team with the higher peak. If both of these teams show up and play their absolute best, I would give it to Guild. But, while it's still 0-0, I'll go ahead and make my prediction that I think Endpoint are going to edge this.
Oh, going against what the desk said earlier on. We'll certainly see what we end up getting. Virtuoso wants to try and look for some style points. 2 players up for him. Noli will be the only person up on the backboard, but seems like Guild have managed to reset themselves. Infield pass into the racing wave. What a save from Scrub Killer. Has got a reputation as well for not necessarily being a great player to prevent shots on target, but my goodness, Scrub is more than capable of making a save. It's gonna be a shot just over the top of the crossbar, and it has been coming. Endpoint been mauling them since the off, and they finally get themselves a goal.
Yeah, good pressure by Virtuoso. You knew it was coming, but that doesn't make it any easier to stop. But really bad play there by Scrub Killer with the initial clear ball. Slow and low, straight down the middle, and that just invited Metsunaris to come in.
Guild Esports, former Singularity last season. Very much a team without an identity. I've brought in Gregan along with a brand new sponsorship, headed up by, or co-owned by David Beckham, so they'll be very eager to try and show off what they are capable of today, especially under that new world champion coach.
Do you think David's watching?
I would hope so. You know what? I know it's not as much for you as a Scot, but as an Englishman, I hope so.
Well, if you are watching, Big Dave, then welcome to the broadcast, and all of the other Big Daves. Oh my goodness, Metsunaris with a whiff on the backboard, but it's going to bounce to safety. Nobody on Guild is expecting that one to just bounce clean through.
Noli has got Relating Wave trying to charge him down here. Cleared into the midfield. Virtuoso tries to lay it off to Relating Wave. Back over to Virtuoso to the backboard. Relating Wave, the ball was just too high for him. Nice little play though. Endpoint still the stronger of the two teams. With only 2 minutes remaining. Really has been an awful time for Guild Esports, and Virtuoso looks to make it even more difficult. Timing not quite right to really set off Guild on the panic stations, as Virtuoso back over to Metsunaris on the far side. He will leave it for Relating Wave. Just pinned back here. Virtuoso would have liked to have tapped it up for Metsunaris, and now Guild gonna get a rare opportunity to see the other side of the field. Metsunaris, though, just easily collects. Good challenge. Noli needs to keep this play going for his team. Into the midfield, though, decides to take an early shot. Metza, so much time bought. What a touch that is from such an awkward angle, but boost starting to become a problem now. Infield, Scrub Killer pre-jumped it. What a goal!
That was quick, and after quite an eventless game in offense from Guild, a pre-jump from Scrub Killer sends him into Nolly's perfect pass. That was riveting stuff from Guild.
Exploding onto the scoreline. And now they've got to make the most of it. Metanaris, early shot. Might have been better served to at least try and hook it up once to go for a follow-up. Relating wave over to Metza in the midfield. Gave him a lot of work to do, though. Noli will steal the 100. We see what happened last time they got into this position. Endpoint need to be very aware of where their 100 boosts are starting to spawn. There's a big challenge, though. Relating wave staves off a bit of pressure. Was on his camera for a second there. Only had 12 boosts to his name. And Metza, you know, struggling as well. Gets clattered into. 2 players committed. Scrub killer wiped out before he could take the shot.
My goodness, that was a bit scary for Metza. Got to be careful not to own goal when he came straight through the back of Scrub Killer there. But Metza certainly, for me, has been the most active player in this game 1. And we've talked a lot about Relating Wave and Virtuoso after their rise recently in the Rocket League scene. But Metanaris is very much in this one. And he's, I think, the MVP so far in game 1.
Metza never known to be a goal scorer, but he definitely is a field general. Might get one opportunity here. He dives in. He's stuffed on the shot, but one more opportunity. Relating wave to take it. And just ended up dropping the ball to the floor. It was always going to be a hard shot. We have got our first overtime.
Extremely close stuff. Not what you want to see as a Guild fan, but unfortunately for them, they are back to defensive duty for the most part. It's been Endpoint in offense non-stop, and they've got a great midfield blockade. You know, largely in part due to Relating Wave's brilliant reading of the game. He doesn't let anything through that third man position. Big block by Virtuoso. Scrub Killer is there, but a weak clear, only as far as Metza. And that is a weaker shot, actually, than expected. Guild get away with it.
Second time there, Scrub almost found lacking with his defensive duties. Another one, very loose. Scrub Killer is struggling here. Virtuoso will end up being stopped. Scrub at least saving himself some embarrassment. As Scrub now looks to try and go and set up his team. Not quite quick enough, though, for the entirety of Guild Esports. In the pass needed to be a pass over to Virtuoso. I think he was trapped between 2 minds there of shooting top corner and passing off to Virtuoso.
Yeah, Metza had his eye on the prize there. Thought he could sneak it into the bottom corner. Quick defense by Guild. Clears their lines, and that's better from Scrub Killer this time in defense, passing out to the side where Nolly was waiting. That's something Guild need to really focus on this series. I think, you know, they're quite lucky, honestly, to be in an overtime in game 1. They could very easily have lost this game, and they still might, but they're hanging on, and there have been opportunities here and there. And luckily for them, they've got the mechanical ability, they've got the creativity that when they get even half a chance, they really can make something off it.
Metza's going to be scrambling. He's run out of boost. Almost don't gold it. Ends up being a double commit for his 2 teammates as well. They're really struggling for boost now on Endpoint, and a game that they have dominated in terms of territory. They would really feel disappointed if they end up losing this. Now off the backboard. Good touch from Virtuoso. Stops Scrub Killer from coming in to take it. It's another double commit, though. Endpoint looking shaky defensively. They have struggled to get rid of this when they have been stuck in their own half. A poor touch from Though gives them an opportunity. Virtuoso wants to try and get the block. Can't quite find it. 2 minutes of overtime now played. It's Relating Wave for the backboard. Doesn't have a great clear from Gnarly. Over to Though. Couldn't quite turn it in. And suddenly this game has opened up a little bit more. Guild finding much more space to work with. Gnarly into the midfield. Scrub Killer. 0 boost. It was always going to be a hopeful attempt. This is now old Guild Esports, and they might be able to take it off this shot. A brace for Scrub Killer. And a tremendous performance by him to try and take game 1. They have done it.
Yeah, a bit greedy there by Metza. Wanted to get underneath the ball, start dribbling out of defense, but really in that position, the only thing that matters is getting goal side, make yourself as big as possible. You can guarantee that a shot is coming. Scrub Killer was very quick into position for the second time this game, and actually a very active and very fast attacking in second man position from Scrub Killer here. Overall, I'd say communication-wise, Endpoint had a bit more organization on their side, but they didn't have that killer instinct, whereas Guild, you know, not many chances in comparison, but Scrub Killer is able to take 2 of them, and they do get game 1 in the bag.
And, you know, sometimes we can throw away the sentence, a game of 2 halves, but for Scrub Killer, it really was that. Defensively, a lot of questions that got asked of him, and still more of them to answer as we do head into game number 2. But offensively, he is sharp today.
Yeah, he definitely had a couple of panic moments in defense where he just cleared the ball a bit too quickly, didn't realize how much time he had, and ended up giving it away to the opposition. But credit to him, a couple of clutch saves as well. Even if he was, a bit jumpy, a bit panicky, he was at least jumping and panicking in the right directions at times. And that, instinctive shot stopping is something you come to expect from Scrubkiller.
It's certainly not something I'm going to get used to anytime soon, seeing Tho and Scrubkiller on the same team.
Never,
and quite the
never.
online rivalry at the start of 2019. Ended up burying the hatchet at DreamHack Leipzig. And then, fast forward a year and a half, they are now suddenly teammates. So quite the storyline between those two, and quite the weird relationship, but the one that you can only really find in esports. And they do want to try and turn that relationship into a couple of major wins, maybe even a world championship by next year.
Well, they've got the potential. There's no questioning Nolly's unbelievable mechanical ability. That's another pre-jump by Scrubkiller, which Nolly has found mid-air, first try. What a connection between these two already in this series. But, it's not just Nolly in Guild who's got the insane mechanical ability. When Scrubkiller is grinding, he is a really, really top-level player, top-tier player in that regard. And Tho also, he keeps it quite simple, but he does the simple stuff very well. That's a good pass by Scrub, but Nolly skied it. Still, though, compared to game one, this is already looking a lot better for Guild.
Tho will buy some time for his team. We're too heavy with his second touch, but it will be over to Nolly, who, again, lays it over to Scrub. This combination working so well. A little bit too much work to do for Scrubkiller. Being forced to now stay in the defensive side, almost clattered into his own teammate. Thankful to see that didn't quite go against them, but now Scrubkiller is under a lot of pressure here. Virtuoso looks to move in, and it's the same issue for Endpoint. Shot power just not there.
Yeah, the shot was an option, like you saw. But was it the best option? Maybe a backboard pass, even a backboard pass to himself. Scrubkiller's nearly put that in off the sidewall. Very tight angle. I don't think the defense were expecting it. I don't think they're expecting that either, as Nolly comes in from an unexpected location. This is really deceptive stuff coming out of Guild. Scrubkiller's looking for the bump onto Metza. Doesn't get it. Nice save by Metsunaris. The pressure is absolutely on. Guild have just taken this game one win and built upon it. And they've got the lead in game two as well.
Just awful to try and deal with this if you're on Endpoint, relating away from Metza right in front of one another, and neither of them capable of doing anything about the shot. And whilst it was a good start to the last game for Endpoint, it seems like every passing moment is Guild that are becoming the stronger team of the two. Virtuoso looks for the infield pass. That is nowhere near Metza. It's an open net. Endpoint have got a lot to figure out here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great plays from Guild in offense, making life difficult for Endpoint. But that was purely a misplay. Total mishit on the ball from Virtuoso as it gets sent into the middle. I mean, he may have been trying to pass the relating wave, but an infield pass to your third man is always very risky, especially when the entire other team are behind the ball and looking at you. Not a good look for Endpoint in the second game. It's also worth mentioning that right before Nolly's first goal here, he dodged Virtuoso's demos. So they're definitely starting to read those, and I'm not surprised in that regard that they expected it. Still though, well played to Nolly, to seeing it coming. That's just poor delivery again by Endpoint. That pass through the final third is just not there anymore.
So only Nolly now, which is a Scrubkiller, will take it off. He's currently on the backboard, might have to deal with a shot incoming here. Relating way off it one more time. Metza gets Endpoint a crucial goal. That was their first real opportunity, and they have taken it.
And that was actually quite a gamble by Metza to go for this. He was the only player remaining in that play for his team. But he just bet on himself ahead of Scrub. Thinks, I'm going to beat this guy to the ball. He looks pretty stationary in net. And of course, he does have the advantage because the Relating Wave really smashed that off the back wall for him.
Well, Metza, especially of all players, will typically only go for it if he is 100% certain. Will tend to give a better nod over to a defensive player or an offensive one, but given how this game has gone so far, he needed to take one, and they do get the goal for it. Blasting clear, but only as far as Scrub. And Endpoint again struggling to clear the danger once Guild have actually got them pegged back. Off the backboard, Virtuoso gets the call that he's not under any danger. He needed that as well because he was on 0 boost. Was not going to be able to be first if anyone did come to challenge him, as though we'll put it up, double commit. This is now going to be an issue for Endpoint. They've got to get everyone repositioned. Nolly over to the midfield, over for Scrub again, who is still trying to get to these plays. He's getting to a lot of them unchallenged.
Yeah, Nolly to Scrub Kill has been a fantastic combination today. You know, I said that in game 1 they didn't look to be as organized in the communication department. Oh, what dunk! Has Scrub Kill has scored? That's almost in off a huge block. Like I was going to say, Nolly and Scrub, I don't know if it's communication or just the synergy from playing together. Natural, because they've not been playing too long. And look at the assist for Scrub this time. Nolly has the open net. The Scrub Killer tries exactly what Virtuosos usually did to them.
Oh, taste of your own medicine if you're Virtuoso. I can tell you right now, if I was to guess between synergy and comms right now, after what I heard in those scrims, it's 100% comms. It almost feels like too much info sometimes, but they make sure that they each know boost amounts, where they are on the field, and what they're trying to do, and this might be a little bit more sketchy for them. Shot attempt from Metza, couldn't quite get the contact. Going to be an attempt for Virtuoso. Horrible angle for him to try and take a shot from, though. Relating wave in. That's the one to bring them back, but a huge save. Nolly keeps it at 2-goal advantage.
Nolly just really making this so hard for Endpoint. I think they're going to score. The relating wave has got that open net. And credit to them, they know they need a goal, and they know they needed one pretty soon. So they're just going at it with all 3 players. No hanging back with your 3rd man with less than 30 seconds remaining. Still, though, what a save by Nolly to keep them out for a few seconds more.
And it might be those few seconds that make the difference here. Endpoint are about to go on the warpath. Need to get themselves one more goal. Virtuoso has Metza on his left-hand side. We'll try to find him, but well read by Scrub. Definitely spotted him on his way through. Nolly in. He bounced out, though does not want to be going all in just yet. Could be an opportunity for a half volley clear. Last chance now for Endpoint. Not a good touch from Virtuoso. He's had a few of them from that right-hand side when he's trying to go back into the midfield. And that is going to be 3 match points for Guild.
Wow. I'm impressed. Guild in this second game looked like a totally different team than how they started off game number 1, where they were so timid. They were just stuck in their half. They were stuck in their goal pretty much for large parts of it. But this time they were absolutely just relentless as they just attacked. Is this Nolly Scrub combination actually that's really working out well for them? And I like that Tho is not really trying to force him into that offensive rotation as well. He's quite happy to let Nolly and Scrub cut rotation in front of him and just stay back and wait for a more clear and a more safe way to get himself in on the play. That's very selfless of him in this game. And with how well Nolly and Scrub are playing, I think it's a really good idea.
Absolutely. If you're Endpoint, you got to hope that that combination starts to calm down a little bit, because they've just been so quick, so sharp when it comes to making that decision-making. Especially, I want to point out as well, the demo goal that they got, how quick Scrub Killer turned around and just says, demo. Instantly, you can see the way that the shot came in. He was pacing it, he was timing it for the demo to come through and then take the shot, rather than, you know, when you see it mistimed or miscommunicated, someone's trying to go for a demo and the person trying to demo has already jumped because the shot came in a bit too early. So well played so far from Guild. They're going to look to keep that going and try and maybe get a 3-0 sweep over one of their, you know, close ranked rivals in the region.
Yeah, this should be, I mean, on paper, it's a very close matchup, I would say. And, you know, I do think Endpoint will be kicking themselves for giving game 1 away. If they'd taken that, who knows, maybe it would have prevented Guild from coming out as hot as they did in game 2. But that's why it's so important to put your shots away, to take your chances when you get them. Nice triple save there by Guild. Maybe the best sign of synergy that we've seen yet. Obviously, 3 players jump for a ball in that position, and they're all recovering in different directions. It's not actually the end of the world. It's not too bad, really. Oh, is that open? It's off the post from Scrub, but off the other post from Tho as well. Very strange accuracy coming out from Guild early on. I think both of them could have put their shots on target there.
Feels to me like Scrub just wanted to try and bait a goalkeeper out.
Oh, wow.
Ends up taking a little bit too much time, but Virtuoso, a wrecking ball, annihilates the Guild defense.
I love those. That first demo by Virtuoso is really nice, as he just goes straight up onto the wall And I think the smoke screen from that one left him completely open to take out Tho as well. That's what we've come to expect from Virtuoso. Credit to Relating Wave as well. That little pass off the corner wall couldn't have been any better. It's very simple, but very fast and effective.
Oh, what a shot!
My goodness!
And we were talking about how good Scrubkiller and Nolly were doing in the last game. Virtuoso is on another level.
What a banger that is. Just no time for the goalkeeper to react. Scrubkiller was just motionless as it flew by him. And now Endpoint have decided to turn it up onto the next level themselves. This is top gear Endpoint. It had to be after a double demo from Virtuoso as well.
Gonna look to try and keep this going now. It's a fantastic opening minute for Endpoint. We have seen how Guild can get a lot stronger as the minutes tick by. Metza looks for the drop. Relating Wave didn't want any of it. Called off by Virtuoso. I think if there is ever a time that Virtuoso might have the right to start maybe cutting rotation a little bit more than usual, well, a performance like this certainly might help that argument. Relating Wave can't quite get past though. Virtuoso over the top. A lot of defense being played right now. A lot of defense that Guild do not want to be playing. Scrubkiller will take his time. Not the best first touch. Virtuoso instantly in to start harassing and challenging him. This is much better from Relating Wave and from the rest of Endpoint. They are not giving a single touch away for free. Everything insta-challenged.
And if there's one player in the entire EU scene who I would tell to break rotation as much as possible, I really think it would be Virtuoso. Because you've got Relating Wave and Metza behind you. So just try to be as difficult as possible to read. It's these early turning challenges that really catch people off guard, especially in 3v3 where everything's happening so fast and you have to make predictions rather than reactions. And it's much harder to react to a player that's turning around in a split second and making a play in front of you.
Relating Wave just wants to get a bit of time for his team. Will end up giving up the 100 boost for it, although maybe not actually. Nolly decided to try and set up the opportunity, though has got to score this. And he certainly will. Lead is cut in half.
And it's a bit of a pinball machine in the box. There's a couple of Endpoint players actually made contact with that ball, and it's kicked up for Tho to finish off. That was still, though, a triple commit in the goal line. Everybody lunging for the same shot. And this time it didn't really bounce very well for them. And Guild are looking dangerous in this series. This is not good news for Endpoint. Still need 3 games in a row here if they're going to go 2-0 on the day so far. I don't know about you, Shogun, but I don't see it right now. They are leaving openings for Guild to exploit. Oh my goodness. Well, Nolly has just tackled Tho, though. That's not what they were looking for there.
Certainly not. If you wanted, in these sort of situations, we're looking for performances that you can replicate, and the question would become, can Virtuoso do this another 2 times? I'm sure he would like the answer to that to be yes, although we do see him and Relating Wave combining to almost try and pinch the ball in. But they look a lot more expressive with the way that they're playing right now. If I think there is something that they can take into the next game is the fact that they look much less rigid, much less like they are trying to react to their opponents rather than just try and set the pace, which is working so much better this time around.
If, in answer to that question, can Virtuoso do this 3 times? I would go with no, just because I've never seen it before against a team the level of Guild. Virtuoso can carry a game, but I don't think he can carry a series. It needs to be a full team effort here. I'd love to see him prove me wrong, though. This game has been outstanding from him, and it continues to be, as he's got another off-the-ball impact play here. Passes infield, bad clear by Tho, but look in the goal line. There's the bump that lets it go through. 2-goal lead for Endpoint again.
And one thing you'll notice about the way Virtuoso likes to play those situations is that he's just trying his hardest to put the ball into a position that you can't hard clear and you can't really control. The moment he does that, he gets himself a static defender, and that makes his gameplay so much easier with what he's trying to accomplish, as he is going to pop the ball out to Relating Wave. Plenty of goal contributions this game for Virtuoso and for Relating Wave, actually. He has got himself a goal and 2 assists. Might want to try and add another goal to that tally. Scrubkiller, not a great first touch from him. Opens up plenty of space for Relating Wave. Has to be talked about. Last game was much better for it, for Guild Esports, but this game feels a lot closer to game 1. It has been Endpoint who have dominated the field.
Yeah, they've dominated the possession and the territory just like game one, as you said. And of course, the key difference is that Virtuoso's been involved more often. He's been leading the attack more often, and that's when Endpoint looked most dangerous. Game one, it was Meta leading the attack, and although he did a great job, he's definitely easier to control. That's a really well done shot, though. And kind of game over already, but still, impressive ground shot by Metsonoris. Scrubkiller just after the respawn had no chance, and I like what I'm seeing from Endpoint. It's definitely a winnable series from this position. But Guild have got, they've got that peak ability, like I said, in game one, to just take a game, even if Endpoint play their best.
Absolutely. I think more than anything else for Endpoint, they'll be happy to see that whilst the opening half of the game was carried by Virtuoso, their teammate, his teammates definitely started to really step up in that second half. A rare game as well where we get Metsonoris on 2 goals. Last season only resulted in 0.28 goals per game. So definitely a rare scoreline for him. But I'm sure he's going to be able to be very happy to take exactly that. And we'll look to build upon it heading into game number 4. For Guild Esports, though, second game that we have seen them really locked into their own side of the field. Why is that, Johnny?
Well, the clears have been a problem for them, and every team in Europe just needs to take a look at what Vitality do, essentially, if they want to learn how to clear the ball more effectively. It's all to do with the adaptability, but also with the unpredictability of the clear ball strategies. It's not just about lumping it long as hard as you can, especially not against a team like Endpoint, who are often sitting quite deep with 2 players, ready to intercept those clears and send them back in. You need to try and dribble. You need to try and pass the ball in defense out to the sides. Get those Metsonoris players, get those Relating Wave players turning on the halfway line, facing the wrong way. Because if you can change the ball's direction more often as you try to clear it, that makes it so much harder for the other team to read and to intercept.
Well, game number 4 now underway. Is maybe 5 minutes away from either Guild heading up to 2-0 and having 3 opportunities to qualify for stage number 2, or if we can get an Endpoint win, we are going to be heading over to game 5 on our very first match of the day. Already up, Metsonoris decides to tap it down for Virtuoso.
Wow.
Play. And Endpoint right back where they left off.
That is beautiful by Metza again. Not the greatest clear coming out of Guild, though, just bouncing it straight out into the middle. But that pass was fantastic because everybody on Guild was just waiting for Metza to shoot that ball. They're all trying to cover that angle. And then suddenly it's a pass to Virtuoso, who is in a much better position to strike it.
That is a real punch to the gut if you're a Guild fan. You wanted that to be the reset across the 1 minute break we had. Instead, Endpoint right back to where they were. Scrubkiller is at a bad angle for this one, so he's going to be relying on Tho to help him out. It's a pass over to Nolly. What a shot! But it was right down the middle, and Relating Wave was able to keep it out, but how much longer? A stuffing save from Relating Wave again. Virtuoso looks to try and dart around. He goes by himself. Didn't want to find Metza, who looks to keep the pressure on. Virtuoso's right back in again. Relating Wave trying to hold the midfield. He was going to try and pull Metsonoris back. Good opportunities, though, for Guild. They've also given up a few as well. Very open game so far. Virtuoso leaves it. Relating Wave will look to try and find the top corner. Another double commit. Guild Esports, lots of questions still to be answered on this defensive side.
Yeah, that was a double commit, but again, very confident clear from Nolly, so nothing bad came off it. The problem that they've got is that Endpoint are proving to be much harder to score on than they were in that second game. Oh, well, suddenly, just when I say that, Metsonoris caught in no man's land. Guild unable to take the chance. But moments ago, we saw some phenomenal defense out of Relating Wave. He had no boost, and he still managed to get a save and track down the ball to block it on the second attempt also. This guy, when Endpoint are winning, he's often, for me, the secret MVP. It's Virtuoso who's got all of the big flashy moments, and I mean flashy quite literally. But Relating Wave is this silent assassin who's doing all of the heavy lifting in the shadows for these guys. What a solid player he is.
I believe you coined the phrase once, carrying from the bottom, Johnny.
Except he doesn't need to. He's actually got the most points very often. He's carrying from the bottom, from the top.
The complete reverse of it then. Scrub Killer and Guild still trying to find themselves on the board, and this is going to be even more difficult for them. Scrub, crucial save. An unfortunate double touch there for Endpoint is going to ruin their chances, although and Nolly not quite having the same success as a duo so far as the Nolly and Scrub Killer one has been. Scrub now trying to find something. There was a lot of jumping, a lot of boost, and very little results for him. This might be a huge chance, and they've taken it right onto the hood of him. I think we all knew where it was going. Endpoint couldn't do anything about it, though.
Yeah, it's a great little pass there from Nolly, who's been putting in great assists to the center of the box today. But you do wonder what happened to Relating Wave's positioning there. He was off the goal line, and the ball went straight over his head. I think if he sat back a bit more, he would have been more ready to defend that one. It's a really difficult thing to do, to just sit on your goal line and play patiently. When a player like Nolly's coming at you from the corner, you start to wonder what on earth he's doing, because he can just pull out any kind of shot from these positions. Very difficult player to read when he's in the air.
Nolly can't get it past Relating Wave. That is a good infield pass, and Metza were a bit disappointed with his positioning. Now he's going to be even more disappointed with how the rotation broke down for just a second. Maybe a wasted opportunity to counterattack. Double tap. Nolly's not going to give it to him. Now a loose ball over in the midfield. One each here. The victory for Guild sends them through to the next round. Well, we could be heading over to game 5. Nolly over to the corner again. Metza ends up hitting the ceiling. That's going to give an opportunity for Guild to really start to lock down here. They have got good control over the midfield, but for how much longer? Nolly already through, decides to take the shot, wants to see if Relating Wave will give him a mistake, and tell you what, if they were able to read that a little bit quicker, could very well have been so. Starting to turn into a sort of game where I'm more watching where the third man is positioned rather than where the ball is actually going at the moment, because it feels like both ones are starting to scrape forward as Metza again gets given the pass, but can't quite make contact.
Well, you know, Guild are playing with 3 third men at the moment. Nobody's attacking this ball. Look how much space Endpoint have got to work with. They're all the way forward into the final third of Guild's half before Guild stick a challenge in. And even then, they're just waiting for the shot to come at them. I'd love to see just a ball chase move occasionally from Guild, just to unleash Scrub Killer's ball chasing tendencies. We know he loves to do it. Well, he also hates it. He loves it and he hates it at the same time. But yeah, they're trying not to lose at the moment. They're not really going for the win.
Metza gonna look to try and follow. He's got a lot of time. End up leaving it though for Scrub. Endpoint will want to try and finish this here before overtime. What a pinch that is! Metza looks to come in. He ends up skying the shot. And a third shooting opportunity for Metza goes to waste.
I don't know what on earth that pinch pass from Virtuoso was. I was kind of sad it didn't go in, so we couldn't see it on the replay. Amazing bounce out there, but well dealt with by Guild. You know, I said they're trying not to lose. Well, so far the plan is working. They're not losing yet. But now they've got a chance to make something happen. Demo from Scrub at the far post. Nolly's there for the shot, and nobody is able to get in the way of it. GG's after 3 games from Guild. Go their way. That was a nice shot there by Nolly, but where was the defense to close it down? A couple players in the same spot there for Endpoint, and after, I think, 3 games in this series where they dominated the possession, they actually end up losing them anyway. They're not going to be too happy with that result, but still a lot more chances for them on the day. I do expect them to bounce back and make it into the next stage without too much difficulty.
Yeah, I think both teams are going to be coming out of this one with plenty that they want to improve on in the next round of gameplay. For Guild, they'll be wondering why they gave away so much possession. For Endpoint, they'll be wondering why didn't we convert all of our possession. So interested to see how they are going to adapt heading into the next round. But for Guild, they are now 2-0. They have got 3 opportunities to try and go through to the next round. But, you know, we saw yesterday from Fadeaway. That's not necessarily a guarantee. As for Endpoint, they now go to 1-1. They have to work their way back up yet again. But we're going to head over to a quick break now. Coming up next, when we come back, though, Dignitas against Stormtroopers.
With their victory over Endpoint, Guild sets themselves at 2-0 in a really good spot to move on to next week, but we'll have to find out about that later. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We're watching Group B of Stage 1 of the first regional. I'm your host, Leafx, alongside me, Gibbs and Jorby, to talk about that match. I'm going to go to you, Gibbs, first, because you were right. This Virtuoso plan didn't work against Guild. While there was a lot of good team plays from Endpoint, it seemed they had to resort to that rather than that being what they wanted to do.
Yeah, my concern, like game 3, I think it worked out incredibly well for them with Virtuoso on one play, taking 2 out and then making the third defender not be able to make a save. And it happened a couple times throughout that game. But I felt like the game 2 is my problem with this team right now, where there was plenty of balls that would go throughout the midfield and Guild would go up early, but Endpoint would follow anyway. They were going up for some aerials where they were behind by 5 car lengths or more. And that's a major problem when you're not even getting a 50-50 on those plays. And that's when Guild can absolutely dominate you. And they did in game 2, but they fought back. It seemed like Guild played very defensively in game 4, hanging on the back wall, like allowing Endpoint to create offense, which they didn't do a good enough job doing. And eventually Guild scored to win it in game 4.
Yeah, it felt like there was a lot of pressure when Endpoint were on defense to just move forward. There were so many challenges or, you know, as third man, or not even challenges. Sometimes they'd just be creeping up too far forward as if they didn't see Scrub or Tho on the sidewall or right there to take the ball right over their heads. Some of those goals were easily preventable for Endpoint. So I certainly think that they have their work cut out for them for improvement.
Going to talk about their victory. We have legendary coach of Rocket League of Guild. It's Greg, and welcome to the show, Greg. And it's been a while. Hope you've been good.
Yeah, I've been good. It's been a nice hiatus from coaching in RLCS, but I'm back now, and I'm really excited for RLCS X. Huge shout out to Cyanix for putting on such a fantastic event.
I just want to talk to you before we dive into what we saw there. Just about talk to me about your journey. You've jumped around, obviously, to teams now, but you're still in as a coach, still working your magic here. Talk to me about your journey and what the last few months have been for you.
Yeah, so with Vitality, that was a 2-year journey from scouting all the way through to the fantastic results we had last year. But then after that, I kind of needed a bit of time to develop because I've been working with the same 3 players for 2 years and I wanted to get experience with loads of people. So I had a few little stints here and there with pro players, teams, just people from the community to really develop my trade and work on other stuff. And then Guild came about and help them scout this team, help them form the structure and plan for how we're going to really focus on the players' health, holistic approach and everything like that to really push them to the top. So it's been a really exciting project with Guild, and I was so excited to announce it when we did. And working with Guild and David Beckham, of course, is all a very exciting future ahead for us.
So the one thing I noticed in that matchup, were you guys hanging on the back wall a lot. Now, is that going to be a strategy versus many teams, or is that mostly for Endpoint to avoid those demo plays?
So with Endpoint, they're very much a different team to every other team. So we have a very specific game plan for them, which is let them break themselves down. And so we do just try and rotate as solidly as possible, keep our boost as high as possible, and stay nice and spread out. And I think in game 3, that started to falter a bit, which is why Endpoint got away with so many demo goals. But once we kind of refined that a bit for game 4, and I think we could have even done a little bit more than that, then we were always going to be in control. And I don't know if you noticed, Endpoint had to demo less because it just wasn't an available option. And so they were putting themselves on the back foot too much. That was the real focus there. And I'm sure they're going to have to start thinking about, now that teams understand how they play, that they're going to have to find out new game strategies for other teams.
And Greg, and after your hiatus, you end up coaching a team that Scrub Killer is on again. Tell me what the difference is with coaching between when you were on Vitality with him, now over here with Guild Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't resist picking up Scrub. A year and a half with him, you learn how that brain works and what makes him improve and what makes him play better. And I'm really excited to really push him again after his little break away from me. And we got exciting stuff planned for that. But realistically, I think this team is exciting because they've got so much potential. We've got 3 very mechanical players, 3 very fast players, and they all get on so well, which I think is really important for Scrub. This is the team he's got on the most with. Him and Nolly talking about anime and all sorts. I mean, it's kind of like a joke now that they've got this kind of little bromance talking about anime, and they just get on really well. That we chat for hours after scrims, which is something that I'm sure all the strong teams will say is the team dynamic that you need. You have to have that friendship.
What I gotta ask now, what are they watching right now? What's on the docket?
Me and Tho stay clear of that. We chat about gym and stuff like that, and let those 2 talk about the anime. But I'm excited. We've got a boot camp coming up planned, and I'm sure those 2 will have long evening chats about their favorite animes. But we're just having fun. That's the key. You got to have fun, work hard, and then the results will come. And that's the plan right now.
Before I let you go, I just want to give you sort of did it at the beginning there too, but shout out to the org and what you're working on and what you're working towards there.
Yeah, Guild is just such an exciting project. We've got some fantastic, really experienced people at the top who are helping us to really set the groundwork for this this new org. And we've got an amazing academy structure that's coming in the future, which David Beckham's going to be a part of, really forming from his own experiences within sport and the academy structures there. We're gonna really innovate in esports. And like I mentioned earlier on, we really want to take the holistic approach to players seriously, look to get them in person, get them healthy, get them looking after themselves, and push their limits, because esports is still very young, and what we can do here is really exciting, and I think Rocket League is the place to do it, because this is going some places, you know.
Greg, it sounds like the perfect place for you right now, so I'm excited for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on that win, and good luck with your next match.
Thanks. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Oh, we absolutely will. That was Greg, and coach of Guild. He's been around the scene for a very long time. Great guy. Always good to have him on here. And it sounds like, Jorby, that he sounds stoked to be with this team. And I think it's important, Jorby, that they start focusing on health of players. And we've seen it across quite a few teams now.
I agree. There's studies that have been done out there, especially recently. A lot of people in the physical therapy world and in the world of sports have come over to esports, and there have been studies done to show that your physical health does have an impact on your competitive ability in video games. So I'm excited to see where Guild Esports goes with that. That sounds really exciting.
Well, we got to keep looking forward, though. Lots of matches to go, so let's get on with this. Let's talk about our next match, Stormtroopers versus Dig. Dig, obviously, being one of our top teams. James was talking about them a lot in the pre-show there. And Stormtroopers, my underdog pick here. We'll see how this matches up. My strongest point in favor of Stormtroopers, Gibbs, was Jack, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to take down Dignitas. How do you feel about the matchup?
Well, let's not forget about Dead Monster as well. We used to talk about there was only one Italian in Rocket League, but we got another one here with Dead Monster. He's been playing really well throughout the community tournaments throughout this offseason. So Stormtroopers, they are definitely a solid team, and Dignitas is not going to be one of those teams that is going to look past them. Yeah. Dignitas, we all know what they can bring to the table. They are the regional champions, but they lost their MVP. So now it's a rebuilding period, and they have a long time to do it. It's a 10-month-long season, but you want results now. And Dignitas, they're one of those teams that should make it to weekend 2 and All-Star 2.
Yeah, the expectation is on Dignitas, and I think that does add some pressure with Joreas. He hasn't been consistently great on this team yet throughout the offseason. The big question that everybody in the scene really has is, can he step up to the plate like Astral did? Because those are huge. That's a huge role to fill. I will say, as a final thought, I think everybody is sleeping on Dead Monster. If anybody tuned in to the Salt Mine 2, they know what this guy is capable of. He's got a big brain, and I have no doubt Stormtroopers are going to make this competitive.
Well, let's predict it real quick. I think it's going to be a nice, easy one down the line. Jorby, start with you.
Well, man, I'll be honest. My heart kind of wants to pick Stormtroopers, although I love Dignitas. I love the players on Dignitas. I got to go with the experience. I think Joreas will be just fine, and they'll pull away the victory here.
I'm going to pull away Funk. I'm going to go with the best logo. I'm going with Stormtroopers.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go with. I just want it to look pretty, like under my body. So I'm going Stormtroopers. Why not?
All right. I like it. You know what? Stormtroopers is my underdog pick, but only when they're facing off against other underdogs. I think they'll be sitting at the top of the leaderboard. I'm going to have to go with Dignitas as my pick as well. Experience, they've got history behind them. I think Violent Panda is a good leader. He's going to get Joreas in a good spot pretty quickly here. Even if not the best spot, a spot that's going to be able to grab him and win. So I like to see what Stormtroopers can do here, but Dig is going to be my team for sure. Let us know who you guys pick. Are you going with the awesome logo, or are you going with the history and Dignitas? Hashtag RLCSX on Twitter. We want to hear from you guys, but it's now time to head over to the Skybox for some action.
Thank you very much, Leaf. And we are going to be underway with our second round 2 match here. It's going to be Stormtroopers against Dignitas. And for those of you out there that do enjoy a cheeky bit of 1v1s, as I know my co-commentator Johnny Boy does, you're going to be quite happy to see that we have an apparently Jack versus Joreas run back. Not necessarily in ones, like I'm sure people would like to see from their fusion match that Jack was able to take, but is now going to be over in threes. Johnny, your thoughts on this one?
It's a super exciting matchup. I mean, so many players here that I love to watch play Rocket League in ones, but also in threes, and it's really awesome as well to see these ones gods making that appearance in 3v3. But this is a matchup which does have a little bit of a rivalry riding on it, as Dignitas were sent to the lower bracket in Fusion qualifiers by losing a 3v3 game to Stormtroopers. Oh, Jarius with the reset and the rebound off the bar early on, and expect to see plenty of insane mechanical displays throughout the day here.
Certainly so. Stormtroopers haven't necessarily had the results that I think the names on this team would have wanted during the offseason, especially making the closed qualifier a lot more difficult for themselves, as apparently Jack almost able to solo the entirety of the Dignitas team. Yukio up late as well, faces another save for Jarius. There's a lot of eyes right now on this young player, only 15 years of age, taking up the boots of the #1 player in Europe last season. Lots for him to try and prove, lots for him to try and accomplish. Many people calling this a long-term building job, though, for Dignitas. Very much a gauge of where they're at in that build as they take on Stormtroopers. Infield pass over to Panda, and he gets a demo, but he doesn't get the ball. It's not the first time as well that we've seen Dignitas in this sort of rebuilding phase, especially when they had Astral on their team. It still took them a while to really start clicking.
Yeah, I think Astral, at the end of his tenure with Dignitas, was performing to such a high standard that many people might forget that fact, that it did take a while to get this synergy in place and to get the good results, and even to see impressive individual performances from Astral. So I'm giving Jarius the same time. We're not going to be judging him entirely based on what we see in the first few weeks here in RLCS X. But in the long run, I think he's definitely one of the best players to try and replace Astral with. Mechanically, he's right there with him. We saw that in their head-to-head in the Salt Mine 2.
A long clear from Howdy Jack. He's got Polar waiting for him. Could have been very interesting if Dead Monster wanted to try and go for the full three-person commit. Right now, the 0-0 scoreline just didn't quite feel like it was the time. Especially when you do have to try and predict the play. Polar again now on the backboard, looking to try and cause some chaos. Definitely the more unsung player on this Stormtroopers lineup. He can definitely change that with a good performance in this series. Polar clears yet again, wants to try and follow. He's really far off though. Panda will try and catch. Over to Yukio.
Ooh.
The original core tried to combine. Couldn't quite get too much for it.
And it's apparently Jack again with an opportunity in offense. Ooh, an opening there for Dignitas, but it goes wide. Now another one for Jarius. That's also wide. Accuracy letting them down here in game one. Every time apparently Jack gets the ball, he is able to take you past at least one player, sometimes two in this game. Dignitas need to watch out for him. We're talking about Jarius' mechanical ability. Well, this guy as well has got some moves, and he's extremely fast. Woken up early here in this game. That's what Stormtroopers need. If they can strike an early blow to Dignitas, then it will definitely affect the mentality of these guys to some degree. Great save by Jack. He was in a 1v2, made it look easy.
Gonna bounce down. Panda has got Jarius to wait for on the backboard.
wow.
A miscommunication as to what they wanted to accomplish with it. Jarius wanted the demo or the bump. Panda wanted to try and pass it off to him. Ends up just going with neither play, really. Jarius again gets a huge block. That's a lot of territory gain for Dignitas. Yukio with another huge one, but Panda already out to the side is also eliminated from the field. That is a poor touch from Jarius. Dead Monster over to Jack. It's become a little bit of a battle for the midfield now, and both teams have had a lot of call-offs. Not necessarily playing at the quickest pace that we've seen either side, as Panda is demoing and bumping Jack, and it's a huge mistake. Polar had to make contact, and he's just given one away.
Oh, that's hard to watch. Polar was in a difficult position here. He was on the back wall and in reverse, but you'd still expect him to hit that ball. It doesn't matter really where he hits it, as long as he does make contact. Clean whiff, and the ball bounces in after a very close and very tense game one. It's Dignitas who strike first, and they're attacking again. So for Stormtroopers' sake, the heads don't go down after that misplay. Jarius and apparently Jack have a 50-50 at ceiling height. Jarius getting on the score sheet in any way, shape, or form will definitely lift his spirits, lift his confidence, and one of the ugliest goals that we'll see all day, no doubt, but it still counts.
It's difficult to remember as well that, especially for a lot of the hardcore fans of Rocket League, right across the goal line.
Surely.
Polar wants to make it up for early. He couldn't read where the bounce was going. Dead Monster's touch is a little bit heavy. Yukio tries to cover for his teammate. Another huge opportunity over to Polar, and he's sent it wide. A game to forget if you're Polar. They're going to keep trying to put that pressure on. It's over to apparently Jack. A huge clear from Yukio. Well read by him. Dead Monster has got to catch this. Only 50 boost to him. Not the best first touch. All three committed over in the corner. Calamitous end for Stormtroopers. Dignitas will take game one. My goodness. There's only one player that you can really highlight here, though, and it is not in the way that he'd like to be highlighted.
Yeah, we've got no MVP in this game, but we definitely have an LVP as Polar missing the ball in defense, letting it bounce in to give Dignitas the lead, and also missing a couple of golden chances at the end of this game. The first one was lacking power, the second one was lacking placement, and both were lacking effectiveness as Stormtroopers failed to find the back of the net.
And it is difficult to remember as well because, you know, we have been following the offseason so much. Stormtroopers will be a lot of players that, you know, people will be getting a lot more used to. It's actually difficult to remember that for 4 players here, this is an RLCS debut, and especially their first time on our broadcast especially. And it is a lot of eyes on you. It does affect you an awful lot from going, you know, Tournament Warrior, you know, during the offseason, probably about 20,000 viewers maximum being, you know, watching your gameplay. And then suddenly you're shooting all the way up at this stage.
Yeah, this is the real high pressure situation. Now we're going to find out who performs well under this kind of pressure and who doesn't. You know, you can't judge a player on one game alone, but it's up to Stormtroopers to prove, and it's up to Polar to prove that that was just a lapse. That was just an anomaly. And that now they're going to get ready to play some Rocket League. And they're going to need to, because Dignitas, they didn't really have to work for that one. They just played a very standard game, and they still got the win with a slow roll bouncer from Jorias. Yeah, I think Dignitas are definitely the favorites now. They were the favorites going into this. Now they're heavily favorited, because they can easily take a couple games in this series, regardless of what kind of Stormtroopers show up.
Now we're going to see what Stormtroopers have got on the mentality side of Rocket League. Yukio tries to dive in. Him especially will feel like he's got so many things to prove during this season. Often highlighted as maybe being one of the weaker players on Dignitas, especially when Astral was around. He would like to be able to show something different this time, but needs to make sure he's not doing infield passes to the opposing team. We'll get away with it. Still no goals for Stormtroopers so far. Realistically, Dignitas haven't really set up too much for themselves either. Midfield, Panda looks to try and go to Jorias. Polar will be able to intercept. He's laid it over to Dead Monster. Always a difficult shot to take. These sort of situations, you might very well need to be able to take them.
Yeah, that was a really good interception by Polar. He gave Dead Monster an opportunity to shoot off it as well, but more importantly, he just shut down that Dignitas offense with this great positioning and reading of the game. Again, well done on the backboard. He's having a much better game too already.
Now Polar looks to set up. That is a good ball. Joria is forced to stretch for it. Is able to try and keep it away from danger. Now Dead Monster just twirling, dancing around some players. I'm saying in the last game that apparently Jack was able to take out 1 or 2 each time he was on the ball. Dead Monster equally as capable. That might be one of the issues right now, is that we just haven't seen too much in terms of team play. Of the passes seem to be utilizing the backboard, which Dignitas will be more than capable of dealing with, especially when they've got more than enough time to try and read where it's going.
Well, Dignitas have always been known for their infield passing, and that's not really been a feature of their game so far. They're positioning quite defensively, similarly to Guild in the last round. Apparently Jack with the stealing shot, double touch, saved by Yukio at the top corner. Looked like it may have been going in off the bar, possibly. Jack still threatening, and again, coming forward at Dig. Has he got the block on Panda? No. He's only out as far as Dead Monster, though. Polar's up, but Yukio is there with the answer. That's good defense by Dignitas, as they had the response for every single touch that Stormtroopers sent their way. Still no goals in game 2, and it's looking solid from all 3 players on Stormtroopers. Definitely compared to the last game. And I'm just waiting to see where are those passing plays from Dig that are usually so impressive to watch. They're usually so dangerous to go up against. They've been a non-feature of the game so far, and indeed the series.
Panda would have liked a little bit more boost. Ended up clattering into his teammate. Yukio wanted to come in for the shot. Really unfortunate with A, where Panda was, and B, with him absolutely no way you're able to get rid of it. Joreuz flicks. It's good possession here for Dignitas. Can they convert it? Lays it off to Joreuz. It was a bouncing shot. There was no way he could really get over the top of the shot to put some decent power on it. Best success we've seen so far from Stormtroopers has been when they just went fully direct. Didn't even use backboard, didn't even use a pass. Just get the ball on top of somebody and see if you can try and cause a little bit of chaos. They might need to do that. You don't feel like they're going to be able to play fundamentals, and this is why. Drop the rotation, and Yukio makes them pay.
Apparently Jack wanted to attack, but you'll wish that he stayed back because Yukio has sniped the long shot quite easily. And that's the experience really showing there for Dignitas and Stormtroopers after the deadlock continued. We're just willing to take that risk that they maybe shouldn't be taking. Definitely not in a tie game with this much time left.
And Stormtroopers, we're looking at the 2 goals they've conceded now and really wondering, did they really have to go in? Could we have avoided them? What's even more terrifying is that we've almost hit the end of game 2. Stormtroopers haven't got themselves a goal yet. They need to find some way to get those motors running, try and get themselves on the board.
Yeah, there's no denying that Jack has looked like the player with the most deadly offensive arsenal at his disposal on this team today, and he's trying to get involved as much as possible. But that was also the thing that got them in trouble, is he was, forcing it a bit too much. And when you've got one teammate already committed to a bumping play, landing inside the Dignitas goal, and another teammate in the back corner trying to center the ball, you have to be so careful if you're going to join them in that attack. And now if it's 35 seconds left in the game, all those cautions have to be thrown to the wind. I would be more than happy to see Jack taking that risk now that they've put themselves in this difficult position. I don't expect Dignitas to fall for it when it comes. They've been extremely solid here. It's one of those situations where playing not to lose has actually worked out quite well, because they're very happy to sit back and just wait for the misplay and a 0-0 score.
Polar over to apparently Jack. He's going to be able to get to it first, but too far on the same side as the pass to really get across on it. As Joreuz will just look to kill the game. It is currently 2-0 to Dignitas, both in series scoreline and in goals. They are, I'm not going to say marching, but they're walking their way through to round 3 at the moment. Stormtroopers have got to get something going for themselves, Johnny.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say is they're just standing their way into game 3.
The finish line is coming to them.
Yeah, I mean, Stormtroopers brought the finish line to them. They just moved the tape and cut it and said, congratulations on the win. We've just gifted you a goal in this second game. But yeah, Dignitas, they don't really need to take any risks now. I don't think they really needed to take any risks after the first game. And they're showing us that this playstyle can win series at this level. And it's not even a bad idea. We're being somewhat critical of them in jest because it is funny to watch them just sit back and not really do much and still get the game wins. But if Dignitas are up against tougher competition and a more organized offense, a more well-oiled team, then I wouldn't expect them to play like this. I think they would try to attack more often. They would try to attack with more than one player at a time as well and get their passing plays going. But versus Stormtroopers today, that doesn't seem to be necessary. They're getting the job done with defensive play, with solid play, and I expect to see more of the same in Game 3.
Certainly so. As for what we were expecting, and we were very much hyping this to see how Joreuz would try and fit in. Well, I can say right now, in terms of a very basic rotation-based game, thumbs up. You're doing just fine. It's very difficult to sort of make a hot take from what we've seen so far, and I suppose I shouldn't say it aloud because everyone knows I'm very much the person that likes to hype this up. But we've got a 1-0. We've got a 1-0. I feel like I need to point out. Yeah, another 1-0, and anyone else thinking, this was a bit of a boring series, I will be going off, okay? I'm giving you pre-warning. A 1-0 game in the next one for Dignitas, for me personally, is the hypest thing that can happen. I've been waiting for it for so long. Space Station were able to provide one recently, but I haven't been able to cast it.
Okay. I didn't see that one myself. I mean, you said you weren't going to give us any hot takes. That was definitely like a warm take there. I'm sure some people weren't aware that we're on track for the 3 1-0s in a row that I know Shogun is also interested in. But I wouldn't be too surprised to see it, to be honest, because Based on what we've seen in the past 2 games, I'm just saying, Shogun, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. This looks like a series that's got all the ingredients of a triple 1-0. Watch it be 7-6 now in this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? Usually as well. Once you bring attention to it, it's always downhill from there. As we have got ourselves into game number 3. Maybe a little bit of time between the games that can help set Stormtroopers straight. Maybe help them try and find some way through. Mentioned in the last game that they were finding a lot more success, though. There are a couple more opportunities on there. When they let their individual brilliance try and shine, as apparently Jack forced to save. Well, decides to pop it up a little bit further. Here comes Joria's. Got themselves a goal in the 1st game. Plays it off to him this time. Can't make contact. There was never really going to be too much power on it. Still, Violent Panda. Wow. It's slightly off target, but maybe don't scare your rookie like that in the future.
Yeah, I don't know about that one from Panda. A bit of a powerful shot towards his own net. It's usually a position that you'll see a player go for the car rather than the ball because of exactly what we just saw there. If you hit the ball, you're kind of playing it straight at your own net with a good bit of power as well. That's a good little double by Jack, again, taking someone out of the game. And I like to see Stormtroopers just unleash Jack. Just, you know, do the endpoint strategy where you have one player up front. Oh, what a save by Yukio. Jack was almost able to put the first goal in for Stormtroopers there. Like I was saying before, though, the more that Jack can get up front and just try to make plays, the more success I see coming in from Stormtroopers.
I want to just really highlight how good that save was from Yukio, because it's so tempting. If that shot is going to the far side, he has got to leave and start boosting towards it so much earlier than he ended up doing so. That was a hard read on where the shot was going, because he just held his ground, knew exactly that it was going to be dropping quite close to him. That is what Yukio does bring in. Infield pass to Polar, still can't get himself the goal. Neither can anyone else on Stormtroopers. Jorius off the ceiling, ends up getting a second touch from Dead Monster. Very much an unwelcome one. Apparently Jack looks to try and dance around. Couldn't get anything for it. Another mistake from Polar. Leaves it open. And it's corner for Jorius. Polar's nightmare continues.
Yeah, it's just more of the same from Stormtroopers, unfortunately. We had, Polar in game 1 with the misplay that cost him the game. Jack in game 2 taking his turn, and it's back to Polar here. Dead Monster, brains of the operation, the only one yet to make a huge catastrophic blunder. Well, there you go. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to see if we're going to get another 1-0. It would be one of the worst ways to lose for Stormtroopers. Every single goal that they've conceded has their own misplay written all over it. And Dignitas are just going to play that solid strategy again. Why take risks when the other team are giving you goals like this?
Up to 13 minutes, Stormtroopers still have not got themselves a goal. Really, you see 3 goals across 3 games with Dignitas. You'd think that's a bit of an underperformance, but they've just not been troubled in any of this, and certainly not going to take a risk that they don't have to. Jorius looks to pop it out for Panda. Panda down to Yukio, too close, though, to the Austrian, and now apparently Jack has to go all the way by himself. Jorius, low boost, still gets up there. Polar, he's got 2 goals to try and come up with here if he wants to try and put himself neutral for the series. His team could certainly do with them. Minute and 40 now on the clock. Stormtroopers with their best chance here. Going to bounce out. It's a decent one for apparently Jack, but more than enough time for Dignitas to put themselves back in position.
Yeah, Dignitas are playing extremely well. Nice fake by Jorius. Then the pass to Panda. No, 1-0 here. As Jorius lays off Panda perfectly. What a play by the new player. Huge fake there. And the pass couldn't have been any better.
You know what? I feel like I should be heartbroken because the 1-0 is gone, but if you're going to take it away from me, do it with a bit of class, do it with a bit of style. And that is certainly what Jorius brought with that one. Gorgeous passing play.
Yeah, he really got inside Dead Monster's head there. Not an easy player to get a successful mind game onto. Now, Stormtroopers are just as much playing to try and not be completely clean swept as they are to win a game. How good would it be for them to just score a goal so that they can have something to, something positive to run with into their next game today?
And just causing chaos on that side of the field. A huge demo, though. He's going to force Yukio back. As usual, Stormtroopers very slow on the upswing. You already see that as good as they are moving the ball around, it's not moving at all fast. Everyone on Dignitas has already had time to traverse the length of the field. As Yukio looks to make it free, it's horrible for Dead Monster. He can't do anything about it. And Panda is going to make it a much more convincing scoreline, 3-0.
That's a really nice third touch there from Yukio to keep the ball on the goal line. Fantastic play by him. And this is a great game 3 for them, showing that they're not just going to play off the misplays of their opponents. They're able to make some big plays themselves. We've seen Jarius now and Yukio as well. Really making strong individual showings in the setups. And for Stormtroopers, it's a series to forget for now. They might be able to learn from this one later. There we go, finally a goal. Ends up in the Dignitas net. It might not be over just yet. And it doesn't really matter what it looks like at this point. Anything will do as Dead Monster barrels it through.
Well, you certainly don't want to be the first clean sweep of the season. We know we're going to get 1 or 2 of them across such a long period of time. But you don't want to be the first. You don't want to be added to that list. Polar might have an opportunity, but Violent Panda very quick. Dead Monster looking for the set. As usual, it's just a little bit too slow from Stormtroopers. Infield pass, Jorius will keep away. And that could be too little too late now for Stormtroopers to really make a meal of this game. Instead, it is Dignitas. If you're a fan of this team, if you're a fan of this new roster, then maybe you've got more that you want to see in the future. But for now, that was a solid performance from them. And they've shown that at least they've got the foundations down.
Yeah, solid from Dignitas. That they did what they were supposed to do here. They just played a very consistent game. Hardly any mistakes to note, really. So that's brilliant going into their next game on the day. They're on triple qualification point, essentially, for next weekend's second stage after 2 wins in a row today. And, you know, based on what I've seen there, I would be absolutely shocked if they don't get a win in at least one of those 3 tries. Probably a win in at least 2 times of asking.
Certainly so. So Dignitas going through with a sweep. They have continued to be solid today. They are still undefeated at 6-0 on the day. But when we come back from a short break, we have got ourselves to qualification time. We've got some teams on 0-2. We've got some teams on 2-0. Now it is the real time to put in the performances. You don't want to miss it.
They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. able to read him until the pass is into the center, but it's missed by everyone.
Still with more boost stealing, more pressure maintaining. As soon as you take boost from somebody, that then means that you can just rotate back in. If you call your half rotate, that's the most powerful thing, a snap turn, and that's a lovely pop over the top by Atomic. The Mensa saves it central, who's there for the shot, but saved by Thera.
Yeah, there were two of them lining up for the Mensa to pick out. In the end, he didn't quite get either, but Atomic was almost able to get that dribble into the far corner. Basically, both teams taking turns to have sustained pressure at this point, which just makes for a spectacle of a game.
About 90 seconds down or so, and there's been decent opportunities for both teams thus far. Greasy going low on that shot, so Chaucer's able to get past, picks up 12 on his way, but does not have enough, so he's going to have to turn back out. Greasy opening the net, reducing the offense rather at the back by getting rid of Astral, and now he's scored back in. It seems like there's a lot more touch, there's a lot more time being taken in this game whenever there is time to be taken. But still, almost every time, whenever it goes high and quick, Magnifico win it in the air.
Yeah, both teams are defending very deep now, I think, is where all that space to dribble from is emerging. But look at that from Dimensa. You know, you talk about nerves, and he's just got an outrageous pre-jump from the first man position to try and get a redirect. They're looking to barrel down the Oxygen door as opposed to just hope for that lucky goal. And you know, whatever way this game goes, you have to respect them for that. And it could be the 1-0 lead for Magnifico, saved well by Oxygen. They're going to have to continue doing some defensive work. Mensa underneath this one. Atomic behind him needs to be careful and go forward too far. There's his touch. How is it? Has he got a finish? Oh my God, Stumpy got it.
How on earth did Atomic read this? There was the block by Astral from his own net after the bomb came out. And he's gone for the shot and then gets a double tap off it. He has read Astral like a block. He read the block that Astral has been carved from.
A goal capable of winning any series in Rocket League. The hang time that Atomic had there, you know, a snowboarder would be proud, but Astral, he's got some funky tricks in his own locker. Just using the ceiling there to get that air dribble. Oxygen just need to shake this one off and continue going the way they were going, because they were having opportunities, and Chaucer will have one here onto the ceiling. Who can read it best off it? Combination of Atomic and Dimensa is the answer. And you just get the impression, Stumpy, that Oxygen are going to be full aggression for the next few minutes, and that was almost the goal they needed.
We've seen them go full aggression at the start of the first game, and look how that went. They didn't win it. They were just being countered really effectively. But it's going to come down to Oxygen actually putting away their chances when they have those chances as well.
They will have one. There'll definitely be one big opportunity.
I imagine they'll have 10. Can they? It depends on whether they can actually do something with it. We saw them miss by half a car length before, being in these stubby little sawn-off cars.
They need a Batmobile, mate. That's what Astral needs to improve his mechanics. I'm telling you.
Astral. Final 80 seconds is going to decide this series. Will it be a 1-0? Will it go to overtime, or will it be 1 in regulation for Oxygen? Riesenmeister keeps that offense going. It's the wasting time in the back half. Dimensa does get a miss, but Atomic gets a nice carry out. Does go central, and Ferro just waits to poach any touch that comes. 60 seconds. This is where a lot of the attack is going to come in.
Dimensa just had a huge boost spawn right in front of him. He was on the far corner, and it just spawned in front of him as the play was developing for Oxygen. A massive moment there behind the scenes. Atomic's in the air. Astral's trying to be equal to it. He's not able to. Ferrer can only deflect it towards the corner. Astral second dribble it away. Bit of a lapse in communication between Greasy and Dimensa. If Oxygen do equalize, it could be that quick, but what a read from Atomic on his own goal line.
Ferrer's going to have to try and work it out of the defense with Chaucer. He does go over the top. Atomic is up early. Can Ferrer get the double tap? No, Greasy is there, equal to it. Final 20 past central to Astral. But the block comes out. Ferrer now on his own has to do something. Gets his central. Astral is up. Gets the touch. Can Ferrer go for something as Atomic clears it from the top corner?
And it goes above Chaucer as well, who was lingering, hoping to make something from it. We've had a couple of late equalizers from Oxygen. Are we going to see that again with 4 seconds left? Or can Magnifico see this one away? It's a touch from Ferrer. Has players in front of him. One of them is Astral, but his touch for once isn't perfect. It lets him down. Dimensa can try and kill it. And it's over. 3 games to 2. Magnifico.
The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an
Johnny boy.
Add it to the queue. Add it to the queue.
Single time.
Add it to the queue. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am now an unmuted LeafX. We're watching Season X, and as you see now, Johnny and Gibbs alongside me to not talk about the mute, to talk about the match. Let's just move on. Let's go to that.
Just real quick, Leaf. About 5 seconds before we were live, I was about to be like, Leaf, I want to mention this to you because it always happens with me and Johnny Boy, but I was like, it's probably too late. Like, our mics might be hot at this point, so I'm sorry, Leaf, but...
So, across the broadcast, if anybody's counting across the broadcast, I think that's 3 now. They're not all me. That's 3 now. We'll see how it's just day number 2. Just day number 2.
Who are you?
We don't need to divulge that information.
we need a leaderboard. We need a leaderboard.
Dig versus Storm. Dig versus Storm was the match we just watched, and Stormtroopers did not have the best day. Dignitas did what we expected, and they took the victory on that one pretty handily, Gibbs.
Yeah, this was a boring series, to say the least. We talk about Rocket League most exciting esport. Not every series is the most exciting, and this was definitely one of them. Dignitas, they just waited for the mistakes and capitalized, and that's simple as that. Polar, miserable series. There is no way about that. A lot of mistakes from him. Now it comes down to, for this team, they're 1-1. They're still very much alive, though. It comes down to his teammates. The teammates of Polar have to pick him up. Dead Monster and apparently Jack have to be like, dude, don't worry about it. That was against Dignitas. It really doesn't matter. Let's just bounce back and continue to play our game. So we'll see them going forward, and I'm interested to see how they do, because they can definitely be one of those teams later on down the line we see at 2-2. But for Dignitas, it was clean, and that's what we expected, John.
Yeah, this was impressive from Dig. I'm looking forward to seeing more from them, because I don't think it's going to get easier for them. This is going to be an interesting next round for them. Not the one we expected, but definitely one that is extremely exciting. And I would agree with Gibbs. It's never been a more exciting time for online Rocket League. And remember to tell all your friends, tell all of your family that there's plenty more RLCS action coming at you, not just today, but also for the rest of the year, because it's just non-stop now. And I'm loving it. I'm sure you guys watching are all loving it as well. But yeah, this is where it gets really interesting, because we're going to have a couple of teams eliminated after the next round, and also a couple of teams already advanced into next weekend's stage.
Yeah, well, let's take a closer look at the standings so far. Just what we've seen today. Lots more matches to come. We're just getting into day 2, into the Group B here. So already, I think we're starting to see some upsets. I mean, just on the last on the B stream there over on eLeague TV, we saw a result happen that we didn't quite expect, Gibbs. So Oxygen, I believe it was, had a bit of difficulty.
Yeah, we see Magnifico with Greasy. Greasy is back, Johnny, and I bet you're loving that.
Yeah.
We saw Atomic with a Game 5 beautiful goal where he's just hanging in the air, reading a bad play by Astral. That's against the European MVP. That's what clinched them in Game 5 to be 2-0 right now. So we have 3 teams from the RLCS, BDS, Dig, and Guild, and Magnifico. This is great.
Yeah, it's unreal. I mean, the return of Greasy, so many, retirements just being cancelled. I'm wondering who's next after this format has decided. They've all decided to come back, and that's another great thing about this is we get to see not just new players coming in, but we get to see old players coming back, because they can give another stab at it with so many teams. 32 teams between yesterday and today able to take part, and not just take part. Magnifico, they're here to take over apparently, as they've taken that 2-0 lead here.
Well, let's talk about them then, because our next match is going to be Magnifico versus Dignitas here, 2-0 teams for qualification now. If you win 3 in the Swiss round, you don't have to play anymore. You just get to chill out, make it to next week, and enter that 16-team Swiss bracket. So Dignitas, Magnifico, who do we think's looking stronger here? Johnny, talk to me about this match. Dignitas just come off a pretty easily fought win, I would say, whereas Magnifico had to fight for it, but they did take down again Oxygen.
You know, if Magnifico can beat Oxygen, then they can beat Dignitas. It's as simple as that for me, because Oxygen, for me, were the team who were the favorites. They were also top seeds. So the fact that Magnifico have beaten them already really shows that these guys are playing some great Rocket League. And for Dignitas, they weren't really tested. That wasn't much of a warm-up in the second round for them, because it was just all too easy against Stormtroopers. I doubt it's going to be anything like that against Magnifico.
And Gibbs, do you think anything's going to change here? Do you think like this is going to be the run? I mean, now that they get to play kind of back to back, they're still going to have the momentum. I mean, Dig kind of has that momentum too, just playing recently too. But Magnifico now coming off a win, they're still going to be on that high. Do you think that's going to be dangerous for Dignitas? And what's Dignitas's plan coming into this match?
So that's my big concern is game one. How does Dignitas counteract this team? Do they try and play safe again and then wait until they're losing to really turn it up? Or do they begin game one that way? Like, I think Dignitas, they should take this match. We see upsets all the time, but usually they don't follow up with another huge upset. So like Dignitas, a little bit of an easy schedule, but that's what happens when the top team in your group falls down. So I think Dignitas will be able to take this one.
Okay, well, let's put it on paper and get those predictions just up on screen here. Tell me some arguments here. But Johnny, you say Magnifico full on can take this. Are you thinking that that's going to happen now since they did just take down Oxygen?
I think it will. I think Lightning can strike twice, and Magnifico have got the edge going into this one because they've already beaten Oxygen today. And Dignitas, they weren't tested. This is going to be a really, really tough game one for them. And if Magnifico get rolling, they're going to be, I think, too hard to stop.
And Gibbs, who are you putting on the board definitively here?
The only thing that can defeat Dignitas here is the honeymoon phase. This team was formed 12 days ago for Magnifico, but I think Dignitas will overcome that and they will get the win.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult one, in all honesty. I mean, Johnny Boy's got a good point that if they take down Oxygen, there's a chance they can take down Dignitas. And coming off of that momentum, I mean, that's you gotta, it counts for a lot, basically. Yeah. Being able to come in with that kind of atmosphere, come off a win like that. It's so hard for me right now to pick between the two because Dignitas has the history. You know what? I'm gonna side with Johnny. I'm going with Magnifico here, and I think that momentum is going to carry through. I want to see what they do with Jorius on Dignitas a little bit more, but under pressure, this is where it's really going to tell right now. But we want to let you know, we want to hear from you guys. Let us know what you think on Twitter as well with the hashtag RLCSX. We want to hear your thoughts. Dignitas versus Magnifico. Who's going to take this one? Who will qualify for next week? We find out now over at the Skybox.
Day 2 of the European RLCS X, and we've got some returning royalty here taking the pitch. Dignitas is back, and also on the other side, back from Season 2, Greasy Meister, a former world champ, but hasn't been back on that stage in that capacity in a long time here at Chiefs. We're excited to see how he and his new team Magnifico do going up against the hotness of Rocket League Dignitas.
I agree, and I think Johnny Boy and Gibbs are right to maybe give a bit of an early edge. Johnny Boy and Leaf, to Magnifico. I think they do come out swinging. They're definitely warmed up. There's definitely a real credence that needs to be given to not being tested in the early rounds from Dignitas, but I think I stand with Gibbs. I think you got to pick Dignitas overall. I think they make the adjustments as it goes on.
Atomic Dementia and Greasy Meister representing Magnifico in the blue here up against Dignitas in the orange, a best of 5 to improve your record here on our second day of Swiss and try to qualify for that second weekend. Dementia with control. Yukio dribbling. Here's Atomic trying to take a shot blocked by Jorius. Here's Greasy to drop it down and Violent Panda gets it away. Jorius now with the extension, the long shot down the field, easily handled by Dementia.
And I am curious to see Dignitas, now that they don't have Astral, a large component of playmaking capability, and how Jorius and Yukio trying to just fix that, as I expect Violent Panda to fill the role he's always played, just wherever you need me, whenever, and potential put away guy. So I'm very much looking forward to the potential unleashing of Yukio and seeing how Jorius facilitates the offense here.
Jorius to the corner, Greasy Meister. Pick it up here on the counterattack. Jorius with a soft, slow touch, just to loft it in the midfield, and Violent Panda to follow it up now. Down the middle of the field, Atomic out to Greasy, back around, intercepted by Jorius. Here's Yukio. No solid control. Violent Panda over one, now onto the backboard, dropping straight down. No one there to take the shot, though. The ball bounces in the box. Jorius tries to push it back down once more. Dimension puts it to the corner, and Atomic will have to hit the brakes, turn around. This little 180 turn to try and regain ball control. Ball's back across midfield. No team with real meaningful scoring opportunities just yet.
And that bodes very well for Dignitas with no meaningful scoring opportunities. People thinking, and myself included, that Magnifico might be able to come out here and really put some damage onto that Dignitas defense. But overall, Dignitas has been pretty consistent here in the midfield defense and not letting anything really get through for free. So I think the fact that Dignitas might not have had the strongest opposition early on hasn't hurt them too much, but this one slips through. Even with the defender on the near post getting up for that one, it's still Atomic able to drive that one home.
Yeah, they roll this pass across the crossbar, drops just down enough for Atomic. He gets that first goal of the series. Magnifico going to take an early lead here. Well, by early, it's actually been a slow game. We're nearly here at halftime.
And Atomic looking to continue. Jorius, nice job getting up there to clear that one away. One more time into the middle, but Greasy too far. And Dignitas will have a little bit of time to get reset here.
2:22 on the clock. Violent Panda to Jorius. Mention on the interception. Greasy Meister to follow and extend the play. Yukio bounces it off the ceiling. Here's Dementia. High in the air. Some chaos in the goal line. Greasy trying to cause traffic, but Violent Panda will have none of it. Back out to midfield. Runs into the third man defense. Yukio, though, able to pick it up on the bounce. Now over 1, over 2, into the box once more, looking to just push it in himself, but not quite able to get a bumper onto it. Greasy Meister will clear it back away.
Didn't have any boost in that tank, and unfortunately for Dignitas, a lot of their drives really are just stalling out at that midfield line. I think they have a good...
That's not the touch Jorius wanted, but, you know, it was going in anyways.
Yeah, it was going in anyways. I was about to say, I think they have a good approach. However, Jorius, he actually got caught out there from Atomic. I mean, he saw Atomic's car on his screen fading left to right. He didn't think Atomic was going to be able to get all the way back around that one to drill that towards the net. He shaded out towards the sidewall, and Atomic made a good adjustment there to put that one by him.
Easy in the corner. Atomic out to Dementia. Ball stays at midfield. 2-0 lead for Magnifico here. The unlikely favorites of the Des, given the success we've seen from Dignitas in the past year. Atomic lofting it high. Dementia and Greasy double commit on this play, but they get all of it, all the way onto the backboard, and Yukio will have to play some defense. Connects with Jorius on the top corner. He'll look for the plays out to midfield. Demolition onto Dementia. Leaves some space for Atomic. Here comes Greasy out of the backfield. To Atomic onto the backboard. Actually, this shot on target, and Violent Panda will try to pass it out to Jorius, but Dementia now up on the clear. Greasy Meister trying to connect with Atomic. We'll see Dignitas now.
Just in general, Dignitas getting a lot of touches just light and straight up. They're really not putting the ball anywhere in any dangerous position for Magnifico, and that's given Magnifico a lot of time to get the second and third man stable in rotation and ready to react to whatever happens next. And it's buying extra time for maybe that first person to come through. So really looking for Dignitas to get a lot stronger touches on the ball, like Jorius right there. I mean, sure, it's a bit of an awkward play, but it's still just a weak touch, and Magnifico's just jumping all over it.
Violent Panda now back towards Yukio. Dementia will pick this up, and with 9 seconds left, a 2-goal lead. Going to be more than enough to finish it off. We'll see Atomic just keep it in the air until the ball hits 0, and that will seal the deal. Magnifico, strong plays at the start, excellent passing in the midfield, and generally keeping the ball out of their back third here. Keys to victory as they take game 1.
Yeah, so it ended up going the way that everyone thought it would be. Maybe Magnifico coming out here swinging, but I really don't think it was a product of, you know, Dignitas being slow or really just not warmed up. I think they just weren't making very good touches, and Magnifico were just absolutely ready. Atomic and Dementia doing a great job. Greasy didn't even really have to do anything. He kind of just sat around and was like, I guess I'll be wherever. He took a couple of pot shots at the net, but really Atomic got that big boomer from his own sidewall. And the second one came through as well from Dementia's 2 great setups. So I think if Dignitas starts really getting a little more force behind the ball, because they just made so many weak touches here in game 1, I think that just ultimately led to too much pressure being built up.
Well, Dignitas held to only 2 shots in this game versus the 10 of Magnifico. Magnifico definitely doing a lot of work in the midfield to keep the opportunities, the scoring opportunities away from Dignitas there. But Jorius here, the newest addition to the roster, up on top of the board, putting up 4 of their 8 saves they had to get just to keep that score margin down at 2. So we'll see how Dignitas improves as the series moves on here. If there's anything that has been a staple of who Violent Panda is as a player, it's the ability to adjust mid-series and change how you're approaching a team. So we'll move into game number 2.
Great opportunity.
Urban Central. Oh, and he gets it through him on the dunk. That's the first goal for Dignitas.
And you stay and see what they do, make the adjustment. Well, Violent Panda gets a kickoff to skip right over the player following up, and Jorius with a little fake forces Greasy Meister to show his hand, gets on the outside of the ball, and really just forces that one in there. Really nice job.
4 seconds into the game, they've already got their first goal. Didn't score at all in game number 1. This begins the run for Dignitas. Mensa back down into the midfield. Greasy Meister to the corner here, looking for one more, and Atomic to try and finish it off. Jorius gets it past both of them. Now Demensa in to put it upper 90, blocked again. Yukio gets the save.
And space for Dignitas as well.
Oh, here's Jorius onto the backboard. This one Hyatt's going to need some help, but all the rest of his team flipping away back on the defense, rotating out. That'll give Magnifico some time on offense. Jorius now high in the field, got Yukio in the middle. He's a little bit behind his teammate though, so he'll stall the play. Greasy now off the side wall from midfield, puts it onto the backboard. Atomic over the top of Violent Panda. Nice cover up from Jorius. Atomic into the midfield. Jorius takes a shot. Greasy's got the save, and Atomic has the clear transitional play. Greasy trying to fly down, see if he can finish this one off before the rest of the Dignitas defense gets into position, but not quite there. Demensa now to set it up to Atomic, back down into the midfield. Yukio up against Greasy. He's got Violent Panda in support. They send the shot onto the backboard. Is not on target. Jorius' shot, though, is. Demensa gets in the way. The counterattack thwarted by Magnifico.
2 great pushes up the field from Dignitas, but now it's Magnifico back the other way. The pop off the wall, and Jorius able to get up there and kick it out into the corner. 2 transitions back to back, and tough stands made on defense from both sides.
Atomic will just play it straight downtown. Jorius will have the clear. Vents onto the sidewall. Atomic following this one, tracking with it, now having to fall back as Yukio beat him to the ball. Greasy Meister onto the backboard. Atomic takes to the air, off the backboard once more, drops down. Greasy tries to push it in. He had such a narrow window of time to get in the air to possibly make that shot happen, and just barely misses it. As we approach halftime, Dignitas still holding on to that 1-goal lead, keeping Magnifico at 0.
Yeah, it was a beautiful setup, but Greasy too close and going too fast. Didn't have enough space to really make the adjustment and get that one inside the crossbar. Not really any fault of his own. He might have another chance here. We'll leave it for Demensa. Blasted back post and off the crossbar.
Atomic now over the top of 1. Is anyone of his team here in support? Violent Panda misses in the corner, misses twice, and now Greasy Meister try to take this one down. Lofted in the corner. Demensa back in front of the box. Jorius and then Atomic. Demensa, nice pop to loft it in front of the goal, but the rest of his team rotating around. No one ready to take advantage of it. Violent Panda now down the field, trying to extend their lead. 2:12 left to go. Atomic will get it past Jorius in the corner before being demolished. Now back the other way. Demensa the long clear off the backboard. Violent Panda will stop it in the midfield, but Demensa comes up underneath him. Now Atomic trying to loft it. Yukio, what a read. Back to midfield. Jorius now in the net. Greasy Meister and company starting to play this kind of tennis style of blocking into midfield and pushing it into enemy territory over and over again with these long touches. They were really gaining a lot of position there. Finally, the clears come through from Dignitas into no man's land, and we'll see everybody have to rotate back to their own half.
And they're gaining a lot of that possession off the back of a lot of physicality. You're seeing those long touches, and the person who goes for that is chasing after them and then just decides to go for the demo, and they end up getting 1 or 2 bumps. A couple of demos. Greasy's been especially responsible for a lot of those here in this game. You're absolutely right. Certainly contributing to Magnifico's ability to keep pressure on Dignitas. Skips off the wall, and an easy float saved by Yukio.
Demensa now onto the wall alongside Atomic. Very closely positioned on top of each other, leaving Greasy Meister alone in his corner, but a demolition on the Violent Panda will relieve pressure for a moment. Now the lofted touch from Violent up to Yukio towards the goal, blocked by Demensa and Greasy, but is it enough? It is. Violent Panda respects the position Demensa's able to find the clear now, looking for the attack down the field. 52 seconds left. There's one almost on target. Lofted up again. Is the third. Here he comes. Demensa to tie the game. Couldn't quite get it in. Atomic back into the box. Demensa once more. What a touch. Yukio will keep it away. Bumped into his goal. Greasy will try to keep the pressure on, but the rest of his team in the enemy net having to fall back. It's going to be a little bit before the shot comes here. Demensa to Greasy. Oh my goodness, so close. And now one more touch. Oh, but he misses on the wall. Atomic will try to keep this one in enemy territory, but you know they're getting low on boost and the chaos is starting to increase. Keeping track of where each other is so difficult, and now having to play defense with 19 seconds left. Violent Panda in the corner, double commit in that one. Greasy Meister up, down the field. Atomic's there, but Jorius is already in the way. Over to Violent Panda. That one was wide. Yukio there, 7 seconds left. Can Magnifico find a goal? Lofted down the field. Atomic's up. Jorius gets in the way again, though. And Greasy and Demensa double commit. That should end the game. Dignitas tie it up here, 1-0.
A tight one and a tough loss for Magnifico. I really felt like they probably deserved to win that game. I mean, Dignitas, especially at the end, I'm surprised we didn't see an equalizer come through. So many great touches from Magnifico overall, just keeping the pressure going, giving themselves one more extra chance at it. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, their most probable shot to go in ended up going off the wall, and that allowed Yukio just that split second to get up there and kick that ball off the crossbar. And then, despite how great the next couple of touches were, they weren't quite good enough to get through Dignitas. So good job hanging tough and keeping those couple of great chances out of the goal. So Dignitas, I think you got away with one.
Yeah, the sequence we see in the replay, there's just repeated defensive stops. And honestly, though, the touches for Magnifico, as they were all juicy, but they weren't like, this is when you're going to score. It was like,
exactly.
This is the classic, you got another one for me? Like, I just need one more touch from you. Like, that one you made was good. It improved the situation, but I still can't actually shoot. One more touch, maybe? Oh, wait, no, now Yukio's got it. Now it's away. And yeah, Dignitas there, the defense absolutely stands up. They improved to 7 shots in this game, so they get a little bit more offensive pressure going. And that early goal set the tone for the whole match. 14 shots we saw out of Magnifico, not a single one makes it to the back of the net.
It's good that Magnifico's still not struggling. I really thought Dignitas was going to be able to put a lot more pressure. So Johnny Boy could absolutely be right. Magnifico really might just run away with this game 3, and the pressure might get to Dignitas this time around. They only won that one based off a kickoff.
Well, we'll see how things evolve now. Tied up at a game apiece in the series. We've seen both games have been shutouts in either direction. Violent Panda now in his own corner. Keeps the ball high for himself, now out of boost. Demensa will take it away from him, lofted up. Yukio, happy to take the set. Now out of boost himself. Can he look for the flip reset? Has the threat, but Violent Panda crashes in. They go for just trying to muscle it through all the defenders. Atomic misses on the wall. Actually, probably called off by Demensa. Tries to make the shot, but the save comes through. Dignitas still holding on. Now, what a flick. Atomic to follow it up over the top. Can he double tap it down? No, he hits the back wall. Demensa clears out the goalies. Is Greasy there? No, not willing to commit all 3 players deep in enemy territory. Brilliant setups from Magnifico, but just not quite enough to score.
It's a lot of misdirection from Magnifico on the approaches. Split-second decisions. Demensa almost misses one there. Yukio back post, and Greasy able to make the save. That's a tough one.
Atomic looking to connect with Demensa. Demensa will back down. I think he probably ran out of boost. Here's Greasy Meister now. Definitely a haphazard defensive stance. Violent Panda back post just has to jump and get it away. And now off the back wall, gets it back to midfield. But Atomic, excellent interception to get it between 2 players. But what a monstrous clear. Yukio back wall to back wall. And Demensa will be able to neutralize it. Couldn't over the top of Jorius. Good touch.
Man, this midfield all series long. I mean, Magnifico is just outstanding in that midfield. They really don't let Dignitas get hardly anything through, at least uncontested, and it's a problem for him so far.
Players on the wall clearing each other out with 3 minutes left, still scoreless in game number 3. And a tie series. Momentum hanging in the balance for this game.
Love Demensa's play. He's just got such a great approach to all the challenges he's going for, and he's buying a lot of time and opportunity for success and possession for Magnifico. He's playing great.
Greasy Meister out of his own corner. Dignitas starting to gain field positioning here. Nice flick from Demensa. Greasy Meister up, now back down to the corner. Jorius, though, to wrap it. Atomic bounces it off of him twice there, but the touches from Violent Panda move the ball back to midfield, and now one player in the cherry pick for Dignitas. Yukio's going to try and get it to him. Jory's actually falling back now. Atomic will pick this one through the air. He has one player downfield trying to harass the defenders. Demensa, quick turnaround. Passing to himself twice. Greasy Meister now up, but not going to be able to get through Violent Panda. An excellent read, and Jorius to play through one. Demensa quickly turning around on him. Back into the Magnifico corner. Greasy to look to connect with Demensa. They get it on target, but the defense will be there, and Violent Panda picks this one up. Back to midfield. Yukio. Nice beat, and Violent Panda now with an excellent position and half a tank of boost to work with. Can't get the ball to disconnect from the back wall, though. Jorius and Yukio a double commit in the midfield. Lucky for them, the rest of Magnifico pretty spaced out here, but they still might be able to turn this into a scoring opportunity. Comes back down to the corner. Violent Panda and Jorius will just try to keep this one up and away from the Magnifico players.
A lot of boost deals on that Dignitas corner as well. They are strapped for boost right now. That's a great trap from Violent Panda just to try and buy extra time, and the subsequent block there. They now have a little bit of time to get their feet under them and maybe repel. That is what has just been a brutal couple of minutes. Dementia just launching bomb after bomb at them out of the midfield.
Violent Panda across to Jorius. Jorius doesn't get airborne as he sees two players from Magnifico already in position. Yukio now down, challenged immediately by Greasy Meister, gets it away from him. And Demensa lofts. Jorius alone with the ball. Actually straight back to Demensa. 1 minute remaining, scoreless in game 3. Demensa will go for a bump on the goalie. Greasy can't quite get his bumper around to take a shot. Goes for the backboard play. Now Jorius. Control off the wall. Violent Panda up in the air, looking for the pinch to put it in. No, off the ground and then off the backboard. Greasy Meister now airborne. Pogo sticking over Yukio. Now Atomic over the last one. Violent Panda the last player back, and he'll have a lot of space. Two players from the enemy team commit into the corner, but a bump on the goalie. Yukio lofted high. Greasy wasn't expecting that much of a touch, and now Atomic plays it towards Jorius. Looked for the dunk on him, but Jorius gets enough off to the side. With 23 seconds left, it's looking like golden goal here in game number 3 to take the lead and match point in the series.
Damaging here for Magnifico. They're kind of getting a little scrambly here, but Atomic might turn it all around.
He got them all. Just absolutely carries it on his hood. Past the last defender. 8 seconds left, and Magnifico's got the lead.
Nice little fake. Yukio in the one-on-one and just tries to cut it a little too early. Beautiful little double jump from Atomic to lift that one over the nose, and it's going to be a tough call here on kickoff for Dignitas.
Mensa pushes it through. 7 seconds left. Yukio pinches it off the sidewall, and it's into the enemy corner. Greasy Meister lofts. That burns so much time. Now Jorius back down. Atomic will clear it to an empty corner. Greasy should be able to trap this one down. Magnifico up 2-1 in the series, going on to match point.
Tough stuff. Like game 2 should have been Dignitas's. Game 3 should have been Magnifico's, and this time they come through it. So well done. Dignitas squeaked one out in game 2, but you got more of the same here in game 3. I mean, Magnifico, it's just a smother in the midfield. No one's really able to get a touch. They're getting their boost stolen. They didn't even really have many bumps in this game. Like, Magnifico is just straight up winning the challenges in the midfield, and Dignitas has had little success in terms of gaining possession and holding onto the ball. And that's all you need to say about this game 3.
Yeah, it was very, very close. This has been a brilliant series so far. Definitely my favorite series of the day, and that was one of the most enjoyable 0-0 games I've watched. There's so much intentionality behind all these touches. It's very clear they're looking for each other. They're trying to find these passes. It's not just a how do I use this ball right now? How do I keep it away? Where 0-0 games really stall out is when the teams are more concerned with keeping the ball away from the other team than they are with trying to actively improve their own position. They're more worried about just keep the other team from doing so, and then the ball just kind of bounces around in the midfield. Here we really saw teams putting together plans, seeing each other, trying to pass it, getting intercepted, having to move back as the other team's moving forward. And, those are the sorts of games that even when there's not goals being scored, I enjoy watching them a lot.
Oh yeah, that was an excellent game and a well-deserved win for Magnifico. But if you're Dignitas, now's the time, because I feel like the adjustments are going to come through and they're going to figure it out. So you're out of lives to have time to make those adjustments, and you need to see it right here.
They have been finding them. But Magnifico has also shown a resilience and just a sincere, searing amount of pressure. They have let in shots every single game.
And in a large margin. as well. I mean, Magnifico is unquestionably putting more shots on target. Here's one for Dignitas and off the wall and back the other way. Greasy down the middle.
Finds the opening. The demolition helped pave the way as well. That put one player up, one player off to the side. Greasy Meister recognizes, hey, free net. Let's just take that one. Free ones worth just as much as the fancy ones, and that's Magnifico with everything they need to win this series. They just got to burn 4 minutes and 28 seconds off the clock, which is a lot easier said than done.
Much easier indeed said than done. But Atomic for Demensa, Jorius, real nice touch there. And what did Dignitas have? What do you call those wavepunk worm burners?
Yeah, the worm burn infield pass here, 137 kilometers per hour. Yukio straight onto Violent Panda's hood. Not a second recorrection touch there, just laser beam to the goal. That was brilliant. Tie game.
And Dignitas have had a couple of real quick transitions, but overall, Magnifico's been getting the best of them and keeping a lot of those quick ones out of the net. That one combined a great pass with perfect placement and power on the shot. So Dignitas able to turn one around and keep it tight here.
Oh, Dignitas with an attempt. Violent Panda shot just a bit wide of the goal. That was heavily defended, but I've seen him thread the needle before. Yukio wanted a challenge, but respecting positioning from Atomic. Backed off for the corner boost instead, and now we see the siege being set up again here. We'll see Violent Panda break out from it pretty early. Jorius airborne. Rocket straight up. Demensa going to try and take it away from him. Jorius manages to hold on to control for a bit until he gets back to the ground. Now Greasy Meister, 2 touches to put it in front of the box. That was a brilliant pass that nobody was ever going to read in a million years. Now Demensa back across. The ball moving laterally here. Dignitas having to spend a lot of boost just to try and get this ball into the blue, and then they get into the blue and their tanks are dry. We see Magnifico able to push right back out, but here a little bit of an extended stay. Atomic, nice loft over the top of Jorius. Violent Panda in his own corner, try and dribble it out. Now Greasy Meister back across. We'll see Dignitas get set up on defense.
Ooh, and Atomic with a little space too. Double tap. Yukio was in trouble. Demensa didn't think Atomic was going to get that chip though. But a free ball either way for Magnifico here. And Yukio quickly to close the gap. Much needed for Dignitas.
Vents into the corner. Violent Panda just trying to keep pace with this ball. Plays it across the field to his teammate Yukio, but misses the play, as does the defender who was reading Yukio's positioning. Now Demensa still half a tank to work with as he comes down on top of Jorius. Kills it in front of him. Atomic is going to try and muscle it through. Does he have enough boost? Yukio's trying to read it. Atomic trying to get creative here. And Yukio's just enough in the way to stop it from materializing. Now Atomic onto the backboard. Demensa to try and drop the guillotine.
Imagine.
That would have been brutal.
That would have... Ooh, that's a morale crusher if that one goes in the back.
That's the why was he there?
Yeah.
Like, go away. Here comes Greasy. He's going to use all of his boost just to get one more touch on this. Tries to dunk it right in front of the goal. Jorius trapped on that post. That might actually kill a lot of his momentum, but he gets off of it pretty quickly. Now Demensa back down to Greasy. Excellent pass. Lofted back up into the air, though, and no one's going to really have much of anything to do with it. Yukio into the corner. Demensa falling back. Play it over the top of the front line offense, and now flicks it over the second line. Back to the third man. Jorius has rotated around. Now Jorius dribbles under one. Atomic up against two. Manages to get it through. It's all up to Yukio, who buys time for his team. 1:22 on the clock. Magnifico on match point here. A win in this game improves their score.
And I like Dignitas. They're definitely trying to get this ball under command, try and keep it close, force the challenges. It's a good approach, and it's something they desperately need considering the total amount of ball control they've had throughout the series. Now it's just a matter of can they execute. Beautiful pass, too far for Jorius.
55 seconds left. Winner of this match qualifies for the next weekend at 3-0. Yukio over to Jorius. 45 seconds left in a tie game. Greasy out to Atomic. Excellent pass. Violent Panda up on the read, but kind of gets Jorius on that one as well. They'll hold on to ball control and sort themselves out. Now Jorius comes in to try and trap it out of the air. Demensa into the corner. Yukio up to challenge him as Violent Panda rotates him behind. Atomic lurking in the midfield will now move in to try and take over, but doesn't get much of a bumper on it. And now Jorius off that wall back into the blue. Demensa will stop it and Greasy Meister will pop it. Down, back into the orange will go. 15 seconds left. Demensa trying to control this one softly, but Yukio back out to Violent Panda. It's going to be onto the backboard, and Greasy Meister won't actually make much of a touch. Atomic will play it off the bounce. 5 seconds left.
Ooh.
Can Dignitas do it here on the buzzer? It's up high. Demensa will play it into an enemy, into no man's land. Jorius tries to get there in time, but we will have overtime in game 4. Magnifico score. Series is over.
And I really thought Dignitas had something put together there at the end, but that double commit off of what was a beautiful shooting angle has gone to waste. Jorius will tip it in off the kickoff. Again, Violent Panda able to facilitate success. It's a flip reset, forces Atomic off, and Demensa finally one step too far behind the play, and Jorius able to beat him with the ball, and 8 seconds in, they force game 5.
Yep, the newest addition to the roster scores the overtime winner to keep themselves alive, and now both teams match point. Down to game 5 is the only one that matters. The next 5 minutes will send a team into next week or to the next weekend for Europe here. Yeah, and at 3-0 as well. All about earning those points here to try and qualify for majors. The better your results are, the more points you're going to be earning. So both these teams happy to move in there. At this point, they have to be impressed already with their performances, though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Magnifico, I'm not sure how much credence a lot of people would have given them, especially seeing a guy come out of retirement like Greasy. Obviously been around the block a long time, has a lot of experience, but you have some fairly unknown relative to the top end of the field people coming through in terms of Atomic and Demensa. Geez, I have their names in front of me and I can't think of what they are. And they perform just amazing. I mean, Atomics has had great speed. Demensa has been a challenge monster. The defense has been solid for Magnifico, and it's incredibly refreshing and just shows the advantage of a Swiss format like this, that there are teams like this out there that wouldn't normally get the opportunity to qualify throughout the rival series, or you wouldn't get to see very much of throughout the years if you didn't have a format like this for RLCS X. So Magnifico has so far been an absolute gem for me to watch.
Yeah, no, it's teams that are streaky really get an opportunity here to just rocket to the top. And hey, we're Rocket League, so, you know, works out. Math checks out here. As we get into game 5 on Champions Field, Greasy Meister's name hangs in the roster, in the rafters here from Season 2 on Flipside Tactics. You want to see his, the teammate, one of the teammates that did it with him there, go check out twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. Watch Marky Duda now commentating. Jorius here, trying to play some defense. Atomic's got other ideas all by himself, working that one deep into the box. Yukio to get it away. Demensa couldn't get through Yukio. Atomic over the top of one. Can he get it around a second? He's out of boost now and has to fall back. So far, it's been Demensa and Atomic doing all the offensive work here. Greasy Meister happy to lurk in the midfield. Now lofts it for Atomic. Intercepted by Violent Panda. Here comes Greasy for the shot. Ooh. Oh, what a save from Yukio. And a block from Jorius on the follow-up. The defense from Dignitas holding on strong, but they're still under pressure. Finally, getting some bumps onto Demensa. And what a dunk there in the midfield. Now into the blue. Yukio, can he capitalize on this? Greasy Meister's just playing hot potato, popping the ball in the air over and over again. And we won't see Dignitas after that wonderful stand really get much of a chance here. Jorius finally trying to push through too. No. This ball actually dangerous now, but there's no one there to take the shot. They needed to crash the box.
Violent Panda didn't think that they were all just going to flop off the back wall right there and just have the ball lazily roll across the goal. And he's like, well, okay, I guess if that's what happened. So unfortunate there for Dignitas. A bit of a miscue and misplay on defense, and Jorius a beautiful lift onto the offensive third.
Oh, and he might get a shot here. Yukio gets blocked right at the goal line off the post. Atomic now back down up against Violent Panda. Went for the pre-jump. Violent Panda knew what was happening there and just keeps it on the ground. Now Demensa trying to play it around Jorius. Greasy Meister back in the midfield. Atomic will have this one for free, but only for a moment. He's got to make his decisions quickly here, and Violent Panda will take it away from him before he can make a second touch. Violent Panda to the corner. Greasy Meister rotates back into goal, leaving space for his teammate Atomic. Atomic not able to touch it. Yukio getting around him. Now Joreous behind Violent Panda. Now here we go for Magnifico on to offense. Dementia, can he drop it down to Atomic? There's through 2. Joreous is going to be the last man standing. He does not panic though. He keeps his wits about him, gets that ball back to midfield. Excellently needed buying of time for Dignitas.
Dignitas, absolutely. Oh, and that's not my favorite play from Violent Panda. Still turns it into a good pass, and one more. Atomic well and ready for that one.
They have the Magnifico defense on their back wheels. Violent Panda, though, can't get through Greasy Meister. Yukio now to 1, now to 2 on the goal. Atomic blocks it. He's got Dementia in this corner with him. They'll have crowded this presence, but Violent Panda able to use the high corner to bounce it back across the box. Yukio will try to keep this pressure on with 1:57 left to go. It's still scoreless. Does he get the goalie? No, he tried. Greasy Meister makes the save. Back into the middle. And here comes Dignitas once more. Oh, nice Atomic! What a play onto his back wall. If you can't stop them from taking the shot, just take the shot yourself and make it suck.
Game 5 has absolutely become a defensive showcase for both teams. The bump, and still Violent Panda evades it and makes the save. Yukio's made big saves. Violent Panda's made big saves. Greasy and Atomic have made big saves. Man, this Game 5 is the defensive show.
Just counterattack on counterattack, some across the ground, some across the air. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. Yukio makes another save. Greasy Meister up. And they're going to keep this pressure on for just a moment longer. For just a second, Violent Panda maybe gets this one past Dimension. They'll have a moment to breathe. 1:04. These guys still no goals, but you wouldn't know it by how intense this action's been. Final minute. Dementia back to the wall. Joreous. Try and trap it. Dementia holds onto it once more and gets it past Yukio. Violent Panda now just slowly working this ball more and more over while his team advances forward, but Dementia an excellent touch to breach into the back of the orange. There's Dementia once more, just trying to now work that exact same magic on the other end, trying to slowly give space to Magnifico. 30 seconds remaining, and at this point, next goal qualifies for the next weekend. 3-0.
So interesting how Dignitas, this is really the first game where I felt like they've spent a decent chunk of the game on offense, and even still Magnifico out shooting them with relative ease.
9 seconds left. Overtime gleaming on the horizon. Violent Panda keeps it on the wall. There's Greasy Meister demolished. The clock will expire. Joreous has got it dangerous, but they get up in time. Atomic will put it back into the no man's land. Violent Panda is not going to get there. Overtime, Game 5. Winner goes to the next weekend. Improves in the standings to 3-0.
And it will be a well-deserved win for whoever comes out on top. But I got to be honest, I'm changing my tune a little bit. I'm favoring Magnifico. I think they're playing too well.
Violent Panda down. I think you also underestimate the power of Dignitas in overtimes. Yukio past 1. Atomic to the hopper corner. They get 2 out of it. Violent Panda, there's a block. 2 players. They combine their powers and keep their net clean. Joreous not going to be able to get past the momentum of Dementia, but Yukio will get it back to midfield. Greasy Meister to the corner. Violent Panda set up in net. The pinch goes from one to the other. And now Yukio trying to advance down, but he doesn't have any boost. Can't keep up with the ball. Dementia off the ceiling, trying to finish the game in style. Now Atomic. Can he bait in one? No, it's Joreous to take it away.
He was trying to put that one in the top left corner, and they would have been completely unsavable. And Dignitas are fortunate that he did not just drill that in there, but here's a chance for Violent Panda. Slow shot, Dementia, weak touch, and Joreous can't finish.
He gets 2 saves and a clear. Dementia making a statement here in Game 5. The first minute of overtime comes and goes. Magnifico still as hot as ever. Violent Panda, though, pass 1. Greasy Meister flicks it backwards. Yukio puts it back over the box, and here goes Joreous, but Greasy Meister gets there first. Plays it off of Joreous and back into the orange. Dignitas working for it, trying as hard as they can to win this game. Keep on running into the defense of Magnifico.
And big takeaway there from Greasy Meister. Setting up Dementia one more time and skips down into the Dignitas corner, and everything will settle down for just a moment. Violent Panda needs a tip.
Over
nice
1.
Touch.
Over 2. That's the game. Joreous gets it past the last man. They cheated up maybe farther than most teams would in an overtime here.
He hesitated.
Oh, just a split second.
He
Just
didn't
a
think.
split.
You hate to see it.
So close, but Dignitas. I'm telling you, man, you play it, there is something different about Game 5 overtime in the RLCS, and there's few players who have done it as many times as Violent Panda has. His team here able to keep their wits about them and finish it off the way they have been year after year here. But things are not over for Magnifico. They'll change their standings, go to 2-1 at this point, and now they will be looking to get a second game. They have a few more opportunities here. They basically have to lose 2 more straight to not make it to the next weekend. Magnifico looking excellent today.
Wave, we tend to have a lot of really fun overtimes whenever we cast Dignitas games, so that was another one, and I think you're absolutely right. Maybe I did underestimate them a little bit. A little bit sad to see Magnifico come up with a loss there, but Demensa kind of hesitated in the midfield, and Jorius absolutely made him pay for it. So you're right, Dignitas will qualify as expected, and I'm looking forward to the next Magnifico game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like you said, whoever won this game, well qualified to make it to the next weekend. And I think that Magnifico is also still definitely one of those teams. So unless they have an absolute collapse here, we should see them later on. But folks, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the next match of this round. Stick around. You're watching RLCS X.
To the
wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of frozen in my dream. I can't escape the thoughts of you if I try to leave. When I'm with you, I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold.
In a terrifying finish, Dignitas do make their way to next week over Magnifico, but boy, was it close. Welcome back. You're watching the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me, of course, is Gibbs and now Shogun to join us on the desk to talk about that match. Shogun, both Johnny and I had Magnifico there. Of course, again, Gibbs was right with Dignitas. But who were you going with into that one? Do you think did you think Magnifico would keep it that close, or were you surprised, or did you expect that?
Okay, so I'll admit on this one that this was one of the rare times where I didn't actually put anyone down as who I was expecting to. There was just a lot of Rocket League going all right, Leaf. There was
fair, okay.
A very interesting matchup on the feature as well. I was very much engrossed on that side. But I think above anything else, I think both teams would be somewhat happy with their results. Magnifico wouldn't have been coming in expecting to beat Dignitas, but they got a good showing out of it. Dignitas, a lot of questions about what level we are going to see from them in this opening few stages of RLCS X. I think both are going to be coming out of this saying, yeah, you know what, we'll take that.
And this brought a tear to my eye. Like game 5, just on both sides, the defense coming out, huge stops on both sides. Such a low scoring series. 5 games, 4 goals each for these teams. So obviously it was a battle to get anything in the back of net, but Joreous, 2 overtime winners back to back. There's something about Dig when we have question marks about a player or a new player coming in. It used to be Yukio who would always get those overtime winners for the team. Now Joreous with 2 for himself here to clinch it for game 5 for his first showing on the RLCS stage. That's a great start for him.
And just a shout out to the other stream as well, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. We saw BDS also qualify their spot to next week into the top 16 Swiss. So we'll see them, of course, next Saturday. But just to keep it on Dignitas and their victory right now, we're going to bring in the coach, Verge, to talk about that. Congratulations on the win. I got to ask off the bat, man, how scared were you in that overtime?
Thanks, Leaf. Okay, it's hard to express how like stressful it can be watching. Like, there's nothing that I can do in the moment. So like, especially like, I communicate things that I think will work, like, you know, quickly in between goals or like in between games and stuff. But when they're under that kind of pressure, I can't talk. I can't give them any information because they're so focused. I don't want to get in the way. But the defense on both sides, it was incredible. And I think that we were just a little bit more clutch than them. And it made me skip a heartbeat a few times.
No kidding.
So there's one thing that we saw this week from Dignitas, and it was not on the offensive side. A really good defensive showing. Will you be trying to work on the offensive side of things going into weekend number 2?
So we're definitely focusing on our defense because that's kind of always historically with the roster we had last season and the season before. It's been an issue of ours, consistency on defense. So we've put a lot of focus into defense recently. Our offense, I feel like, is pretty threatening in scrims and stuff. It's always really difficult to perform that on the day. But as far as offense goes, I think that we're really scary on offense. We always have been and we always will be. I think it's just going to come down to consistently showing that we are in both offense and defense.
And I'll tell you what, you've definitely done well on that defensive side today. 0.82 goals conceded per game so far. You're the only team currently sat under 1 goal conceded on the day. But I really want to focus in, as I'm sure many people would like to, about Joreuz. You just recently added him. This is not your first time that you've decided to bring a prodigy in and try and mold him into the 3 scene, but he's definitely coming in a little bit less proven and tested than Astral was when he was originally brought in. What is it about his gameplay when you first got him to now that you've been focused on improving and making sure that he's integrated into your roster?
So I think last season and the season before, when I came on and they had just picked up Astral, I think we proved not only to viewers and fans, but we proved to ourselves that our system works and we can develop into a team that can compete with the best in the world consistently. So I think for this pickup, we were more so just looking for somebody who had the mechanics. If we could find somebody who has the mechanics and has the ability to do whatever they want with the ball, we can teach them and mold them into the play style that we know works with our methods, our practicing, our training. You know, I've got these guys working harder than, you know, I'm confident I've got these guys working harder than any other team. And there's just, you know, we approach the game and we approach improvement in a very different way. So we were just looking for somebody with mechanics. Joreuz being one of the top ones players in the world, you have to have incredible mechanics to do well in ones. And his game sense is getting there. He's improving a lot, but it's once we picked him up and we saw the amount of improvement he made in a short amount of time, I think that we were all really confident that we can, you know, make a long-term team out of this.
And just looking forward a bit to next week now that you guys have qualified, the teams that already qualified from yesterday and even today, besides like Renault and Barca, are there any other teams that you think could really be an obstacle for you guys, or do you have your eyes set on very few specific teams?
It's definitely difficult with the new format, having so many teams involved, because there's so many new play styles that we have to deal with. Top Blokes have been looking really good lately. I think that they're a really scary team for us to go up against other than Barca and Vitality. Those are two very obvious ones. But I feel like a lot of people don't see Top Blokes as good of a team as they could be and as good as they are sometimes. So they're definitely one team we're looking out for, but truly every team that we run into, we're very, very focused on playing our best because we know that's what it's going to take to win against every team.
Well, Verge, good luck going against those teams in your matches there. And hopefully your stress levels have dropped now. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
And there's Verge, coach at Dignitas. Again, I think something they talked to there. We talked about this a bit in pre-show, Gibbs, about having that confidence in Violent Panda to be able to lead a team. It's also the coach and the rest of the team behind them as well. But it seems like they have confidence in what they have there. They know how to take new talent and they know how to develop them. So hearing that, are you a little more, I know you're always on Dignitas' side, but are you extra confident now in what they can do with Joreuz?
Like, I think that just shows the confidence in their system, right? Like, you know that you can mold them to a team player. So just pick up whoever's so good mechanically, and then we'll figure all the other stuff out with everyone, with the entire org will help that player out. You can't do that if the player does not have mechanics. They have to learn that on their own. So this is a great idea by them. And I think this team will get better and better as the months goes on. And who knows, maybe we'll see them at Worlds. Maybe they hoist that trophy.
Well, we will see them next week as, again, they've made it to stage 2 of this first regional, heading into the 16-team Swiss. Dignitas and BDS, the first 2 teams from today, but we have to find out some more. So let's talk about our next match. Is Giants versus Oxygen is going to be our next one. Neither one of these teams are in a qualification spot right now. They still need 2 more wins each, as they're both sitting 1-1. But Oxygen having a bit of a questionable start for us, Shogun. It seems like Oxygen's should have already been in a spot to be in a qualifying spot right now. And I'm just wondering if you think they're going to have those problems solved going against the Giants, because this isn't going to be an easy match.
Listen, if anything has been proven to us this weekend, it's that we can say this team should be getting through, and it doesn't necessarily mean all that much. It doesn't mean anywhere near what it used to. Team Liquid proving that yesterday. Oxygen will not want to be the Sunday Team Liquid. So they've got to make sure they improve it. I honestly feel like they're taking on a stronger team coming into this tournament in Giants Gaming. So they've got to be switched on for this.
Gibbs on the side of Giants here. I mean, that we just talked about. This is not going to be an easy team to take down. Steak Talks, Amway. What are these boys going to bring to the field that's going to make Oxygen think about what they're doing?
It's going to be tough, right? It comes down to how Oxygen is playing right now on the day. And I think like these guys know they've beaten like all the top teams already. So this is just a tough draw, really, for both sides. Like Oxygen and Giants are 2 of the top 8 teams in this group that are supposed to make it far. So I think, honestly, this is a coin flip, and whoever loses this, they now have 2 losses. They have to win 2 straight at this point. It's going to be very difficult group.
All right. Well, before we get into it, as the match is ready, we're just going to throw some quick predictions up there. Let's make it quick so we can watch some more Rocket League. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you. Giants or Oxygen?
I'm going Oxygen. They were the number 1 in this group for a reason. They had 1 bad series. I think they can bounce back. I'll take them.
Oxygen for Gibbs. And how about you, Shogun?
I'll go with Oxygen as well. I think they didn't necessarily lose it too badly to Magnifico. It's just Magnifico on another level today. And if there was a day they were going to lose to them, it was this one. Oxygen should be able to bounce back.
Yeah, this is a hard one. At the end of the day, Giants have full capability to take down Oxygen, as Oxygen, again, didn't have the best start. Do we think that's going to continue on? It seems like no across the board. I wanted to pick Giants just to go against you guys, but I'm going to have to be with you guys. Oxygen is going to be my team as well. I just have to have the faith a little bit longer. If they continue to prove that they're having troubles, then we start to question it. But right now, Oxygen coming in again as that top team is going to have to be our pick for this. So Oxygen as well for myself. So we're going to get your opinions on Twitter, because we need to know if you agree with the desk here. Is it Oxygen or Giants for you? Use the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports. We always love to hear your thoughts on how hype you are about Season X. But now we're going to get into this match. Giants versus Oxygen over in the Skybox.
Here it comes, our group favorites. Oxygen going to be taking on Giants, and Achieves. It's been so much fun. It's been so like, I feel a sense of pride, even though I have nothing to do with this situation occurring. But like Farah, over the years, from season 3 of this, who is this guy? Where did he come from? Where did they find him? To being a team captain, being like, that was a fluke last season on the leftovers. There's no way he creates this success again. To now being the team captain, the expected team captain of the number 1, the hottest seed in the region coming into our event.
He has really blossomed nicely throughout his time in the RLCS and at the top level of Rocket League competitive play, and he's certainly turned himself into a staple. And frankly, I've been impressed with his play fairly recently as well. He's just been leveling up season after season, and I'm excited to see what he brings here in Season 10. But I think Shogun is absolutely right. In terms of, you got to pick Oxygen here. If there was any day you were going to lose to Magnifico, it was today, considering what we just saw. They looked like a fantastic team. So Steak, Samway, and Tox, you got your work cut out for you. And as Gibbs said, they're number 1 in the in this group for a reason. So let's see what Astrofera and Shawset can do.
They try to start us off early here. The Giants going to try and play upset. We've seen a few upsets so far this weekend. It's definitely happened. But Oxygen here, after picking up Astral here, going to complete another one of our fully French rosters as the country continues to dominate the scene in Europe. Astral's looking to pass over here to Farah. Steak now in the corner. Gonna set up Tox. Zamway up. onto the backboard, and it'll be taken away by Chaussette. Up against Tox, neutralized. Stake will try to challenge Astral, and we'll stay pretty neutral here in the midfield for the first minute or so.
Loving the ball control here from the Vodafone Giants, though. Definitely trying to take good care of it, and if they realize they don't have any real centering opportunity, they do try and take that ball back into the midfield and just go for the back pass and hang on to possession. And that's the good move as far as I'm concerned when you're looking down the barrel of Chaussette or Astral.
Astral with his own goal. Back into the corner. So far we've seen Giants with most of the possession this game. Astral looks for Farah. Tries to connect back with Chaussette. 3 players, 3 touches just to get the ball back to midfield, and now here come the Giants again. It's Farah. The attempt. Astral, lots of space given there. Samway over to Stake. Back off the wall is the 3rd player. There they are. Tox was able to finish this one off the ball. Over to the wall, draws all the defenders to the side, and just paves an open goal.
And they finally draw him out. Just Stake straight through, and the double commit out of the goal. Chaussette and Farah both dive at it to try and push it up the pitch, and takes a nasty skip right back into the middle, and no time to recover. And Oxygen struggling to find a good clear. And they finally break down after about 2.5 minutes.
Giants now. The lead in game number 1, best of 5. And again, not in a qualification match. Teams at 1-1. This one
A lot of
back
relief
down.
pressure, though, with the win here.
Definitely give you some breathing room there. A few chances at match point. Cross halftime, Tox. The edge, Astral taking his time alongside Farah back in front of the box. Chaussette make an attempt. Well, Zamway looking to back pass. Stake tries to turn this one around. Zamway will continue to fall back. All 3 players on the back wall there, the Giants, but they get an absolute heck of a clear. And it won't matter. Now Astral will take it to the air over Tox. Can Chaussette pick up this work? He can over the top of Zamway.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he just bites a little bit too hard and doesn't even get a mouthful. That'll be a tie game.
Yeah, nothing too much to say here. Chaussette just wins the challenge, and Stake, he only had about 20, 30 boost. He didn't have too much, but that shot was a lot quicker if you looked at it from his perspective off that backboard. So maybe just, you're absolutely right. Bit off more than he could chew there and couldn't quite finish the job.
Astral will try and go to the air again. This time Tox does get in the way. Fair now. High on the wall here. Mocking all the viewers with his titanium white deco punks. He got him. Ooh. Why can't you? There's Stake now up. Saw set to the edge. Now back in the midfield. Astral to try and take the infield pass shot. It's off the backboard, and Tox gets a nice big piece of it. Zamway will get it back to midfield. A tie game here approaching the final minute. Giants trying to get that lead back.
Oh, and that's a great challenge from Astral, but Samway loved the speed to get up there and buy that extra time. Chaussette trying to look for a little help, and actually, Vodafone Giants get a little bit of free time. Chaussette peeled off the ball. I thought they were going to start to get boxed in right there when they weren't able to find that clear.
Stake to the edge. Traps it. Gets a pass 1. Gets a flick past the 2nd. Can he do it to the 3rd? No. Loses too much control, and Chaussette will go for the trade. Now Farah back into the midfield. Astral has to fall back. Stake's too close to the ball. 40 seconds left. Stake with a miss. Tox back down into the corner. A demolition onto Farah will open up an opportunity here, but Samway and Astral both miss, and Farah off the respawn now to connect with Astral. Tries to get it nice and soft into the corner. Tox a little bit caught on that vertices, but he'll have a lot of space. Gets to carry this one all the way back down. Chaussette puts it into the ground. 18 seconds left, right in front of the oxygen box. Astral now back down. Looking for their silver goal here. See if they can find a buzzer beater to win it. Avoid overtime. 5 seconds left. Here it's up. Samway up for the final shot. Maybe Farah out. Chaussette with the backflip deflection, and Stake will push it into the ground. Overtime in game number 1.
Not the prettiest game 1 for me. My thoughts on Oxygen. I was really expecting them to have a lot more ball control, and Astral trying to get it going, but Tox just shoves them off the ball. And I suppose if they're making plays like that all game, you can't really blame Oxygen for not being able to hang on to it.
Playing a very physical game. Astral actually a mistake though, gave him a lot of space. Farah puts it into the corner. Tox will find a clear, and Samway now extends it down the field. Looked for the setup. No contact again. Stake now onto the back wall. Shall set away. Underneath 2. Tox shoots from midfield. Astral blocks. Shawset with the pass back over. Farah will move in on it. Nobody really up for the shot, though. Astral tries, but being crowded. And here comes Stake. That's a decent shot. Shawset makes the block. Tox demolishes the midfield. Will relieve some pressure, but it's in. Oh, they hit it off the post. How does that second shot hit the post? I don't understand.
Oh, well, honestly, I think Samway was playing the block. I don't think he was expecting to just have a clean shot. Even if they did both go for boost, like he thought that someone was maybe going to chip it. And so he kind of overcorrected and just went a little too far and just banged it off the post. I mean, that was a freebie. He's going to be kicking himself.
That was the end of the game. He's got to keep himself out of his own head so they can still finish this off. Not throw from game number 1. Stake with a shot. Tox with the pass back down. Intercepted by Shawset before they could end the game. Stake now to take another one. Just a bit wide. Astral gets up for the block. This one might just bounce in. It does. The dunk off the ground. And we will see the Giants take game number 1. They should be able to shake off the nerves of that missed win.
Ooh, Astral, you really can't fault him for trying to go for that double tap off the backboard right there. It was a little bit too far away from him, but he had so little boost in the tank. And so really his only option was just try and get the lift up into the midfield. And if you don't reach it, you don't reach it. Because if you let that one bounce, I mean, who knows where that next shot's going to come at you. And with as little boost as he had, it's his only choice. And unfortunately, Astral comes up empty, and Tox able to drill 2 into the back of the net and take the win for the Vodafone Giants.
They sure do. The Giants there, 10 shots to only 4 from Oxygen Esports. I felt like Oxygen had maybe cleaner play overall, but they just so rarely were actually trying to really take advantage of that. I feel like they were getting shut down in the midfield so much, and despite the general lack of quality in Vodafone's shots, there was so many opportunities where I feel like they had sloppy touches or just straight up missed the ball, or like this is a decent place to take a shot and just would bean it off the back wall or something. But you can't fault them for the trying. They definitely had a just wealth of opportunities there, and that wealth of opportunities ultimately gives them a win.
It kind of felt like a little bit of the remix of the series we just had, you know, with Dignitas and Magnifico, right? I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to the Vodafone Giants. I mean, that midfield defense was pretty stingy. It was tough for Oxygen to really bring the ball down, ever find a good clear that was completely uncontested, or at least just gain overall pressure. So that seems to be, you know, Magnifico, Vodafone Giants. Either we give the underdogs a lot of midfield faith that they will make the challenges, and they do, or they're just really good. And I'm not sure which one it is yet. So we'll see if the Giants bring that back for game 2 and the rest of the series, because Magnifico overall, I mean, they were tight in the midfield, and if the Giants are able to keep Astral and Shawset off the ball, you're going to have a heck of a lot easier time beating them.
Game 1 to the Giants. Oxygen will be looking to bounce back, being held to just 1 goal and 4 shots. Shawset long way down the field. Gave the ball to Tox, a demolition on the Stake. We'll see the Giants still hold on to possession there. Nearly a very tight 0-degree shot from the corner, but still wide of the goal. Tox pushes it into the box here, and now Astral will try to pick this one up, but Shawset gets bumped into Astral, so they lose control. And now Zamway giving the ball to Stake. And it just hangs in the air for a moment, stalling things out. Both teams opting to just throw the ball to the other end rather than really move with control. Farah will try to give this one softly. Shawset takes the shot from the midfield, gets 2 players out of it. That's just Tox on the goal line. This one a kind of soft change-up, and they get the deflection upwards back to their corner. Astral, a lot of boost to work with, though. Gets the flip reset over the top of 1. Now here comes Shawset, beaten by Tox. That's a nice, long, clean clear. The Giants will be able to breathe.
Oh, that was actually a real good idea from Tox. If he did that on accident, then fine, but initially looked like he was just trying to get out in front of that one so he could land on the wall and then tip it back into the middle. And love seeing creativity in Samway. Slows it down, and Farah will just close the gap on him.
Astral and Shawset both on the back wall. Farah, though, enemy territory. Up against Tox, not going to be able to reach the ball in time. Samway, past 1. Stake will push it to the corner. Astral with a miss, though, and Stake now on the crossbar. And Samway's not going to quite. He just wasn't ready for that bounce. And Astral just keeps it on the ground. Zamway overthinking things, but it goes in from Tox from the midfield, and that's the Giants with the lead.
I mean, Farah got away with one at first because he wasn't expecting Astral to miss the ball, and then the ball got floated over his head to the back post, and it bounced off the corner, and it went back into the middle. Farah had a second chance at it, but then Astral loses the challenge, and the exact same thing happens. And this time, it goes over his head into the goal. That's just brutal.
Unfortunate pinch. Gives the Giants the early lead again, and they might be able to extend on it here, but Astral gets back in time. Steak will try to find a shot from the corner. Now Zamway. Pass one, shoots him, blocked by Farah. Now Farah over the top. Tox all the way back down into the orange. Steak will look to gain control here. Shawset over the top of him. Astral off that wall. Onto the backboard, no one there to take a shot, and Farah getting harassed by Steak in the midfield. Shawset now. Into the air. Zamway, nice pop over one, and then here comes the pickup, but no, Steak demolished. That just opens up everything. Farah's gonna get it in. The demolitions mean there's no defenders to stop it.
Real nice job, and the boost steal completely prevents Steak from having any opportunity to even make it back to that midfield line before getting demoed. So the double demo absolutely doing the work, and Farah again, perfect when uncontested.
It was, and I think Tox might have been the third player left standing who wasn't demolished. He was very close behind.
Yeah,
he was very close behind his two teammates, so it's possible that even without the demos, that one was just a little bit too wide open. But tie game here. And Oxygen not quite able to win it in overtime in game number one. That's a nice shot back post. Farah gets absolutely bumped into no man's land to the back of his goal. That's 2-1 on Giants.
No chance. Astral just gets beat. Samway, great presence of mind, knows there's someone in there. And goodbye, Farah. No chance. Beautiful follow through from Giants there.
1:57 on the clock. Giants took game number one and now poised to take game number two. Can they hold on? Shaw set to the goal. Oh, this is just in. Beautiful arc just to drop straight in. Tie game.
Well, you take that. I mean, Samway just makes the clear, and Shaw set. Beautiful read. Steak did not think that was going to be towards the goal. He was expecting either the pass down into the middle to Astral, or either perhaps try an air dribble, and he was trying to get up and get ready to jump and close the gap, but Shawset just floated one over his head, caught him off guard.
1:43 on the clock. It's anyone's ball game. They're demolished from the midfield. Tox back down, trying to get it out of his own half. Needs Steak's help to push it into the blue corner. Samway to the edge. Here's Shawset. Can he find this himself off his back corner panel? An excellent shot, but Steak makes the save. Now back down. Astral and Shawset will work out of their own half. Tox, counter touch, looks for a second one, not quite able to find it, and now out of boost on the back wall. This corner gone, he's gonna have to flip out of here as Steak tries to move in to take over. Tox finds the midfield boost, is able to half rotate, keep the pressure on. 1 minute remaining, it's in the box, but cleared by Shawset, and now here comes Zamway. Rough area to get a solid hit on. There's over one. Astral uses all of his boosts, just getting it in the air, tries to fake like he's got more. Steak doesn't believe him. Now Shawset, 42 seconds left, off the ceiling, he's got the reset. Tox.
Wow.
Gets a nice block high in the air, and now looking for the dribble plays. Gets a pass one. Zamway comes in to take over. Astral gets the block and holds on to ball control to get it away from his box. Tries to dribble Steak, who pops it high. Tox now in. Where is Zamway? Going through the air, trying to find it. Tox tries to give it back up to him, but not quite able to connect on what would have been an absurd passing play. Now Astral through two. Zamway on that back line. Pick it up by himself as Tox rotates into goal. He loses control high in the air. Now Tox up against Astral. Astral gets it past him. Steak's able to beat one. 10 seconds remaining. Overtime looking likely a second game in a row. As Shaw sets into the goal. Samway makes the save at the last moment. 3 seconds left. Astral keeps it alive. Back in front of the goal. Last shot attempt. Farah. Couldn't quite get it underneath the crossbar. Steak earns himself a savior as we go to overtime.
And the Vodafone Giants were definitely regretting the fact that they missed one clear. A lot of chances for Dignitas. Shaw set again in the midfield through Tox. It's a race back the other way, and Samway will make it. And a close call is coming, and they continue into overtime, but Oxygen will have to look elsewhere.
Steak lofts this one on the flick. Two players going for the same boost, very tangled up on top of each other. Astral is out of boost. Won't be able to immediately punish. Here comes Farah. Off the back wall, Tox, nice flick past one. He's got a lineman in front of him. Samway's going for it. Tox gets the flick and he finishes it off. What a play. Giants take 2 games in a row.
This is the power of the pressure. All it takes was beating one person, and Astral forced to hit the brakes, couldn't get in Tox's face. And he knows as soon as Astral is forced to hit the brakes and let that player go by, he knows he's not going to have the speed from Tox's perspective to jump up and block that flick. So perfectly executed transition from the Vodafone Giants to take game 2. And Oxygen scratching their heads a little bit because they are getting outplayed.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a just absolutely brilliant goal. There was so much pressure from Oxygen. They managed to dodge that pressure, get a pass downfield, recognize the positioning they have. What is the ultimate play right here? And execute it excellently there. Tox's flick high enough to get over the player, and then there to finish it off himself, just to make sure it didn't bounce off the crossbar and back out. And man, Oxygen in this game finally getting the shooting going, putting up 12 shots after being held to just 4 in the last game, but still not able to finish it off there in overtime. That's 2 overtimes in a row now the Giants have won. And we were talking earlier about Oxygen, like, oh, well, they lost to Magnifico. Well, everyone's losing to Magnifico, right? You know, so did the Giants. The Giants played Magnifico earlier and managed to take a game off them.
Yep.
And I feel like that's the warm-up game of all warm-up games. We've got a great series here at Chiefs.
And what's really unfortunate for that game from Oxygen as well is that Farah was put in so many tough spots defensively in that game. One through no fault of his own, and then the other one just very similar to that overtime. You're forced into a bad spot on transition with a demo coming at you. So Oxygen aren't even really playing a bad game. It's just Vodafone are seizing the opportunities that are presented to them and they're executing. So when the plays like those are presented to you and they're nailing the execution, it's tough to win a game no matter who you are or who you're playing against for that matter.
Well, as we move into game 3, Oxygen yet to find a win despite having tied it up multiple times.
That's a goal.
Rarely having the lead. Astral, what a shot there. The defense is like, wait, where's it coming from? That's Oxygen with the lead.
Yeah, I just saw Farah bomb that one. As soon as Tox was thinking about going up the sidewall there, I was like, nah, you've just given Astral way too much time. And indeed, Astral delivers a strike into the top right. Beautiful shot.
4:25. Oxygen with an early one here. Oh, but they're going to give it up on the other side.
No.
Feels backflip, I think, in the corner here. Tie game.
So Shaw said it is pushed his way. He's thinking of, oh yeah, he realized he overdid it. He didn't make the proper read, and so he just backflipped to try and get to the ground. It was going to go over his head. A misread comes back to bite Oxygen right after you score a banger of a goal. Oh,
man, it's been the theme of the weekend. The easy ones are worth the same as the stylish ones. Astral's like, look at this amazing goal. And they're like, yeah, but look at this mistake you made. Tie game. What your move?
A cutting response.
Yeah. Shaw set in net. We'll have to get to this one in time, and he will get it past one. But here comes Steak on the follow-up, and his shot is just a bit wide. Fair getting bumped out of net. Does manage to get a bump around to the ball, but here comes Tox. Astral trapped, and they'll manage. No, it's off the post again. A very difficult shot to get it just around the post. Defender maybe even still relevant in that play.
Ooh.
But tie game, my goodness.
Farah with a great adjustment there. Steak having to play a dribble in reverse. And the support from the Vodafone Giants behind their players that know they're in bad spots has been so good. And that pressure continuing to build. There's Tox again to Samway, and they're able to sneak through and pick one off.
Fair off the wall. Here comes Shawstep looking to take the lead. Back up for 90. Beautiful placement. Give him too much time. And that'll be the lead for Oxygen.
Well, they knew Steak was trying to force the challenge. Tox knows he has to wait. Samway knows they have to wait. The defense is actually positioned perfectly for that shot. I mean, they know Shawstep is an uncontested shot here. They know this one's coming at the goal, and they both give themselves the opportunity to dive across wherever he puts it. But Shawstep just nailed that one.
114 kilometers per hour. And you've just got to think so fast. You can be positioned correctly, but you still have to be able to react.
It doesn't matter if it's perfect.
Yeah. 3:07 on the clock. Oxygen have the lead back. Can they hold on to it this time? Because it's slipped away every previous moment in this series. Shawstad will get out of there. Steak and Samway work together up the field. Farah now trying to hold the dunk position behind this ball so the Tox wouldn't be able to get it out. But now Chaussette very much in trouble. Farah's going to get back in the goal. Now Tox. High in the corner. Astral manages to dodge him and stop the ball from crossing the box. And here comes the follow-up shot. 2 defenders off their hood in. It's a tie game.
Oh, just a sad show. I mean, Chaussette knows he's beat, circles back around, doesn't circle back far enough because he doesn't want to bump his teammate. And to top it off and make it another sad day, his teammate had the save.
Chaussette just trying to do maybe a little bit too much there. Didn't quite get his bumper rotated back around. He's pointed towards his goal, so his touch goes into the goal. Now Astral off the wall. Samway back and quick counterattack from Chaussette. There's some anger in that hit there. Chaussette is frustrated. Astral sends it high. Samway back down. Now Farah holding his ground. Chaussette now trying to flip down Samway. Trying to put pressure on Astral, but already there. Lots of time to get to that ball by himself. Tox will pinch this one off the ceiling. Samway to the corner. 1:49 on the clock. Tie game again. Overtime the first 2 games. We might be going there a 3rd time, but still 1:40 left for one of these teams to find it in regulation.
And Astral trying to get creative, but I mean, he's really working the get under the ball, go for the flip resets, go for the stalls, make it look like you have boost when you don't. He's really trying to fake out those Giants defenders, and they've hung with him through and through.
Oh. Astral trying to get away. Stake hounded him across the net, across the field. Places you wouldn't expect to be getting bumped. Stake up. Astral just sends the shot, and Tox can't quite reach it. Off the side wall, Astral sees the opening and gets the lead.
And Astral's had enough. He understands perfectly that that ball is going to roll right back up the wall, and Tox, he's not exactly in the world's best position, but to be fair, he still has a pretty good chance to cover a lot of the goal, and that's twice now in this game where perfect shooting from Oxygen has scored a goal.
101. Oxygen again with the lead. They've given it up on 2 mistakes. Both the goals from the Giants, more or less unearned. Can they play cleanly for the rest of this game? Astral through 1. Tox on the back. Looking for Samway maybe on the edge. Samway's going to be beaten by Farah. Stake will trap it again. They're having to play defense into their own corner. Giants being a bit smothered in this final minute.
Poor approach here from Astral.
The second touch will make things a little confusing, but Chaussette down to the backboard, and Samway just add a little bit of pace to the ball. Farah lurking in enemy territory. Here comes Chaussette over the top. Defense so far forward. They're
nice
trying
catch.
to play aggressive. Samway gains excellent control here, but can he hold on to it? Gets a bump on Astral now off the wall. He's all out of boost. He's going to need his teammates as the final countdown begins. Farah now into the corner. Tox back up to him. Farah's got him red. Can he get one more? Sure can. Into the box. Ball on the ground. No, it gets just off the ground as the clock expires. They'll get one last opportunity. They keep it alive there a bit. So Oxygen finally take a win in the series. We'll go to game 4.
Heart stopper of a win, either way you look at it. They definitely had to work a lot harder than they would have liked. Plenty of pressure coming through from Vodafone Giants. What is that? 10 shots total for them. So a ton of pressure. And as you said, you pointed out in the middle of the game, you know, they're willing to follow people all the way up the pitch, bump them out of position, force them to react to the aggression that they throw at them. And unfortunately for Vodafone, sometimes you get absolute laser beams put at you in the goal and you can't do anything about them. And that's what got Oxygen through this game.
Yeah, 2 absolute lasers, one from Chaussette and one from Astral there, ultimately giving them the win. But yeah, it was a style we saw kind of really established by the Pittsburgh Knights in Season 8. This always on the rotation out from making a setup, looking for the bump, making sure you're just it's a simple thing to do, but it's extremely effective. So it's a simple spell, but quite unbreakable, as a doctor once told me. Oxygen here getting the win in game 3. Now moving on to game 4, they are faced with the task of reverse sweeping here if they want to finally get this win. But I know Farah and reverse sweeps go way back. They're old friends.
Yeah, that's
you know.
It's definitely no stranger. of the territory for anybody over on that Oxygen side of things. So we'll see what they can do here in Game 4. You're really looking for more ball control, but you're curious to see if the Vodafone Giants continue to have such great success in the challenge game and the overall map pressure game.
Game 4. Moved on to Manfield Night. Astral. Past 1. Past 2 now. Tox with a bit of space. Will use it. Go for that first early touch. And now takes a shot. Farah getting that one away back to the edge. Steak patiently waits out the challenge and gets it into the box. Chaussette now with space.
Wow.
Oh, the drop to Farah takes the shot, but it's wide. Now Zamway. The attempt. Tox into the air. Tox the lone Octane on the pitch as Farah takes a shot, and here comes Chaussette with a follow-up. Pushing that one back through. Chaussette, player that established the Fennec in the professional meta. You can see 5 of them now. Here of the 6 cars.
And he's trying to use it to great effect. In fact, all of the players on Oxygen are really trying to take everything about as fast as they possibly can, it feels like, no matter the touch. I think their plan is to just try and smash the ball, chase it up as quick as possible, and just see if they can just outpace them.
Well, in their defense, so far it's been working. Here comes Astral. Samway takes it away from him over the top of 1, getting crowded by 3 players now into the box. Here comes a shot from Tox, but blocked by Farah. Straight up, and Chaussette will try to extend it as Steak challenged that shot. There really wasn't much of a play there, and it commits so much of their team's resources on offense, but they've managed to keep the ball in the box. Steak now hounding out Chaussette. Tox will try to set it up for Samway. Here he comes with the shot, but no, flips back down.
Oh, so
and he gets called off maybe by Steak, bounces off the wall twice, and now the counterattack. Here comes Oxygen. A wonderful challenge from Astral. Farah up, but Steak got there first. Gets it back to midfield. Will neutralize the counterattack.
And now you're just really getting into just who can hit the ball harder and follow it closer. Steak forcing a challenge in the air. Samway, tough read. This is going to be a delicate setup, and Astral will take it away.
2:43, approaching halftime. Neither team on the board. Astral. Aloft. Tox has it red and catches it now over the top of 1. Chaussette the next in line. Gets challenged. Astral. Pop it up high and carry it all the way down the field. Where's Samway? So immediate 1 second touch neutralizes all of that work. Chaussette and Farah right on top of each other. Farah gets demolished. Actually probably works out in Oxygen's favor here. As Astral gets beat in the midfield. Now Chaussette falls back, punts it from his own half.
Return fire.
And he's got the counter punts. Back and forth. It's Farah.
Oh my gosh. They just go for it.
They're just straight up challenging them anywhere that they feel like, yeah, come on, let's just go for it. What are they going to do?
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Vodafone Giants just throw everything regardless. And it's working.
Oh, the nice infield pass, but blocked 2 players right there in front. But at this point, that double commit kind of works. It sends both players immediately and aggressively onto offense. And Astral up against Steak. Off the wall, Farah. Back over the top of 1. 1:25 on the clock. Clock continues to tick away here. Neither team managing to get into the back. Yeah, it does kind of feel like Giants' strat is like, dude, you know how hard it is to hit the ball when there's another car directly in front of you?
Yeah.
Let's just make sure that happens every time.
It's like they try and just hit it, and then they go and try and mix it up. Sometimes they'll hit the brakes, but the approach is always the same. Chaussette trying to jam one through Steak. But Vodafone Giants, I mean, they're coming at them regardless of what they do. Slow down, fakes, shimmy shake left and right, fake air dribble. You know, it doesn't matter. They're just like, put the ball towards us, and we'll put a car in your face. And they make contact every time. They're reading the game just brilliantly.
They're shutting down any sort of finesse that Oxygen is trying to bring into this match. 34 seconds left. Neither team managing to get it through. That shot from Chaussette, the last really good one we've seen. Heroes of the Decent play to get 2 defenders out of it. Can they possibly find a follow-up? It's back into the corner. Farah will get it back out in front. Samway actually gets it through too, but Astral manages to stop it on the goal line. Steak now trying to win the series. Giants again on match point, trying to improve to 2-1. Astral will stop this one. Astral versus Steak. A lot of space on both sides, but kind of different types of space.
Oh, and Shotset has to use pretty much all of his boost here on that ball just because he jumped at it from a dead stop.
Talks with the attempt, but no. We'll get neutralized, and we go to a third overtime. Oxygen yet to win an overtime in the series, and they've got to win this one if they want to see Game 5.
To nobody's surprise, and it's probably going to take another perfect shot from Oxygen to come out with a win, considering how well the Giants are just challenging everything, it feels like.
Oh, Astral over 2. 3 players bite, but Stake manages to stay with the ball. And now shot set to Astral. The pass play was good. The shot just wide of the net. The defender was already set up for it. Now shot set up against Samoy. Pitches off the wall. Dangerous again. Stake gets in front of it. Here's Farah trying to pass, but misses. Samway and Tox will collapse on this ball. Astral just trying to buy time. Now Shawset in a rough situation. Gets beat. Now Astral trying to see if he can maybe connect back with Farah. No, he just chooses to keep it on himself. He's got just enough boost, but then gets called off by Farah now towards the goal. Tox gets in the way. Stake to stay with this one. Now Shawset, half a tank, chooses to leave the ball. Let it hang. Farah now up. Beats Tox. Stake with a stop. Astral gonna neutralize Samway, but Stake right on top of him. What a read both ways. Both teams improvising on the spot.
The Giants absolutely winning the boost game as well. It's proving very difficult for Oxygen to have anything other than just stall time. Stake denied by Farah.
They completely neutralized Astral. He had no momentum and no boost at the highest point in the map. They nearly found the goal there. Shot gets blocked by the defense. And no, Astral! Oh, it's tragic, tragic way to lose.
Tox chipped him. He gets the flip here, and he gives him a little nick and pushes him outside. Oh my goodness, Tox, that's sick.
What a spectacular own goal. Yeah, you know Tox is like calculated.
It's like you could do that a dozen times and probably never get that one to go just right.
Read the win, put the ball up here, judge his trajectory, just touch him on his back wheel so he spins back around, hits it in. Yes, all a part of the plan.
Planned.
As Giants play upset to Oxygen. It has not been a good day for Oxygen Esports here, now at 1-2 and 1 game away from not qualifying here on our first split.
Brutal stuff for Oxygen. A loss to Magnifico, playing on another level, and solid midfield defense. And it gets worse because the next game you play, it feels like the exact same things happen, where you just run into an absolute monster in the midfield between Tox and Samway and Stake. I mean, all of them just fantastic challenges and a very well-deserved win here for the Vodafone Giants.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I loved the Giants. Definitely at the very beginning of the series, they were missing lots of touches that I would never expect to see a team of this caliber, a team playing at this level, missing. But they cleaned that up as the series went on. It was very impressive how they actually improved going up against a team this strong. And hey, 3 overtimes, 3 wins. You win overtimes in RLCS, you've got a career ahead of you. I'm excited to see what happens with the Giants moving forward. But chat, that does it for this round. We're going to be at round 3 set up and going. Stick around. You're watching RLCS X.
dancing in their line, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their line, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never ride. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never ride. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. To escape. Will change your mood. And when you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away.
that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
Walking on the moon.
When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
taste your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never been.
Tragedy for Oxygen, but sweet victory for the Giants as they win in a devastating final goal there for Oxygen. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs and Jorby. This is Season X. We're into Group B, partway through the day, but lots more to go. But we're going to look over that last match there. Jorby, how much did your heart break at the end there?
Well, that entire game, I was just on the edge of my seat. It was going real fast, back and forth. I'm like, ooh, you're going to break out an opportunity. Okay, overtime. This will be fun. No. Unfortunate own goal, but this team, Vodafone Giants, regardless of how it ended, they brought the heat to Oxygen, and they look solid right now.
Yeah, man, Tox with some great 50-50s or dunks, whatever you want to call them, to score a few wide open nets. And they look good, but on the other side for Oxygen, unacceptable. We see Shaw said at times that there was a kickoff in game 4 right after they take a lead. He completely misreads the ball, does a Fields backflip. They give up a free goal there. Then Astral, the European MVP, own goals to end the series. That is not what you want to see from the top team of this group right now. And Oxygen, they are now 1-2. They have to win both. And their last match, like if they do get there, is going to be versus a tough opponent. So this Oxygen squad has to figure this out now.
Yeah, I'm just worried that we're seeing flashes again of Team Liquid from yesterday, where it's a team that is expected to make it through and they all of a sudden fall apart. The question, I'm just going to ask you, Jorby, real quick, is do you think this is a sign of the rest of the scene getting better, or is this just a bit of complacency from those top teams and they're not performing to the level that they should be?
No, I mean, a little bit of column A and maybe column C. I don't know if Oxygen aren't putting in the work, but I do think that this team still relies on a Chaussette to pop off on the day, and he's proven to be a streaky player. I really think that this tournament format moving forward will be beneficial for a player like Chaussette. Right now, it really feels like it's a struggle, at least in the first regional.
Well, let's just take a look at the standings again, just to get you caught up to date with what that match meant. It meant that, well, no one else is qualified there, as Dignitas and Team BDS, the only teams through so far. But now we have a lot more of those qualification matches coming up with the Giants Guild, then Endpoint, Magnifico, Stormtroopers all sitting at 2-1. They're 1 game away. The other teams down below are not out yet, but their journey is going to be a little bit longer. They'll be having to head to round 5 if they want to make it through, Gibbs.
Yeah. Big win for Stormtroopers, though. They were 1-1. That was after Polar, had a miserable series. And guess what? They bounced back. And this team was supposed to be what, like the 10th seed or 11th seed for this group. And now they have a chance to win right now and move on. So this is great for them. But again, like, no one wants to play Oxygen right now. Like, I get it. They don't look that good right now. But if you get that draw, everyone's like, I would much prefer a team like Nameseekers than Oxygen. So we'll see how that all plays out.
Well, we're going to find out in the future. Right now, we're going to move into our next match. It's going to be Endpoint versus Stormtroopers. We have Stormtroopers again. We saw them perform a little bit earlier today. That had them as a bit of my underdog there. And they're doing all right. I mean, they're in a qualification spot right now. One of these teams is moving on. The question is it going to be Endpoint or Stormtroopers? I think the money generally would be more in favor in Endpoint with this, unless you disagree, Jorby. Or do you think this is going to be a fairly close match?
When I was here earlier today, Stormtroopers were getting ready to play Dignitas. I thought Stormtroopers would have a more competitive performance against them. Dignitas obviously proving to be a little too strong for them, but I still believe in the Stormtroopers team. Endpoint is a team that they could definitely wrap their heads around more so than Dignitas. This is a new up-and-coming team. They've posted some solid results in the offseason. I do not think you can count them out yet based on their performance against a team that went 3-0 today and moved on to stage 2.
And Gibbs, do you feel like Endpoint's going to be able to pull it together and follow through here today, or is really find their footing here? I know they got shut down earlier in their play style. Is Stormtroopers going to be enough, or are we going to have Stormtroopers going to the round 5 there?
This is a very interesting matchup because both teams we saw on stream lose, but they bounced back off stream. Now they're back on stream. We'll see how it goes. Polar, though, for their last series for Stormtroopers, they got a 3-0, put in 1 goal per game, 1.33 on his playmaking ability. So he looked good, and that is a very good sign. That's the only thing I wanted out of this team, was to make sure Polar has a good series before coming back on stream. He did. Now he has time to be a redemption story on stream. I'm liking Stormtroopers right now.
Okay, so let's put that on paper then, Gibbs. Are you going to solidify that as a prediction?
I'm going with them. Apparently, Jack Dead Monster, those two guys are feared by everyone. And if Polar's playing well, I think they can take it.
I definitely think they're going to play with more confidence against Endpoint, but they can't sleep on these guys, especially when you have Virtuoso on this team. We've talked about him a ton today. Relating Wave is a perfect complement to him. If Virtuoso can find consistent demos and don't have to play against a team that's constantly up on the back wall where it's real difficult to try to demo you, I think Stormtroopers are definitely going to have their work cut out for them. I expect a 5-game set.
And how's it gonna finish though? I need the word. I need the word, man.
Stormtroopers at 5. I believe in Dead Monster.
Okay.
Dead Monster and Jack.
Well, I'm gonna seem like a wimp here. I'm going with the easy out. I got it. I picked them before. I got them to remain consistent here. I think Endpoint's gonna take this one. Again, I think they just got shut down earlier in that their series earlier against Scrub and them. They just had a really good. I think counter to what Endpoint was doing. I don't know if a team like Stormtroopers, especially not having Gregan behind them, is going to be able to be that aware of what they need to do against Endpoint. And I feel like Endpoint's strat should work. They should have some more of that physical play. We did see them with the team play as well if they need to resort to that, but I think their main strat is probably going to follow through here. So I got Endpoint in this one, but I want to know what you guys think online as well. I see in chat, but I want to hear you from Twitter as well, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. Let us know if you think it's going to be Endpoint or Stormtroopers that qualifies for next week. We're going to go over to the commentary in the skybox right now.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And yes, we do have ourselves another qualifying match here. And both teams that we've already seen earlier on today on this stream, Stormtroopers having a horrific time trying to find any sort of goal-scoring opportunities up against Dignitas, and Endpoint also struggling with a very game-set Guild Esports. So, James, looking at what other teams we've got here, where are you sort of going? There was a little bit more for Stormtroopers, actually, than I was expecting.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to buy a couple more moments for me while I join the game, all right?
How much do I want to throw you onto the bus on this one?
You know, that's all right. I'm joining right now. So
okay, well, you threw yourself under it. Good on you.
Under control. No, things are great. Things are wonderful.
Right.
I'm big on Endpoint right now.
James is just worried these days because he's joined so many games that he's just like, all right, if I don't actually join the lobby, then I can't join the game. And honestly, it's the smartest play I've ever seen you go for. But maybe give me a hand here, okay?
All right,
I'm sure many people at home don't quite want the solo cast. But I think this is an interesting one indeed. We have had a lot of time to speculate on Endpoint. I think they had a very solid offseason, even better than most people were expecting. So that just sort of shows to you out there at home, you know, who might not be necessarily aware of who these players are on Stormtroopers, that they're getting picks from our desk against a team that has been as good as they have been during the offseason at Endpoint.
Well, this is the season of upsets, or well, I wouldn't even say that. It is the weekend of upsets. It's the weekend of upsets. It's a completely new format. And players on the bubble have been waiting for their chance. They have been waiting for this moment. There's a lot of very talented Rocket League players out there, but that barrier to entry was a lot higher before. Now, there's nothing separating these teams. Endpoint, team with names that we're familiar with, but apparently, Jack, even in that Fusion tournament, as we've been talking about, he is nobody to scoff at. And this one could be a very close series. The desk giving proper respect to the Stormtroopers.
That's Naris. Most experienced player we have here on this roster and across the entirety of the lobby. But apparently, Jack, he doesn't care anything for your experience. Launches a shot. And Relating Wave had to be game to make sure he was that one. Almost a double commit. Dead Monster has to make sure he spots the play. We'll keep it out.
He called out Metanaris' experience. Being an E-League champion back on Weedem Girls before they got picked up by Team Envy, I believe it was, after they won that. And Metanaris, he's even been to the finals in the RLCS World Championship, so he is an excellent player, a lot of history.
You get the feeling that this is one of his best opportunities to start returning to that upper area, because it was 2 seasons in a row, finalist and top 3 over in London.
And it was TSM, I believe. But sorry about that, Shogun. It was TSM.
Was always foiled, though, by the Dignitas roster. But this one, and with a team like Virtuoso, who has been on point all day, it's going to be his best chance in a long time to start getting back to those grand finals.
Virtuoso getting his hands dirty, going for that bump. Didn't get the demo, but he gets the bump. That's enough to clear out the goal line.
1-0. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Stormtroopers respond here. Yes, Gibbs was saying that they had a better performance, especially from Polar, but that was an off-stream game. maybe it's the case of being on the stream that could put them back a little bit. I think they'll just want to get on the board as quickly as possible, really settle down. Wave doesn't want to let that happen though. Polar, good clear. Would have liked Dead Monster to be on the far side. That is something that can be difficult to get the confidence to do as well, especially against a team like Endpoint. You need to be confident to leave someone in midfield as a passing option off the backboard. Relating Wave is going to leave it for Metza, and that was a good shout.
Very good defense from Metzenaris, and that's one of his best attributes, I feel. Metzenaris fits in so well on any team, but defensively, always in the right spot at the right time, getting those key touches. He's doing that here early for Endpoint, and things are looking good out of the gate for him.
Metzenaris has always typically been a cheat code for many teams that have picked him up. You know, if you've got two players that work really well together and you don't really want to spend the time figuring out how a three-man rotation is going to work if you add someone else in, you give Metzer a call. He'll cover everything that you have currently not.
And he, you know, you think back to his history, Shogun, back on Team Method before they became Complexity, they were always placing better than anyone expected them to, always having some extra little piece of magic, and I attribute so much of that to Metzenaris as a player. Even when he went over to Weedem Girls, when they won E-League, eventually getting picked up by TSM, he's had these moments in his career where you think he's down and out, and he comes right back and makes plays and gets wins with two teams, almost getting a goal there.
Okay, Dead Monster. Apparently you have ice in your veins. Just saw it come towards him and just went, yeah, I'm good. I'm right in the position I need to be. I'm just going to sit here and it'll land on me. But it's one of those things of all those time in the dribble challenges. You start to figure out exactly how to kill the ball, even when it is launched at you at power. Given this role that we have just discussed about Metzenaris, it is now all eyes on Virtuoso and Relating Wave. They will be enabled to their utmost degree to do what they want to do. Now they've got to perform it. Good save and even better cleanup. Relating Wave spotted it quickly and came to help out Virtuoso. Still 1-0.
Those are the ones when you're playing on your couch where you start leaning and you almost fall off. That was very close. Virtuoso, I didn't even think he had a chance at saving that ball and then getting the assistance from Relating Wave. Relating Wave, I love his patience in the corner and on the goal line. Relating Wave always having great vision, knowing what he can get away with. And that time, he was saving the day after that brilliant save from Virtuoso.
Quick reminder that whoever does lose this one is not out of the tournament just yet. We have still got one more round. However, they would be at 2 wins, 2 losses, meaning that they go into a round of gameplay where it is win and you go through or lose and you go home. And this is a double tap opportunity. Wow. Good touch from Metza. And that backboard has been a no-fly zone currently because Metzenaris has covered it both times they've tried to attack it on Stormtrooper's side.
And a bump from Virtuoso again. Wasn't able to steal the boost. Final seconds.
Cleared by Metza. That is horrid for Dead Monster, especially with Metza still following him. And he is in no rush to make this any easier. Apparently Jack will be tasked with keeping this play going, but there's no way he can do that. Endpoint takes the 1-0 victory. And if that one sounds familiar to you, it's because Stormtroopers, that might be the scoreline that they hate the most.
Endpoint getting a clean win. Virtuoso, the one goal that that happened in this game was from a Virtuoso play, I believe, or a bump on the keeper. And then Metzenaris, that last play from him was so important. That save coming towards his own net, that was such a tough save for him to make, and he was able to get it. So all around, a great win for Endpoint, exactly what you expect from him.
And I think I'm gonna have to just go straight back to the same analysis I had on Stormtroopers earlier on. They're being too clean. It's like they've got players with certain skill sets, but they've looked at how every other team and says, okay, well, we have to play like that. No, you've got things that you do really well. And they don't, for my tastes, James, seem to be leaning into it. They're actually going away from their strengths.
And you're right. You just have to lean into it. I think give Jack some space, let him flick, try to dodge those demos, get Endpoint to overcommit, send somebody up, take some risks. We didn't really see that many risks come out from Stormtroopers. So we'll see if they change things up in this second game. But Endpoint, only one goal that they were able to score, very low scoring. So I wonder even for Endpoint what they'll bring to the table this game.
I think they'll watch what we saw earlier on and realize that one goal has been enough more often than not. Jack decides to take it. Didn't want to give it to Polar instead. Used him as a passing option. Who's going to be first? It's Dead Monster. Oh. And he spotted that. I think he spotted the Relating Wave was a little bit far in front of him. Realized his two teammates weren't back yet. So although it looks like a weak shot from Relating Wave, I actually feel like that was the correct decision.
Sometimes you just have to hit the space, fill that space, try to keep possession. Virtuoso getting a demo even on the defensive end, and we saw Polar was going in for the bump or going in for a demo by him all on his own. So even if he were to open that net wide open, Virtuoso completely stopping that attack, looking for demos on every point on the field.
Launched again, Relating Wave is going to lead Endpoint to their first offense of the game so far. Metza wants to make it worthwhile, but off the post. Keeper and the rest of it covered, and now Relating Wave is all by himself all the way back. Dead Monster trying to make him sure it was going to be a little bit more of a difficult time. Ended up taking too much time to really set up, and that gave Metza plenty of opportunities to really move in. Virtuoso is the target for the pass. Wasn't direct enough. This has been better so far from Stormtroopers. Look like they are at least going even in the midfield, if not have a slight advantage with territory gained, although they need to avoid staying still. Dead Monster had a moment there where he just stopped, and it was that split second that Virtuoso came crashing into him.
And that goal was left vulnerable for a moment. Had Metzenaris put a stronger shot on net, then he might have been able to score. And now the table's turning. Despite Stormtroopers having a majority of the possession early on, we see Endpoint starting to get a crack at the net.
Oh, bump on apparently Jack. He's got the ceiling reset. Thank you very much for the extra power, he says, as Dead Monster moves in. And Metza, once again, is the stopper, but he's not going to get anywhere near this one. Beautiful infield pass, and it is levered into the net.
And that's what you want to see, the passing option. Apparently, Jack could have gone for backboard, maybe gone for a shot himself. No, he scopes out Polar coming across the center of the field. That is what you want to do. Such a difficult play to defend. And now they've got the lead.
Dead Monster and apparently Jack would have gained a lot of fans during the offseason. And they'll be happy just to see them on the board now. It means that we're not going to have to keep bringing comparisons back up to their earlier series against Dignitas. Now they can work on out from here. Virtuoso already up against apparently Jack. And the main difficulty so far for Stormtroopers hasn't even necessarily been their style of play in this game. It's just Metzenaris has been a real foil for them. The good news for Stormtroopers is that Metza can only save once. They can get him out of the play. They've had much better success. Infield pass. Here is Metza's shot. A little bit too close, but a great pre-jump from Polar. We'll keep it out.
Polar reading the car language of Metzenaris, seeing where that shot was going to come in, got up so quickly. Metzenaris had a lot of power on that, but Polar was in the perfect spot. Great defense from him. We were just giving Metza kudos for his defensive stops. Polar getting a big one there.
Popped up. That's not a great ball from apparently Jack. He'll be happy to see that nobody from Endpoint really took it. Him, Polar, and Dead Monster both jumping. Need to try and keep it clean now. One goal up, 2 minutes left. Relating Wave would like to see that go away. Huge stop. Polar has to try and get close. And Virtuoso wrong foots him. And Dead Monster will clean up the pieces. Relating Wave keeps the pressure on. Pass over to Virtuoso. Great save from apparently Jack. And Dead Monster will take his time. Get all of your players back into position. Take a deep breath and hold on, because you've got a minute and a half before you take your first game.
And I'm sure many people are scratching their head right there, wondering how on earth that Stormtroopers have managed to get a 2-goal lead after that whole exchange. And apparently Jack, coming off the ceiling, just leaves it for Polar. Polar knocks that one in. Unreal. I thought we were going to have a tie game.
That was one of those ones where you kind of hope the replays can go back like another 30 seconds or so, because there was a lot going on that led to that one going in. It was smart from Virtuoso. You know, he saw that player was definitely going to have the save, tried to slow it down, play it behind them, but you have to really gauge how much power you're going to get on it, and just didn't quite work. His Metza has the infield option, will take it, and another huge stop. Stormtroopers are on fire at the moment, and they will make it 3.
And this is a result of filling those shooting lanes. They are reading Endpoint like a book. Over and over again, predicting where the shot's going to come in, getting there early, filling the lane. Endpoint, too predictable. They shoot it right where Stormtroopers are waiting. And things just crumble.
As much as I was praising Metza earlier on for his defensive play, I'm going to sort of criticize what we've seen from him offensively so far, because you were saying they were very readable. It's a case of if you see Metza coming in, you know he's never going to hook shot it. He can take that angle where it looks like either hook shot or infield pass. And when it comes to Metza, it's almost a 100% going to be the infill pass. I think he's got to be a little bit more selfish. Make it that tiny bit more difficult for his opponents to take a look at and say, okay, this is the play.
And sometimes you can go for that fake on the goal line or the changeup. I think we did see it on the play where the ball was completely whiffed, but Endpoint. Oh man, and another one here. This is ugly. Stormtroopers have Endpoint's number, Shogun. This is a beating.
So hat trick for Polar, 2 goals for apparently Jack. I think they got 41 seconds to try and get one onto Dead Monster. This game is over and done. For Endpoint, this has just been truly horrid. It was even for a long, long time, but as soon as that first goal went in, they have truly crumbled. That midfield has been non-existent. Metz is going to get himself a goal. Really worth too much anymore as they just try and figure out what happened in game 2.
An odd touch there from Polar off the kickoff, a kickoff goal for Endpoint. So at least they get on the board. That might help morale going into the next game, but Stormtroopers this game have been all over Endpoint. Every single shot that Endpoint took, even on their plays where they set it up wonderfully, the lanes getting filled so quickly by Stormtroopers who seem to have that boost advantage, the positioning advantage, and sometimes they're playing so fast to catch up for when they are out of position, and it's working out for them because Endpoint is doing the predictable shot.
And this can get even more scary as well because we're seeing so often third man, still in a position where they're trying to track back so they can't come immediately in to keep that pressure going. Are they getting themselves a second goal? No, not quite. Stormtroopers taking game 2, 5 goals to 1. But for me right now, James, even if it's not an instant counterattack, let's say they get apparently Jacob, Dead Monster in a dead ball situation, just one-on-one against an Endpoint defender. You don't really have money on the Endpoint defender in that situation.
Not necessarily. And Endpoint has struggled a few times defensively in this matchup, but apparently, Jack, he's shown us what he's capable of. 100% goal participation. Him and Polar, the entirety of the offense. Polar getting a hat trick. Apparently, Jack getting the Playmaker award. And just taking a look at the highlights from this match, you were seeing how well on the goal line, on defense, that the Stormtroopers were playing. Dead Monster rather, getting that dribble out on the goal line. This was so one-sided, Shogun.
Certainly was, and game 3 will do an awful lot to tell us how exactly the rest of this series is going to play out. Good news for Endpoint is that it's very rare that we see these sort of matches replicated. It looked like they went, 3-0 down and just sort of gave up on it. So it's difficult to really gauge too much in those last 2 minutes what we were really getting. But they will look for a much better start here, as suddenly they are the team that have got the questions being asked of them. And Stormtroopers make up for a lack of goals earlier on. 5 in 5 minutes, you'll take that.
Kind of reminds me of the old school flip side where you'd see them get a Brazil in a series and still lose it. Polar almost reading that one off the crossbar. A scary start for Endpoint. And you see this happen quite a bit in Rocket League, Shogun, where you have a team that just says this game is over. Scratch it. It gets out of hand. Things get ugly. And then they just get focused in the next game and in the series. So this one will be a telling game, I feel, for Endpoint, who still hasn't, at times and in tournaments, hasn't really impressed me with their offensive output, but continue to make plays and get scrappy wins.
Certainly not. Polar doesn't really have too many options going with him, so he's just going to try and buy a bit of time. Ends up launching it too long, and apparently Jack barely making it. Infield pass over to Relating Wave, and just pinging it between one another.
And you had mentioned how Metsunaris, 9 times out of 10, will go for the infield pass. What are you going to do there? You saw the early challenge. It wasn't bad timing on that challenge, but Metsunaris getting it over to Relating Wave in a well-placed shot. And that was impressive offense coming out from Endpoint.
Immediately able to take the momentum shift. Metza over the top. Virtuoso double tap opportunity. Can't do it. It's the same thing that we saw at the end of the last game as well. They did go for the double tap, and they couldn't quite hit it there either, as Virtuoso will keep the pressure on. Metza decides to launch at net. Stormtroopers doing a decent job defensively of just sort of slingshotting their defenders to go for blocks.
That's what I was a little worried about for Stormtroopers, because if Endpoint starts getting a little more bold and goes for some fakes, they might see those defenders fly right by him because they are committing hard and committing early.
Oh, Dead Monster, he's got to go quick, and he's managed to nail it. 1-1. And not for the first time, Endpoint have not got players back on the rotation.
Virtuoso slow on getting back, trying to get boosted at the midfield. He was expecting Metza to get more of a slowdown on that ball, but Metza wasn't able to get any kind of stop going near the midfield, and a quick counterattack for Dead Monster, and we're even.
Dead Monster, ceiling shot available, decides to hold on to the flip, and now apparently Jack can be all by himself. Chose to play it early, and I think that decision was made by seeing the name Virtuoso in front of him. Certainly cannot blame him for that. Mensa's still on 0 boost as well. 5 boost from Relating Wave. This is all on Virtuoso. He's on 0. Awful situation for Endpoint to currently be in, but maybe that touch from Virtuoso will help them out. Pass over to Dead Monster. It wasn't great. And Relating Wave will keep it out. Virtuoso now using what little boost he has to try and give his team a little bit of breathing room, and Endpoint seem like they've survived. Apparently Jack tries to keep it going. I think the chance has now eluded them. Relating Wave over to Metza. Couldn't make contact.
But Endpoint, they hold on. I was worried, Shogun, for Endpoint, seeing how they were all on 12 boosts or less for a good portion of that defensive stand. You're just waiting for Stormtroopers to attack the high backboard. There's nothing you could do in that situation, but Endpoint hold on. And now we're seeing them try to get some offense going. A good infield pass. Metza's shot's going to be wide. Now on the other end.
One of those situations where we as commentators know more than they do in terms of what the situation is. A huge bump from apparently Jack on Virtuoso. Relating Wave quick to recover and quick to help out, and he's going to take it the whole way. Beautiful defensive play. Even better on the offense. Relating Wave making massive moves.
And he picked up that boost in the corner. Dead Monster, he was completely shook on this play. Was not expecting that double tap from Relating Wave off the ground, and we've been seeing more of those ground double tap shots come out in these high-level tournaments, and that one was done beautifully by Relating Wave.
Virtuoso and the rest of Endpoint have managed to turn this game around. Themselves back up by 1. Polar. And as far as Metza,
double commit.
But Dead Monster will be able to buy so much time. Tried to get a block. He did manage it. The only reason for that is not even to try and get any offensive pressure, but just to reset after the double commit. Tends to mitigate that quite a bit, although Relating Wave and Virtuoso have crashed into one another. Virtuoso quick enough to recover to help out Metza to avoid a 2v1. Launches the midfield again. Dead Monster's shot will not trouble Relating Wave. Even worse, the shot not powerful enough to prevent Relating Wave from even fully controlling it. Metza to Virtuoso. This has happened a few times now as Polar able to recover in time, but has he passed it over to his opponents? Dead Monster will make sure it stays out. There's a couple of times now that we've seen Stormtroopers not clear properly as Virtuoso makes life a little bit more difficult for himself. Let's clean up though.
Side flipping there, Shogun. That was a scary moment, one that makes you think that they're in trouble, and they still are. That backward pass could have been damaging for Endpoint as Stormtroopers are taking some big swings in this final minute.
Definitely feels like the sort of game where more chance have been created than we should really be seeing for the amount of goals that we've actually seen scored. Polar has got apparently Jack. He's put it behind him though. Jack might have pulled himself too far forward. Metza wants to go back to Virtuoso. Virtuoso on 0 boost. Cannot help him out with that. It's too fast for Relating Wave to go on the backboard. Ends up being left for the shot. Not powerful enough. Here comes Polar. Double save being used. Stormtroopers kept out. And Endpoint clinging on for the time being. One more throw here for Dead Monster and the rest of Stormtroopers. Polar to apparently Jack off the backboard, and Metza is already there. He's going to slow down this game as much as he can. A double commit is going to leave so much work for Dead Monster to do. And he simply cannot do it. Blitzing end, though, to game 3.
Blitzing indeed. I saw all of the linebackers just sitting there ready to rush the quarterback. And that pass off the backboard from apparently Jack, that had so much pace on it. And then the shot was so weak coming in. Then you saw the double commit on the goal line. All around, frantic. A frantic ending on that one. Endpoint thanking their lucky stars that they got out of this game. and preserve the scoreline, because that was a very precarious spot for them.
And I really do want to pull attention to Relating Wave. He was by far the MVP of this game. A gorgeous goal when he transitioned from his own side of the field and just seemed to be fully in control of what was happening around every other moment. But one play I do want to sort of bring attention to here, James, is these infield passes. Both teams have been going for an awful lot of them so far. And both teams are struggling for different reasons. Stormtroopers have often found theirs blocked. As for Endpoint, we're getting an awful lot of passes across field that are just that little bit away from the attacker making contact and taking the shot.
Yeah, we've seen a couple passes go behind the attacker, and that always slows you down. Whether you're playing soccer, whether you're playing football, American football, or, you know, football as known by the rest of the world, when you pass it behind someone, you just can't slow down, get the shot, especially if it requires you to go backwards. You want to hit people in stride. So Endpoint, they've done it a couple times. We've seen them hit those passes in stride, and they're going for them. So it'll be fun to watch them try to continue that. As for Stormtroopers, in that last game, they had a scoring opportunity without a doubt that they just let go by. That shot from Dead Monster was so weak, and that could have been the equalizer. And now they're one game away from getting one more loss on their record and being one series away from elimination. And Metzenaris and crew for Endpoint, they would love this result to secure that spot in stage 2.
Dead Monster will try and take it. Couldn't quite get the second touch to put off Relating Wave. He has to stay downfield, though. Metz is still covering him. He's been so frustrating from Stormtroopers this entire series. Very few mistakes from Metza. Polar already up. It's just off the crossbar. Follow-up from apparently Jack. That is a great read. The crossbar, usually so cruel to the attackers.
And the flick was unbelievable from apparently Jack, who stays with the play the whole time. Metzenaris almost kept it out, but apparently Jack forcing that ball through. That flick, though, so much power, and we've seen apparently Jack have that in his back pocket, bring it out. Now off kickoff, sneaks this one in underneath the crossbar quickly, and a 2-0 lead for Stormtroopers.
That is just so quick. 3 touches, bim bam. And you have got yourselves a 2-goal lead. Stormtroopers putting a lot of the nerves behind them here for an all-important game. Asked earlier on, James, a couple of people on Twitter just asking, all right, what is the hot take? What is the big surprise? And a lot of people saying to me, Stormtroopers 3-1 qualify. Those people right now not far off.
They could be right. They very well could be. You think back to game 2, it was a one-sided affair in favor of Stormtroopers. And now, in this first minute, we've seen Stormtroopers get 2 quick goals, maybe another one here. Apparently Jack is going to have to leave that. But Stormtroopers, Shogun, in the driver's seat early.
Dead Monster wants to continue, couldn't find the 100 boost. Instead, nobody has managed to cover him. Here comes apparently Jack for the hat trick. Couldn't quite get there. Endpoint look rattled in game 4. They thought they had this figured out, and just instantly they've been proven very wrong. Virtuoso wants to keep this going. Apparently Jack's got him red. Oh, keep moving on. Apparently Jack always getting 2 touches for free before anyone is really starting to close him down. That is definitely not a player that you want to be giving that much space to.
Such a quick player. Even Dead Monster getting to the ball first. We've seen the speed in favor of Stormtroopers for quite a bit in this series. Even Metza coming in late. Oh, and he does get it. Finesses it over the defense. I was wondering if he got the right touch on it. This one, a miss from Dead Monster.
I think he would want it to be a little bit more convincing. But Metzenaris.
Goal's a goal. That's
yeah,
all.
he certainly will. Metzenaris has had a bit of a better shooting day than usual that we see from him.
He probably wasn't expecting Dead Monster to miss. And when you know Polar off kickoff yet again. Endpoint has been getting clobbered on these kickoffs.
It certainly is, and it's always when we see Dead Monster and apparently Jack on the kickoff that they are struggling the most. It is the same one over and over again. Bounces off the right-hand side of the midfield on the wall, and it's always been them coming first. There's another one. Ooh. Dead Monster will get credit. But my goodness, they've got nothing for this.
Getting out of hand off kickoff. Endpoint has to figure something out. We've seen too many. And that one is going to put this game away. You feel a 3-goal lead, just about half the game left to go. And another kickoff. Going to put Relating Wave in a spot where he's got to use up all his boost.
Well, it feels like we've just keep switching between two different series here. One where Endpoint are pretty much in control of the rotation, and another one where Stormtroopers are just blasting ahead early and seem uncatchable. We do head over to game 5. Certainly would make it very interesting.
It feels like Shogun, it feels like this game is the embodiment of the blue first place tracking shell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, you're winning and then you just get taken out, because it has been back and forth.
Horrid game so far for Endpoint. Need to try and pick up the pace, though. Still got 2 minutes, 3 goals. It's not something that happens all that often here at this level of play. But Endpoint would like to try and buck the trend. Polar to apparently Jack, and life is still difficult for them. Dead Monster will put this game away.
Dead Monster has all the time in the world. Not much boost. Doesn't really need to put much power on the shot, because he knows that Relating Wave probably empty in the tank, having to get back to that ball to even get the save in that situation. And a rough game continues for Endpoint as Stormtroopers punch him in the mouth again. 5 goals.
Even worse, they've got Stormtroopers players trying to stall on them now. Just saw apparently Jack trying to go for the musty, and they will get punished for it. Virtuoso on the board. I mean, that's a good player as well to get a goal on if you are Endpoint. He has been stuttering quite a bit this game.
And that was an all-in play. Virtuoso gets beat to the ball. If apparently Jack wins that 50, he's probably scoring on the other end. Virtuoso sticking with it. Kudos to him. And another infield passing play. It is working out, or it worked out for Endpoint in that situation.
Jack's missed it as well, and it's skied! Relating Wade had a chance to try and make a real game of this, and he's botched it.
That hurts to watch. No matter who you're rooting for, that's just you feel the pain as a Rocket League player when you've got an open net and you blast it off the crossbar like that. It makes you hurt.
Well, Meta's shot earlier on wasn't convincing, but at least it was in. Relating Wave went full power. Unfortunately, just skies it. We get the feeling that that was the one that had to go in. Otherwise, this game was over. Certainly starting to seem so. Polar not looking overly comfortable with that play, but apparently Jack comes to help him out. Watched again. Metanaris, the rest of Endpoint just trying to find something here. Unfortunately, our analysis can only go as far, James, as maybe don't go 3 goals down in the first 2 minutes.
The kickoffs completely lost them this game. So they get one more here, and you feel like if Relating Wave perhaps hits that shot, the one he skied high, maybe they had a chance, but they were fighting uphill this whole game because of their kickoffs.
They have a chance at this, but they've got to score off the kickoff.
If this happens,
that's a little...
I would eat a whole loaf of rye bread in one sitting with no water.
Oh, going to be Virtuoso up. Suddenly, I'm very biased for this matchup. Don't know where that feeling came from. I'm sorry. As apparently Jack is going to try and get rid. Metanaris on the follow. Polar's save over to Virtuoso one more time. And that is the game over and done with. So no bread for you today, James.
Yeah, fortunately.
Stormtroopers,
they were in control. Basically, right from the kickoff, they scored 2 goals in the first minute. You felt like it might be another one of those games. Well, guess what? It was, as they kept it going. And Endpoint, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, Shogun, because you just can't. At this level, you just cannot afford to give that many goals away off of the kickoff. Otherwise, you're going to lose. It happened so many times as we take a look at these replays. And for Endpoint, they've got a long way to go. This is it. Game 5.
Certainly is. Remember, teams have got themselves another chance, but you do not want those sort of nerves at all by playing in the final round, that round 5, where teams are currently at 2-2, and those will be coming up very shortly as well. So lots of Rocket League action still for you on today's broadcast. But for Endpoint, This is not a match they want to be losing. We saw Stormtroopers go down earlier on to a Dignitas that didn't quite look like they were firing on all cylinders just yet. Endpoint want to make a statement that they want to be taken seriously as a potential championship contender. You've got to be beating teams like Stormtroopers. Yes, they're an upcoming team, but they're also reasonably inexperienced at the freeze game. You cannot drop this series.
You really can't, but it's been Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde for Endpoint in terms of what we've seen on defense. And finally, a kickoff going in favor of Endpoint as they try to stabilize and might get an early one here.
Oh, it's horrid. Shot. It's a horrid angle for Metza to be coming in from. He's trying to chase the ball from the same side. Pass over to Metza one more time, and I don't quite know what Metza was after there. It's, again, what I brought up earlier on, James. Metza always seems to be too selfless when it comes to his offense.
Sometimes you got to take the shot. We even saw him have that tough shooting angle, wasn't able to get much power on it. I think it was a scoreable shot. So you're right. Let's see more aggression, see more selfishness from Metza, because we know he has it in him. We've seen him play in series and take matters into his own hands, scoring some phenomenal goals. They need him to step up here and lead the offense.
Apparently Jack's got the first touch. Ends up running out of ways to play it afterwards. 1 minute down. Still 0 goals between either of these two teams. Flip reset for Lightning Wave. No, not quite. One of those ones where you're trying to figure out whether or not he's got it. So far, Endpoint definitely controlling the field. Need to make something of it, though. Lightning Wave off the ceiling. That's going to be interesting. Apparently, Jack decides to respond in kind. Very heavy touches, actually, from both teams right now. Neither really wants to take 2 touches in a row unless it's in the air. As for the ground, it is just get rid. Oh, dead monster. I think the ball might have been going a bit too quick for him. Otherwise, you'd expect him to almost hook it onto the left-hand side of his car and go for a dribble.
Yeah, that pinch probably putting everybody on the edge of their seat. And this is Game 5 winner goes on to Stage 2. And that one could have been a double tap opportunity. You know the nerves are there for both of these teams.
That is the 3rd double tap we've seen attempted from both teams now, and no one's really succeeded on it. Here might be the crucial one, and it's Polar who comes out with a crucial first goal.
Ice in his veins. Polar floating by. Metza almost getting in the way, but Polar puts the shot low. That's exactly what was called for in that situation. Polar stepping up to the plate in a big moment for Stormtroopers.
Is it going to be redemption for Polar? Looks so rough earlier on. Huge save from Virtuoso. It was almost the same old story for Endpoint. They lose 1 goal and then they start losing a couple more. They've got to stop the bleeding early here. Recompose themselves. Virtuoso now already on. Being hassled by Polar, and suddenly Stormtroopers have taken the idea of, okay, well, how about we just make this chaotic? How about we just create as much pace as possible on the field and see if Endpoint can stand up to it? So far, Endpoint have done all right, but they're still giving up opportunities. Huge save from Metza. Relating Wave can now take over. It's Polar trying to shut him down. He's got Virtuoso on the right side. Virtuoso off the backboard over to Metza. Metza's not going to be able to shoot from this one. Looks to keep the play going. Virtuoso tried to lay it off to Relating Wave, who was already going back. Still, they have got good positioning. Drop to Virtuoso. Go!
Wow. That was disgusting. We said maybe Metza should just keep passing. Look at that, right down to Virtuoso and almost getting blocked. That was within a hair's length of being blocked, Shogun, but a powerful shot from Virtuoso. A great drop pass and Endpointer right back in it.
Dead monster off the backboard. Huge demo from Polar. Comes in apparently Jack and Metza once again. Huge on the defensive goal line. You can demo whoever you want, but unless his name is Metza, you're still going to struggle to score. Dead monster gonna have to go by himself, and just a little bit too much to ask of him, especially when you're gonna go through the barrier of Virtuoso through to Metza. 1 each. 1.5 minutes on the clock. Metza bumped out. Virtuoso's got to try and cover. The big questions get asked: how much do Stormtroopers want to commit anymore? Went for a huge amount of pace once they got the goal up, but suddenly they've been reminded of mortality in this series. Polar, infield, it's difficult. Metza's out of position, and Dead Monster didn't want to go.
Scary moment again for Endpoint. We're approaching that final minute. Any mistake here would be deadly.
Endpoint have been ready for the taking, but so far, Stormtroopers have not pulled the trigger.
Oh.
Relating Wave still feeling a little bit ropey here. Endpoint not looking at their best. Maybe they can recover now. Apparently Jack gets hugely blocked from Metzel, wants to keep this going. First time shot off the post!
And that was a chance for Relating Wave. He knew his path was clear. Had to get a tough read, but it was very scoreable. I don't want to say routine, but it was something you expect Relating Wave to be able to put away, but you had mentioned him being a bit ropey, and you can tell that it's affecting him. Now a chance for Virtuoso, who scores it to take the lead. Virtuoso, both goals coming by his bumper, and that one in a crucial time.
25 seconds. Stormtroopers have got to find one more big play, or they are going to be heading down to a 2-2 record, and Endpoint will be moving on. Apparently Jack decided to delay it. Polar has taken out goalkeeper, but they had no follow-up coming quick enough. Apparently Jack, good first touch. Going to keep it going. Polar ended up backflipping. Dead Monster will be tasked with keeping that offensive pressure on. Doesn't quite win it though. Apparently Jack waiting for Polar. Passes it over to him. It's a great play, but just too close to him. Dead Monster looks to keep it up. Polar struggling to find his midfield boost. Apparently Jack wants the reset. He's got it. Good clear, and nobody is around for Stormtroopers. Dead Monster tries his hardest, but Endpoint have to sweat it through, but they have made it through to next week.
That was, Shogun, that was a shaky win. That was a shaky win, but a win nonetheless. I thought at times Endpoint was down and out. The games where they lost badly. Even in this game, when Relating Wave wasn't able to put that goal away, just bouncing it off the post, you thought that might be an omen for Endpoint, but Virtuoso, give that guy a pat on the back. Some shots from him that were exactly what Endpoint needed to put them over the top. That strong shot off the pass from Metzenars, and then that cleanup, again, a powerful shot. Virtuoso, he's not just a bump and demo player, he can shoot too.
Certainly was. There was a lot of craziness that happened there. My goodness. But it will, however, be Endpoint moving through. Stormtroopers, not out of it just yet, but when we come back from a short break, it is going to be Guild Esports taking on Vodafone Giants.
the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up at love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up because we are the fighters. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up at love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up because we are the fighters. Underwater, swinging my fist. Tension rising, but no part of it. Nice to meet ya, been called a misfit. No need to fake it, we all got some shit. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up at love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up as we're falling down. Never give it up because we are the fighters. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up at love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up because we are the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching Season X. I'm your host, Leaf X. Alongside me, we have Gibbs and Jamespot this time joining the table to talk about that last match, another qualification match, but Endpoint is going to be victorious here. They had a questionable performance against Guild earlier. It looks like they were shut down. We were worried if they were going to be shut down for the rest of the day, but that was not the situation, Gibbs. It seems like they were able to plow through the rest of their matches.
Yeah, this was a strange series, though, because, you know, this goes to 5 games, but the 2 wins for Stormtroopers were very dominating victories. So a little bit back and forth. Endpoint, they come out with the close victories, the ones that matter at the end, but there's still some things to work on. But Virtuoso, that game 5, 2 fantastic shots. One around 3 defenders to seal the deal was huge.
It certainly was. And I was casting that game, Gibbs. It was a shocking game, a shocking series. Rather. I did not know what to think. There was the games that Endpoint lost were very one-sided. And going into that final game when Relating Wave missed that shot wide, I thought it was going to be all over, but Virtuoso was just the guy. He was the man for Endpoint in that critical game, getting those key goals and those high pressure moments. And that's just what it takes sometimes to get you over the top and into the next stage.
Well, to talk about their victory on the line, we have Virtuoso from Endpoint. Congratulations on qualifying for next week, Virtuoso. And I just got to ask, right now, is the game plan still the same with all the demos and that, or have you guys gone back to the drawing board to figure out something else?
Well, we've certainly gone back to the drawing board after a spring series. The results have not been the greatest in scrims, I'd say. The teams have been catching up after our performance, of course. So we've definitely been switching it up, but the demo plays have been coming back just sometimes.
So this match was 2 teams at 2-1. Did it feel a little bit more like a must win? Because you know that top seed with Oxygen is lurking down there.
I mean, I can't ask my teammates right now, but for me at least, I didn't really care that much about the results because I knew that we had a safety line still if we lost. So yeah, just went out there and went for anything we can.
So I want to ask you, Virtuoso, what you think that Stormtroopers did well in those games that they beat you. They slapped you guys pretty hard in the games you lost. What were they doing so well?
I mean, I feel like it was us beating ourselves because we didn't follow the game plan in both of the games that we got dominated in. But in the games that we did win, they were close, but we did follow the game plan that our coach gave us.
I mean, obviously you don't want to give away all your strats, but is there anything you can say what the game plan is going forward? Of course, you guys made it to next week. So what is the goal this week to work on for you guys?
Definitely the comms, I'd say, are something that we need to work on, our defense, because we can score plenty of goals. Not in this series, unfortunately, but our defense isn't up to scratch.
Well, I want to ask you, Virtuoso, in terms of offense, were you guys planning on having you be that key person? It seemed like in Game 5, you were what made the difference. Is that how things have been going for you guys lately, is having you be that finisher?
Well, the plan of this team originally was that we would take Metza into our team and they would basically just unleash me. But instead of ball chasing at the start, I would be going after cars. So now that changed.
Unleash the Virtuoso. Maybe we can see it a bit more in the future if you catch a team off guard. But for now, you don't have to worry about that until next week. You guys have qualified. Congratulations, Virtuoso, on that win with the team Endpoint.
Thank you very much.
And there you heard it, guys. Virtuoso from Team Endpoint. It seems like they're confident in what they're doing, but they know that there's some changes. Gibbs, did you like the changes that he said that they're working on? Does that align with what you'd like to see from them?
Yeah, we've seen Virtuoso definitely, like, instead of turning for cars, just turn to be open for a pass. And we see Metsonoris maybe at times pass a little bit too much, but because he knows his teammates will always be there. So this guy can score, and we're starting to see that. Now you just got to make this a little bit more consistent, and they'll be just fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think they had this series. They had these moments where you see that they've got ability. The games they lost were very concerning from a defensive standpoint. A lot of it was coming from their kickoff issues, but I love the passes that they're going for. Even when Metza was not on the team, they were a very passing-oriented team, and I love seeing that kind of teamwork. And they had some very good moments here. I just want to see more consistency out of Relating Wave on the offense to see them round it out and really start getting some consistent results.
We'll get to see them next week. Let's just take a look back at their journey and how it went today and just the rest of the teams where standings are. We're almost through round 4, which means there'll be one more round after that to find our final teams for next week. Looking at these standings, James, it's looking a little different than maybe we would have expected. Again, Oxygen's still in it, but they're down at the bottom there. We have some teams like Libertas that are out already. Greasy as well. They're out, unfortunately. We got... or not yet, but they're not doing as well as they did at the beginning here. Yeah, sorry. They're not doing as well as they did at the beginning of the day. It looks like Momentum's died. But then we also have Vent Gaming that's pushed through surprisingly as well.
Yeah, Vent Gaming.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Was he
it's okay, James. I'll take it. I got this. Vent Gaming the 10th seed coming in. They are a top 5 team coming out of this group. That is huge for them. Their schedule, not as good, but they took down Magnifico, who took down all these top teams. But again, that team lurking that everyone wants to avoid when they get to 2-2 is Oxygen Esports, if they can make it that far.
Gibbs, you keep talking Oxygen Esports up. I said at the beginning of the pre-show that I wasn't sold, and you keep talking about this massive bomb.
I'm just
Oxygen Esports coming out from the lower. They're 1-2 right now. We might not even see them make it to the next stage.
Fair enough.
With how they're playing. So I'm concerned for them. I really am. But if they can turn things around, there's no doubting the talent, just the raw talent that they have. But it takes more than raw talent to get wins at this level.
Well, we only deal with the winners here on the Rocket League stream. So we're going to talk about 2 teams that are about to qualify. One of them out of this, the Giants or Guild, will make it to next week. We've seen both of these teams throughout the day. Guild, again, one of those teams that took down Endpoint, or the only team that was able to take down Endpoint earlier today. Looking pretty solid, but I feel like, again, they just kind of knew how to shut them down. So for you, James, in this matchup here, is Guild going to have a difficult time against the Giants, or do you think they're in a bit of favor here given their history?
I have a lot of faith in the Guild squad. Scrub Killa, he is a guy who we were talking about in the pre-show as well. I just believe in Scrub, and Noli has had some fantastic series. Though again, a player that I was able to watch come through the rival series and play at this high level, and I think this squad just has a lot of talent, too much talent to lose here. But the Giants have shown us that they've got some magic in this roster, so I wouldn't be surprised. I just believe in Guild a little bit more.
Okay, well, I'm going to just get on with this because I want to see these matches, and we have a few more today. So let's get the predictions in real quick here. Starting with you, Gibbs, and then James, if you want to follow up. Giants or Guild, Gibbs?
The Vodafone Giants were the talk of the town throughout rival series, and they went into a little bit of slump. Then they picked it back up again. Went into a little bit of slump throughout the offseason. Well, it's time they're picking it back up again. I got the Vodafone Giants winning this game here. I like this team a lot. They are very talented. They should be an RLCS team, and obviously they're showing it right now, so I'm going to pick them.
James, I'm going on paper.
Yeah, I'm going with Guild. I said that I believe in Scrub. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. Guild all the way here. I think we'll see them step up and get this win.
I'm just going to have to mimic what you're saying there. I think I believe in what they can do. We've seen the mechanical prowess this team has. We know that in any sticky situation, they'll probably be able to find their way out of it just through mechanics alone. But we've also seen them connect as a team as well. So if they can keep that up and keep the mental game strong, I think they should be able to pull through. But I don't think it's going to be easy. I think we got a good match on our hands here. And I know you guys at home think so too. So let us know how hyped you are about the rest of our matches for group here. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. We always like to hear from you. But now it's time for Giants versus Guild to see who qualifies for next week. Let's head to the Skybox for the commentary.
To the Skybox indeed, Johnny boy, and I'm excited to see how this plays out. Guild, I think, have put on the performance that a lot of people may have expected as we get into game number 1, but Vodafone Giants, certainly not a team to look past at all. They've gotten to this point where they could qualify for stage 2 just as Guild did, and already underway. It'll be Nolly and Tho starting on offense here for Guild.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Very tough to call. It's Giants, although they were not an RLCS team at the end of Season 9, they're definitely at that level, and they've shown so in several competitions. Looking to do the same again, and that is a pretty good start from them. But what is going on here in the defense of Guild? We see a double commit and then a complete whiff by Tho, maybe reading an extra touch there that didn't end up happening. But they're going to need to clean up their act there because Giants don't mess around. They are very, very fast in offense.
They will constantly keep the pressure on, and if they can't score the goal themselves, well, they'll make your own goal. You were here earlier, Tox, collecting what got them another victory off of an Astral own goal, so starting off here again for the Giants with a lead, but cut off here by Nolly, or Tho, to Nolly rather. But nothing really materializing just yet. You saw a demo in the back end and a huge whiff from Scrub Killa. I don't think I've seen a whiff that bad from him.
Yeah, just like in the first goal, it's another miss. You know, there wasn't much boost for Scrub to play with there. but he was way, way off and out of position in the first place. You got to wonder why he is that far forward if he only has 14 boosts at his disposal before turning around. So definitely not a good start here for Guild. We've seen good things from them earlier on today, though. This could be a chance. Nolly just sends the double touch straight down, though.
Well, this time, though, we'll stay right back to handle that ball, and Scrub Killer will move it back downfield. But for the Vodafone Giants, it's exactly where you want to be. Zamway goes straight down airstrike, but then hits the crossbar. Was his team? He actually got the shot on net. Credit for it, but how did that not go in?
Yeah, just a very close shave again, and Scrub is going to direct one wide this time. So at least, if nothing else, Guild are getting in the way of a couple of shots. But they are really under pressure here, and if you're not familiar with the Vodafone Giants and how they like to play, it's really quite simple. You know what you're going to get with these guys. They love smashing the ball off any solid surface they can see and then reading the bounce as early as possible.
And the desk loves talking about the mechanics of this Guild team, but mechanics feels like the foundation for this squad. They use that to their advantage for these team plays. We've seen it today. Their ability to work as a squad is there, but these early miscues certainly have made the job a little difficult, but if you're going to make them, game one is certainly where to do it. Going back and forth, but no one really able to grab control just yet. You see a couple of passes, but the lanes cut off on both sides.
Hey, Guild definitely have finesse on their side when we're talking mechanics, but speed probably goes to Giants. These guys are unbelievably fast, and I would say absolutely top tier in terms of speed. And I'm not expecting Guild to have the edge there. They're going to be the ones trying to keep up with the two Spaniards and the one German lineup here. Nice finish by Steak as Samway 50-50s it to the middle, and it's all too easy for Giants once again.
They're really catching Scrub out on a lot of these plays. He was the man to try to make that challenge happen. Thought he had time to turn to grab that boost, but even though on the next 50, it didn't matter. Like you said, 3 goals for the Vodafone Giants. I honestly, I had expected Guild Esports to be the front runners at first, but you know, Johnny, you're absolutely right about the speed of this Vodafone Giants team. They are a threat through and through. Nolly looking for any kind of room for Scrub Killer. He can't find any. Tox in front as well, but all Guild can do is make challenges to stop the progression towards the net, finally connect on a pass to Tho and get some space.
Yeah, I like the pass out of defense there from Guild. They're going to need a lot more of those if they're going to have a chance of surprising this Giants lineup, who are playing at a real blistering pace to start off game one. They've been allowed to do exactly what they want to do in every game and every series that they play. They're not going to try and slow this down at all. It's really up to Guild to try and do that, make this a dirtier, more physical match. That might favor them. Opportunity for Tho. He's taking a run up at it, actually leaves it for Nolly. Really interesting that they've communicated that one as they have. I mean, no urgency yet for Guild, but they really should have some with just over a minute left in the clock and 3 goals needed.
They really only had that one chance off the pass, and then since then was just working the edges, but they're on defense again. Everybody retreating though for Vodafone Giants. If Guild has a chance, it's got to be on this play, but Scrub cannot get the ball past the corner, and Nolly's forced to work from his own half yet again. He wins this 50, but there's some space for Vodafone Giants. Steak will create even more of that for Tox, but it gave it right back to Guild. Steak picking up the save, a little chippy there from Nolly and Tox. No play though, as Nolly flips it towards the box, forced to wait in midfield.
You know, it's not going to be any real panic yet from Guild. At least, if nothing else, it's easy for them to identify what went wrong in this game. They're going to be talking between this game and the next one, I imagine, and really just communicating to each other. Let's just not miss the ball completely 2 times. Give Giants a 2-goal lead to start off the game, because if they can, you know, just make contact in defense, then this could easily have been a 0-0, maybe a 1-0. Yeah, they just got to make contact. Simple as that. You know, some people ask, do you think Rocket League is at the mechanical peak yet? I don't think it's anywhere near. When we see, when we can go an entire tournament without one whiff, then maybe we can start talking about skill ceiling. But for now, Giants, they've got room to grow, and they know that they can grow, and they can rebound from this. But Vodafone Giants are showing why they're so dangerous in this first game.
Yeah, and Steak picking up 2 of the 3 goals for Vodafone Giants. Again, the miscues really being the key factor, I think, for Guild. But when you give Giants a little bit of room, they're going to take the whole pitch. And that's exactly what happened, using their speed to their advantage, holding on to that lead. I mean, Guild, they couldn't get anything going. A total of 5 shots on net. That's not going to get it done.
No, it's just not enough from Guild then. You know, they maybe have struggled with their defensive passing today. It's not been exposed very often because not all the teams they're up against are extremely good at, you know, the high pressure style that Giants are likely to be bringing to the table every single game in this series. But yeah, you know, Guild earlier on were actually benefiting from their pace against Endpoint. They were very often able to get to the ball first, especially in aerial battles. Now it might be a bit of a hit to their ego, but they're going to need to just leave it on occasion. If you're not up immediately for an aerial battle against Vodafone Giants, there's no point trying, no point going late, because you're going to get beaten to the ball. So Guild have to be so smart with their selections. You got to pick their battles, especially when it comes to aerials.
And for the Vodafone Giants, you just got to keep making Guild play your tune throughout this series. You know, with speed being the main factor, Guild Esports are going to have to force their way through some of these challenges. And for game number 2, it's got to look a little different for Guild Esports. And it is going to look a little different this time as Nolly dives down for the first save.
Yeah, I make that contact on the ball. So that's already one up on the last game. But can they keep it up? That's the wide open backboard. And no read there. Oh, actually from either player, Nolly was the closer of the two, but his shot does not go into the giant hole in the wall. You'll wish it was a little bigger.
They'll need to chisel it somehow because they just keep hitting the crossbar, but instead, Steak is getting a freebie. The goals are coming left and right, and they barely work for it.
Oh my goodness. That read though, that must have caught Nolly off guard because that was sort of a double commit in the midfield between Steak and Samway, and he somehow stayed with it. He just kept flying in for the second touch, and that really put Nolly in an awkward position. I think in this instance, we could forgive him for not making contact, because how do you predict that one? Unbelievable from Steak.
His 3rd goal of the set already. Nolly finding Scrub in front of the box. It'll be another boomer for Guild Esports. The rebound comes for free, though the weak shot out to the side, maybe just trying to force a touch back out center. Now Vodafone Giants, a little slow to this ball as though wraps back around again, but Guild Esports can't get anything set up. And they're back in their own half again, Nolly having to dive back for another save. And Tox behind the ball again. Guild Esports still hunting for a goal.
Yeah, still struggling as well to find their footing in this game. You know, they're always going to have a hard time trying to take on Vodafone Giants with the aerial pace. And oh dear, that's actually an own goal. Thos puts it in his own net with a little deft backwards touch. What on earth is happening to Guild? This is just an absolute catastrophe.
There must be some debuff that Vodafone Giants have against teams that they play, where they just force you to own goal in front of your own net.
How does this happen? That's honestly so ridiculous.
Your Vodafone Giants, you're certainly smiling, but you cannot be feeling good right now if you're Guild Esports, especially with the way that they played earlier today. These miscues just weren't there. And the net's free again for Steak. Another goal, another dollar, another just 3-goal lead. I don't know, man.
Yeah, good speed by Tox. And it doesn't need to be in the air for these guys to be fast, but my goodness, Guild, they've got to start controlling the ball, because every time it spills open into you know, a free space, they're second to it. Vodafone Giants are just far too fast. They're far too precise at the moment. And Guild, I think, just have to try and grind this game out. It needs to be just dribbles, 50-50s, anything to try and slow this down. Because right now, Guild are getting absolutely destroyed. It's even worse, I'd say, so far than the first game. Because they've not had a couple of clean whiffs. They're just getting outplayed.
Double committing as well in front of their own net, although this time it doesn't afford them any misfortune. Finally, things slow down a little bit, but there's just nothing there for Guild. As soon as they get to midfield, the play dies. Scrub off the backboard. This might be the best look downfield Though with no boost, gonna be tough. You're able to hop over one, looking for a shot. Nolly couldn't find it, but the fate for Scrub is no good. Saved by Steak, having a stellar series so far.
Yeah, that's a really good save by Steak. Scrub was trying to send the ball behind him, predicting a pre-jump. Steak just waited, and now Tox is just gonna save that one all too easily. Where are the goals supposed to come from? From Guild, there's no clear opening. And where are the passing plays? That's my question. Everybody's queuing up on the same side of the goal. They need to use that far side, in my opinion.
Well, Nolly, he's going to find a high ball up to Scrub Killer off to the corner. And an interesting touch to try to get it back to Nolly. And it dies yet again. Scrub forced to rotate out, or at least rotate in, use a lot of boost is what I mean. And even right here, the net just not available for throw. And another clear for Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, Guild are just not spreading themselves out around the field. They're getting completely clumped up, and this isn't how you deal with a team like Vodafone Giants, who are always trying to smash the ball as hard as they can. It's likely to bounce over two or maybe even all three players of Guild if it goes out more quickly than they're anticipating. But this can happen, especially an inexperienced team, and they are a relatively inexperienced team playing together, not individually, but just as a three-man roster. You know, we're doing a lot more earlier on in terms of positioning off the ball. But once again, as they attack, everybody's on the same side of the field. There's nobody over on that far side to provide an extra option.
Easy to find the gaps for Vodafone Giants, and they found almost every one that Guild Esports have given them, and trying to create their own. Scrub Killer barely makes the save at this point. Does it really matter? Nolly, another one. Saves are great, but you haven't scored a single goal all series yet, and we're heading to the end of game 2 with a comfortable 3-goal lead. Even that, these long passes, it's not working.
Yeah, it could easily have been 4, maybe even 5. This has been an absolute clapping. And if you were to pick one of these teams to destroy the other, you'd expect it to be Guild because of the star value of their players. But these Vodafone Giants guys are not messing around. They are absolutely here to play. Remember that the winner of this series will qualify for next weekend's stage 2 of the competition, top 16, and with a good seed as well. Guild would obviously have to fight on through that final round of Swiss, and that is scary. There's some very tough teams down there. 2 games, 2 3-0s, and it might end up being a 3-0 series if it keeps going like this.
I always talk about momentum for a team that's winning, but we don't talk enough sometimes about the negative or the reverse momentum of kind of getting blown out and then having to play another series where you had a chance to qualify on several different occasions, and it just feels like it's unraveling. Guild, they're playing reactive to Vodafone Giants. They never have the boost available to do anything, and then when they do get boost, they end up spending it all just to keep up with Vodafone Giants, booming the ball away. It doesn't work. Every time they slow it down, they end up giving up possession in midfield. Vodafone Giants are just reading them like an elementary school book.
Yeah, this is really bad news for Guild, and they're the team on the downward spiral today. They lost the previous round to BDS. Obviously, no shame in that. BDS are a phenomenal team. But if they lose this as well to Vodafone Giants, that would be 2 consecutive losses in series. And, you know, there's some teams on that 2-2 scoreline that they'll be facing up against in the next round that you really don't want to be facing. I mean, Magnifico have done the exact same thing. They started off the day brilliantly with 2 series wins in a row. Just like Guild had, they've lost twice as well. But you know, Magnifico beat this same Vodafone Giants team before later on losing to Venk Gaming and of course Dignitas. This is really bad news. If Guild drop out of this round without winning, man, I really don't. I would not want to be a fan of that team. I can only imagine how nerve-wracking that would be, waiting to see who they're going to get drawn up against in the last round. Hardly any easy matchups, if any at all.
Magnifico, Oxygen, pick your poison. It's going to be difficult no matter what. And so the best option that Guild have right now, you just got to start winning. Make contact. They did that well enough in the last game, but well, I'm not going to say well enough. They got crushed 3-0. So it wasn't good at all.
Yeah, they hit the ball. They just didn't hit it in the right direction or at the right speed. That's more like a look at the offload there from Nolly to Tho. You know, any time that two blue cars can hit the ball consecutively is a big win for Guild. And there is the first goal of the series for them as Though smashes it into the bottom corner. For once, it is a misplay coming out of the Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, Stake trying to come down. I don't think he saw Zamway looking at his cam, thought he could get a solid clear, but ended up running into his teammate and then resulting in a weak clear. Exactly what Guild Esports needed, and now it's just about keeping that progression going, continuing to find those continuous touches. Vodafone Giants, well, they'll actually be forced back to their own corner here. And a smart little pinch there for Tho, creating some space for Scrub, but it just takes too long. Vodafone Giants had time to get set back up. That's a great touch from Zamway, but Tho already on the backboard. It's still, well, it'll be Tho's ball.
Yeah, Tho's done well there. Managed to get the ball away from two players. So far, the one standout thing for me, looking at the way Guild are playing game number 3, is that they're trying to give each other space so that they don't double commit, so that they don't panic. But even now, they are falling apart. And what was this from Tho in defense? It's just not quite good enough. He's bounced that out into the middle. And it's just far too easy for Zamway to fire on target.
Just flopping around in the middle of the net. Cannot get a solid clear, can't get a solid touch at all. A struggle for Guild Esports in really 3 straight games. They had that good progression after the goal, but as soon as they are tested on defense, things start falling apart. And I mean, that's just, Vodafone Giants have done a great job putting Guild Esports in difficult positions, taking advantage of that positioning and the speed from Tox to make that challenge happen, jumping from really the weak side of that play to make it happen, and it's killed the play completely here in midfield. Guild Esports still looking for some sort of gap, though, trying what he can. He's had some good progressions in this game. He needs more of those. And Scrub Killa and Nolly need to find more room to work with. They'll try to in midfield.
You see now that at least they are trying to pass the ball from one side of the field to the other. They've realized that they were maybe getting a bit too close together, too boxed up in the last game, and that's just given the hard clears of Vodafone Giants even more value. And you don't need to give more value to these guys. Oh my goodness, Zamway rifles a pinch towards the bottom right corner. It's just wide, but Guild must have their hearts in their mouths right now. That was unreal.
Only reason I wanted that to go in, just to see the speed. And that one just off the mark from Zamway. Scrub, he had a little bit of space in the attacking corner and took the ball with him. It's not the best 50 for Nolly, but Tho makes up for it now back in the corner. Can Guild get something set up? They get here, and again, a dead play. Scrub, I don't even think he got 10% of that ball, but now he's downfield to receive Nolly's pass, dumps it down. Zamway with another challenge and taken away by Stake, but this is still good for Guild. They've collected some boost. They have set up in the orange half, but one challenge is all it takes to flip the cards back to the blue half. Though taking out Tox and Nolly covering the backboard. Looking good for Guild Esports. We're still tied.
Yeah, every time Tho can work the ball forward, it does look effective, but my goodness, the transitions from Vodafone Giants are so fast. You really can't afford to look away from the ball for one moment. You don't want to turn off that ball cam to grab boost. That's probably going to result in a successful counter-attack for these guys. Really nice touch there by Tox. He's underneath one. He's got the flick over the second one. Tox in the 1v2. Finds the top corner. Unbelievable stuff.
Tox is a flick machine today. He scored so many important goals for his team, just like that. Beautifully done. Excellent carry. That's all she wrote for that play. And Vodafone Giants, with the lead again and the confidence, they're going to need to save off the kickoff. Just getting it around Nolly was Tox for the save. So Guild Esports back on defense. Another flick almost gets by them, and a hard pass to Nolly. Scrub Killer finding a shot on net, but it won't really be anything as Tox takes it away.
And again, just brilliant selection of what to do by Tox when he's got the flick over somebody. Makes it happen. When he doesn't, he'll just play for the 50-50. Now they just have to hang on for 30 seconds to secure the sweep. That would confirm 5 consecutive game losses for Guild Esports on the day as it gets sent into the final round. needing a win to get into the second stage of the competition. Are they going to be today's Team Liquid? They definitely don't want to be. And it's only 10
I don't think
seconds
anybody
left.
wants that title. Time running out. Though, taken out of the play, Scrub has to carry it, but there's a giant blocking the ball every single step of the way. And Guild Esports still need a third victory, but it's Vodafone Giants that move on to stage 2. And it was dominant. It wasn't even close. That game was the closest, and even then, I didn't feel threatened by Guild Esports.
No, that was super one-sided. Guild just got destroyed. Giants were far too fast. They were far too accurate with their reads. And Guild just didn't have an answer for it. They didn't know what to do when they're just getting outpaced by their opponents. I mean, they're probably not used to it because mechanically, they're pretty top tier. But Vodafone Giants are one of those teams who can just step it up a notch and just go toe-to-toe with anybody. And if you don't have a different tempo to run with, you might be in trouble. Guild certainly were today.
It's certainly hard to parallel the speed of Vodafone Giants. They'll be in stage 2. We got 2 more matches left on stream for the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My heart don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I.
And welcome back. You're still watching the Rocket League Championship Series. We're at the beginning of Season X. We're into Group B of our first regional. This is all about Europe. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me, we have Wave Punk and, of course, the ever beautiful Gibbs still sitting here, still putting up with me somehow. I'm not sure how he is, but Wave Punk.
Thank you.
Let's talk about that last match there. What we see didn't look too good for one of those teams.
Yeah, no, I mean the Vodafone Giants are the new Pittsburgh Knights as far as I'm concerned. You heard Johnny Boy talk about it. Their strat is hit the ball into any surface that is nearby and figure it out afterwards. Like they're just like we'll just throw the ball. We'll figure it out once we get into their half, guys. And the crazy thing is, it's worked. They've qualified.
And there are times where the Giants will double commit, but they always get that solid touch anyway, for the most part. So as long as, the solid touch is a solid clear, then they're good to go. It's not always pretty, but for this series in particular, their speed, they just completely outmatched an RLCS team. They outclassed Guild throughout this, and this is a great time for them going forward.
Seems to be the power of the Giants right now is to make your opponent's own goal.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. We've now seen 2 own goals that are like that's they did, but like it's just such a random luck thing. But when it happens 2 matches in a row, I start to be like, this is starting to become a pattern. Are they just big brained? Are they just able to force this sort of stuff? They just mentally booming their opponents that harshly right now.
It's just that pressure, man. It's that pressure from the Giants.
You make them panic.
Where they're in the offensive half and everyone's like, well, we got to play sound defense or else there's going to be a guy coming back because they just continually rotate in. And then that will make you a little bit nervous at times, and then own goals happen.
Yeah, the strat of throwing your car in the way repeatedly is infuriating to everybody. It doesn't matter what your strat is coming into this. If it's like, well, man, dang it, they're here again,
Yeah.
You start to get into their way that way, and then you just put all this pressure on, and then you win games, you qualify. Congratulations.
There it is, as Wave just said, with a 3-0 sweep over Guild, just looking absolutely dominant. We have the Giants now into next week, into that 16-team Swiss tourney, as they continue to try to get to that Sunday to get as many points, and of course, prize pool, as possible for as we head through the rest of Season X. But now we have to move on. A couple more matches. We'll have 2 more on the stream and another on the side stream there on eLeague TV. So for this stream, we're going to get into Oxygen versus Stormtroopers. This is another qualification. Qualifications from here on out, guys, into next week. So it's do or die for these teams. Oxygen having that Team Liquid vibe that we had yesterday. We put a lot of pressure on them. Not even pressure, just an expectation for them to win this one, Gibbs. And it just seems to be struggle after struggle.
Not only that, these guys were the top seed of this entire group. They were supposed to 3-0. And we see Chaussette. He has not looked good at all so far. But their last round that was not on stream, they easily 3-0'd. So maybe they found it at this point. We'll have to see.
Wave, you really were rooting for the logos yesterday, and I think you're all about the Stormtroopers logo, and they're here right now. They're in this spot. Are you still believe that they're in a spot? You know what? Let's double whammy this. Give me your prediction as well. Oxygen, do you think Stormtroopers with the logo can take them?
Oh, dude, the logo's carried them this far, but also every time they've run into like a previously established roster so far today, they've gotten bonked. So I think Oxygen can finish this one off, but also Oxygen made me a big question mark today. I don't know. This has been. I'm excited to watch this match for sure.
I need you to flip a coin here, though. You're gonna have to pick one.
Oh, Oxygen.
Okay. We're abandoning the stick logos. We're going with history. Gibbs, you follow suit?
I'm going with Giblet on this one, and just bear with me. His favorite animal is a polar bear. That's his favorite animal.
Okay.
Every night he sleeps with this animal. And Polar is one of those players I am rooting for because he had a bad series versus Dignitas. He redeemed himself versus Endpoint, had a hat trick in game 2, had a fantastic goal in game 5, and they just barely lost it. I want to see Polar move on. I'm going with the Stormtroopers.
Okay, look at Gibbs. When it comes to a close match, he puts his kid on the line, throws his kid under the bus. I'm not wrong. It was Giblet. Well, I'm gonna have to go with Oxygen on this one. I'm gonna have to say Oxygen is just the history's there. We can't go. We can't go against it, but I said that with Liquid as well. I don't know. I'm not going against it. If after this weekend, if they don't make it, everything is changed, and I'm going to stop going with this route of thinking, this line of thinking. Oxygen's going to be my pick for this. But I need to know from you guys at home as well, on Twitter, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCX. Do you think Oxygen, with the history and the power and experience behind them, will take it? Or will Stormtroopers move through? Or are you just a fan of a polar bear? Let us know online as well. But Oxygen and Stormtroopers qualifying right now. Let's head to the skybox for the commentary.
Thank you so much, Leaf, Corelli, and Turtle here to bring you all the action for Oxygen and Stormtroopers. And Turtle, we heard about the desk. Talk to me about these teams. We've been watching. We've been patiently waiting for our turn to come up on stream. We've watched these teams play. What are you going to expect coming out of Oxygen here after a very turbulent day so far?
Well, for me, Oxygen, it's all about the first few games for them. In the first 3 series today so far, they lost at least game 1, and they would go on to lose 2 out of the 3 series. It's all about how these players start. And we see players like Farah and Shawstead who are notably very adaptable. We've also seen them do crazy reverse sweeps. But with this new pickup, Astral, it seems like if they can't get things moving in that first game or right away, they start to crumble. So this is, in my opinion, the most important match for Oxygen to pull through and come out on top.
Game 1 is always an important match, but it's also a match that pro players use to kind of feel out the opposition. And right now, Stormtroopers doing a great job of keeping Oxygen in their own half in that boost game, going in favor of Stormtroopers here as Dead Monster already forcing out a couple shots on the Oxygen Esports side. And I feel like, Gibbs has been digging at Polar the entire day, but it feels like everyone here, including Polar on this Stormtroopers roster, has been such a threat. A lot of people have been talking about apparently Jack and what he brings to the roster, but I think Polar and Dead Monster as well do such a great job of keeping the attack on, and where apparently a Jack can't make something happen, Polar and Dead Monster are there as well. It's such a well-rounded team on the attack.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because it feels like, really, for the most part, every single one of these players can make some space on the field individually. It just comes down to those clutch moments. I thought that they had a great series earlier on in Game 5 against Endpoint, where it was really close. It just came down to Dead Monster kind of being a little bit more passive. We actually saw him, if you watch that overtime, he had a chance, or not that overtime, excuse me, towards the end, he had a chance to get a goal and pull one in, but he was more passive. So on this roster, on Stormtroopers, I want to see them stay aggressive, no hesitation whatsoever, and continue to be dominant throughout the entire series and not back down.
We saw Oxygen's first attempt on their net, and it's going to be Farah who owned goals. Apparently Jack will get credit for it as he just lobs it towards the midfield. But Farah was a little bit late on this aerial. I was watching it from his camera, didn't react fast enough, didn't think apparently Jack was going to just throw it straight to the middle of the field, and Farah accidentally knocks it into his own net.
And the worst thing about that play is that, Farah had a safety net of Astral in the backfield. He was rotating in, would have had the save even on that mistouch, but a demo came out preventing anybody from helping out Farah, and that is probably one of the worst ways to start out game 1. I mentioned that, we need to see them come out here strong if they want to prevent an upset for the Stormtroopers, but so far that is the worst way you can start anything.
Farah trying to make amends. Astral might get a second chance here, as apparently Jack just skips it off his crossbar and out. But Stormtroopers is not a team that needs any favors, as they've proven so far. You heard about it with the casters before, talking about maybe Stormtroopers isn't the most proven roster yet. Definitely much more new than their opposition here in Oxygen, but they have proven to be formidable in these games. And so far, sitting at a 1-goal lead, Oxygen limited in their chances. Here's another try from Farah, looking for a second touch. Does get it off of apparently Jack's touch. In the end, Jack able to carry it out.
You know, some good looks so far from Oxygen. I think earlier on where we did see a few upsets against them, they got very confused. The only thing they could rely on was their demos. Their communication seemed to be off, a couple of double commits here and there, and they didn't know where their teammates were really trying to hit the ball, so they couldn't pursue anything forward. But now they seem a bit more organized. They are trailing by 1 goal, but they have really solid attempts. And you can see even there, Farah off the backboard, almost setting up Astral. So they're getting closer and closer, but it just comes down to that Stormtroopers defense.
It does feel like Oxygen getting a foothold here in this game. Apparently, Jack has been forced to make some tough saves, 3 in his name so far. Here's Chasset running out of boost. The shot turned away by Dead Monster, but things heating up for Oxygen after that early pressure from Stormtroopers. It's been all Oxygen here. Another couple shots rally off, and Stormtroopers just hanging on for dear life. You're seeing a lot of these saves come out just on their goal line, being forced at the last inch of their net to play these balls out. Oxygen doing such a great job of making tough saves forced out of Stormtroopers so far. Apparently, Jack has been leading the way on the defensive front. There's a big miss as this ball comes across the net. Tough situation for Stormtroopers as Oxygen. Another pass down to Astral. This shot's off the crossbar, and apparently Jack has to clear it away. Oxygen that close, and yet so far, now apparently Jack down the field for Stormtroopers trying to quickly counter. And Oxygen do get in the way. Here's a misplay here from Chasset, cleaned up by Farah. And 30 seconds remain. Can Oxygen get back into game 1 here after a couple missed opportunities?
Well, apparently, Jack, good looks from him to take it a little bit more patient there and keep the pressure on. They just need to waste some time off the clock. Focus on your clears right now. Make sure you can win these 50s, and this game is secured.
Here's Chasset, maybe the last try for Oxygen. 10 seconds left on the clock. Dead Monster trying to play it out. Good bump here on Astral, picked up by Farah. 5 seconds less now for Oxygen. A demo comes out from Farah, but Polar with a great touch downfield. Oxygen do keep it up here as it floats to the Stormtroopers corner. Can Astral keep it alive? He does, but he's going the wrong way. Polar with an opportunity, can't get to it. And Dead Monster trying to kill it. It does come down in the end. Astral can't get around it. And Stormtroopers hang on with a 1-goal lead and a 1-goal victory here in the series.
And you mentioned it yourself, Corelli. Polar, at the end of that game, you could see he got that monster clear. A demo, actually, on the side of Stormtroopers came out. Oxygen was just bullying them. But Polar with a massive clear, wasting time, being very smart, very safe with their play. And it was just that one own goal that they just got given, and they were able to ride that one out for the rest of the game. So far, things looking good for Stormtroopers. And this is where I get scared, Corelli, because we look back at the previous history so far of today alone with Oxygen. They lost their first 2 games against Magnifico. They dropped those. They lost their first 2 games against Vodafone. They dropped that series as well. This is scary territory right now for Oxygen Esports because it takes them so long to get warmed up here.
Well, and I agree. It has not been a good day for Oxygen, but I will say in this particular game 1, even though they do go down and lose this one by a 1 goal, obviously the own goal, I think that there was a lot of good coming out from Oxygen, a lot of missed opportunity, but that opportunity was being generated. And it's really just that last final push to put the ball on target. And we can give some credit to the defense as well from Stormtroopers. Apparently Jack was a brick wall when he was needed on the goal line as the last man. It felt like he was the difference maker on the defense for Stormtroopers, and Oxygen just couldn't break him. But there is a lot of good for Oxygen here in this game, especially after that first minute. It felt like they did get a foothold in the game. I had mentioned it earlier on that they got more opportunity. They were able to put more shots on target, and it really just was that defense of Stormtroopers to hold on. As we get into game 2, can Oxygen start finishing their chances, or Stormtroopers take another early lead? This one very close across the goal line as Oxygen look to clear it out. Farah happy to throw it downfield. Polar's clear, not good enough. Chasset shot turned away by apparently Jack, gets his first save of the game. Farah has options. Turned away by Dead Monster. Gets the demo on apparently Jack. Astral doing his job to keep this ball alive for Oxygen. Farah's going to go for the shot. Dead Monster does turn it away. Good defense here from Stormtroopers to break out after the early pressure from Oxygen.
Oh, that's what I love to see, though. Farah getting the demo and also turning in. That's how you know that he is at least feeling confident in his play. You know, he might have had that own goal earlier, but seeing him keep that rotation tight, also go for the demo, a really good sign for Oxygen. So this has got to be their game to win. You think back to that game 1, what would have happened if that tiny little mistake didn't at least get forced out? Stormtroopers would have been empty-handed right now. So tied up game, a minute in. So far, Oxygen keep that momentum going.
And you can see the difference in offenses as well. When you see Stormtroopers play in the final third, when they're attacking the opposition, there's a lot more space for them to work it with.
Yeah.
Whereas when you see Oxygen downfield in the final third, Stormtroopers are immediately on top of their passing lanes and immediately on top of their shots. And it goes just for the speed of Stormtroopers right now. This one's going to ring off the crossbar a couple times. As Oxygen do get away with it, still a tie game.
That was an incredible defensive stop there, too. You could see, I think about 3 players, all of them from Oxygen, were actually in net, waiting to get it clear. Apparently, Jack almost forced it in. Would have been their first, at least calculated goal here. But still, nothing to show for their work. Good demo from Polar, and they're still trying to break out of their half.
6-2 in the shooting department in favor of Stormtroopers right now. Doing a good job of putting on some shots onto the Oxygen side, and Oxygen's still doing a good job of keeping that defense up. Here's Polar trying to drop it off to apparently Jack, read by Astral, and turned away. Here's Dead Monster to keep the play alive, but drops it down to Chaussette. What do Oxygen have in store? Off the back wall, Farah tried to get it. 2 went here from Oxygen, so it's just Chaussette back. Not a lot of boost here for Polar as he can't catch back up to it. Apparently Jack looking for 2. Didn't get the touch he wanted. Dead Monster, a lot of low boost here for Stormtroopers, which is slowing down their attack. Polar does pick up some for a second touch. Apparently Jack, 35 boost and a shot. Turned away by Astral.
And you got to look at this pressure right now you're seeing out of Stormtroopers. At first, we thought maybe the playstyles were an advantage of Oxygen because they seem to have all that pressure so dominant with their control of the ball. But as of late, it's been Stormtroopers. 8 shots right now, 2 for Oxygen. They have been on the offense, on the move this entire time. We have seen some great defense, granted, from Oxygen, but you got to think something is going to break eventually, whether it's a Farah own goal or possibly a bump could get implemented here for Stormtroopers.
You feel like it will fall in the way of Stormtroopers just with the amount of shots generated, now 9. Here's Dead Monster looking for apparently Jack. He's there off the back wall. Chaussette reads it nicely to clear it away. A lot of balls coming off that back wall on the Oxygen side. It's only a matter of time if Stormtroopers catch back up to it. Farah's going to force it through. Apparently Jack makes another save. Astral still trying to keep it alive. He's been quiet throughout this series so far. Chaussette can't get to it. Again, that speed from Stormtroopers paying off. Here's Farah using all of his boost. Can he catch back up to it? He did, and Dead Monster clears it away.
Smart plays, though, from Oxygen. This has been so back and forth right now. I'm trying to consider really who has the edge. At first, it felt like Stormtroopers, but this patient play and approach from Oxygen has increasingly gotten better. Astral, there's the pop-off. The mechanics coming through. He takes it himself all the way from the wall.
This air dribble was behind the half line and then gets the second touch off the back wall. And it was so imperative that he went over the top of that first defender, which just opened up the space behind him to give him that double tap. And Astral knew all the way that he could get that spin under the ball to keep that height over that defender and earns himself a double tap. Fantastic job from Astral, and Oxygen really needed that one. Maybe another one for Farah as he turned away by Polar. Now we turn to Stormtroopers. Can they fight back? They haven't been gifted a goal like they did in the previous game, and time's running out.
Oh no, a couple of misses here. This is an awkward back pass. The possession, you see, they're trying to keep it slow, you know, trying to have a smart approach, but things are not going their way. Waiting for that final shot. Do they have a mechanical genius on their team like Astral who can put something in off the backboard and save them from really coming out empty-handed?
Here's Dead Monster, cuts one, gets over Astral, goes off the back wall, comes out to apparently Jack. Can he get over it? Not fast enough. This ball ricocheting in the corner of the Oxygen side. Polar's looking for Dead Monster. He does get the touch. All of Oxygen sitting on the back wall. Apparently Jack booms it to the other side, and that might do it here in game 2. Oxygen tie back up the series, 1 apiece.
Such a close play in those final seconds. We saw, I think, a Dead Monster in the corner actually pinch it off to go across, waiting for the final shot. It was nowhere to be found. Stormtroopers backed off a bit, and they couldn't read their own teammates, but what a performance from Oxygen. They handled the pressure well, and then they just relied on Astral's insane mechanics to come out clutch. And then that's really what sold them the win and get themselves back into the series.
I mean, look, when you got a player like Astral on your team, those are the types of plays that you expect for him to at least have the opportunity to score at least once a game. And he was able to pull out here. We might see the replay in a second, but a lot of congestion there in the Oxygen corner, or in the Oxygen goal, excuse me. And that's how close it was. I mean, when you think about the amount of shots that Stormtroopers put on here in this game, there's the air dribble by Astral off the back wall, second touch, beautifully done. Like I said, beating that first defender is so strong. But with the amount of shots that we've seen from Stormtroopers here in this game, one of them has got to fall. And now you kind of start to think back of the catalog of shots that we've seen. Not a lot of them were dangerous, even though they were putting on a lot of shots on the Oxygen side. Oxygen was able to turn it away, maybe not completely on target. And so for Stormtroopers, it does come down to how do you start generating dangerous chances that convert into goals?
Well, at this point, I genuinely think that as scummy as it can be, this is when you got to start implementing demos. There has been a lot of bunched up positioning from Oxygen. Even in those replays that we saw before we got into this match here, you could see multiple times there was 2 to 3 players just sitting in net, trying to be patient and get that final save. So if you have somebody on Stormtroopers, initiate in his rotation, not only is he grabbing the boost, but goes for the demo, that could be the one difference maker to turn the tides here and at least let Stormtroopers get on the board with a goal that they've earned.
Yeah, so far, the only goal that Stormtroopers have put away was Farah's own goal. That's only to give credit, though, to the offense of Stormtroopers. There have been a lot of chances generated by him, but again, you've got to convert. It doesn't matter if you put up 70 shots in a game. If you don't score, it doesn't matter. Stormtroopers here on the attack. Dead Monster happy to pop it up. Astral's there to see it out. And well done by Astral, using his back wall to his advantage to get back to the ball. Apparently, Jack, tough angle as he contorts himself to get the touch. Still, Stormtroopers doing a good job of forcing Oxygen to play out instead of just booming the ball. You can see a block coming through. Polar cuts one. Apparently, Jack looks for the flip reset.
Yeah, the reset.
And even if he did, it did feel like Astral was all over him.
It was such a tough play too, because you could see Polar.
Oh no,
not much, but that slips in. What is happening? Is this the second mistake that just kind of bounces off their team to go in?
I don't think Chaussette thought that ball was going to get through with the momentum towards the net, and he came off the wall a little awkward as well, which I think prevented him from getting back to that ball. A goal drops for Stormtroopers, and they're happy to see it. One shot, one goal, and they're in the lead.
Oh yeah, and you could see it in that replay. You're right, Corelli. Chaussette was actually on that awkward corner coming down. And a lot of times when you're rotating in and trying to get to the floor, you don't have all 4 wheels on the ground just yet, so you can't get that perfect jump in time. That's what happened to Chaussette. So just unfortunate timing all around as we saw Farah not get that good 50. But Stormtroopers, they're going to take it. They might not have gotten the prettiest of goals here, but so long as they're winning and they can keep this pressure. In game 1, we saw them hold on after they got that free goal. Let's see if they'll just fall into that passive play style, just focusing on 50s and getting the clears.
And I think Oxygen know what they're going up against. You can see a lot of respect in the air dribbles from Oxygen towards Stormtroopers, because you're seeing Stormtroopers go under the challenging player a lot, as they do not want to beat over their head. And the fakes coming through for Stormtroopers really paying off and buying themselves some more space. And you can kind of see this barrage of pressure of shots from Stormtroopers over and over again, but they're kind of just rallying it off the back wall right now. It doesn't, again, nothing too dangerous. Of course, they are spending time here on the Oxygen side, but not generating a lot of dangerous shots. Nothing that forces the defense to do anything from Oxygen. You just got to have someone on the back wall. Good demo here from Farah. Backfield is open, but apparently Jack gets back. Looking for that pinch, does get it. Nicely done from apparently Jack. Polar trying to keep this ball alive. Going to drop down. Apparently Jack doesn't want to go, but 2 big misses, and it's an open net for apparently Jack. A massive blunder from Oxygen Esports.
This is what I was talking about with the bunched up position. You could see they're right on top of each other. Farah, it felt like, saw the big miss, then tried to recover, missed himself, so 2 back-to-back whiffs. And it's Stormtroopers here to punish again on a goal that I would consider to be pretty much free.
Absolutely. The net was wide open, and it was an unforced error, 2 whiffs for both Chasset and Farah. I mean, they have to hit the ball. It's as simple as that. Apparently, Jack just took what was given to him.
Well, it's weird too because Oxygen, I've been impressed with how patient they are on the defense when they go for a dribble, but then all of a sudden out of nowhere, they will just panic like that, have 2 players fly at the ball, even flip and completely commit towards that 50 whiff, and then it's just given away. So back and forth playstyle really from Oxygen, where I feel like they can't figure out what they want to do and how they want to approach.
It does feel a little disconnected, a little disorganized from Oxygen. And where I don't think they played horribly in the first 2 games, but this has certainly been their worst game so far. Here's one that pinches towards their net. Minute left to go, down by 2. Certainly doable here for Oxygen, but they've got to get the offense going. They've been limited to 1 shot so far here in this game.
Oh, big demo
from Chasset. Apparently Jack forced to make a tough save. Another shot comes down off the crossbar from Farah, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Get the offense going, open up some space behind, and a free shot here from Farah gets Oxygen back in it.
Yeah, and that's just classic Farah rotation right there. Going for the demo, turns around in midfield, then has the follow-up shot. Beautiful play from Farah, great initiative. He's got 49 seconds left. Let's see if they have what it takes to maybe put another one in. Still trailing by only 1 goal here, as they are a bit frustrated. They know that if they hadn't had made those few mistakes, it would certainly be in their favor, leading 1-0, but they just gave away 2 goals. Let's see what they have at least left in the tank to force a mistake on a Stormtroopers.
One more opportunity is needed for Oxygen to tie this game back up. Stormtroopers unrelenting with the pressure. Back post shot from Dead Monster, pinpoint accurate, and with 20 seconds left, puts his team up by 2.
Oh man, and Polar's just being annoying. He didn't even move aside from behind that ball. Made sure he stuck to it like glue, forced out an awkward 50. It just pops out right for Dead Monster to get a tough angle, but he nails it. That's the security you needed. They should be taking this game so long as they can hold off on this kickoff.
13 seconds left. Oxygen needs one badly and maybe something off the kickoff, but I don't think it's going to happen. Stormtroopers have prevailed here in this game, and Astral is just going to kick it downfield and call it a day. Maybe one more for the road. Stormtroopers up 2-1 in the series. This is such a massive game for both teams. Like we were saying yesterday, at this point, sitting at 2-2, 1 more loss sends you home, 1 more win puts you up to the sends you up to the next day. You qualify at 3 wins. So this is a huge game. A lot of pressure, especially on Oxygen now, being backs against the wall.
Well, so much is on the line, really. Like you said, Curly, the winner of this qualifies for stage 2. And it feels like Stormtroopers are just slipping out of the palms of Oxygen right now, because we'll see a lot of great possession, good looks from them, from Oxygen, where they can move forward, you know, solid passes, solid patience, and then they will just lose all that momentum with miscommunication on defense or huge mechanical errors like that back-to-back whiff we saw earlier. Just I think really uncharacteristic from Oxygen.
Absolutely. That was exactly what I was going to say. Was I think there's a lot of opportunity afforded to Stormtroopers that maybe they didn't necessarily earn. I mean, let's think about it. Oxygen literally hit each other in midair and leaving the goal wide open. And I don't want to take away anything from Stormtroopers, because they did generate a lot more chances here. But Oxygen are certainly not playing up to par, and they're really shooting themselves in the foot right now.
Yeah, but I love the confidence though from Stormtroopers. I was about to say something else. I don't know why. Stormtroopers, you know, they got the Star Wars references in my head and everything going crazy. But I was gonna say, I love the fact that they're not hesitating whenever it comes to challenging this ball. Even whenever they do get the leads, they're keeping that pressure in the corners and not backing off. And we even saw that in the last game with Polar. He's the one who opened up that opportunity to get the security goal, that extra lead, which is what they needed so desperately. So the fact that they're not pushing back, they're keeping the 50s all the way forward. Their offensive line hasn't even moved an inch backwards. It shows a lot of confidence, and it's definitely paying off for them.
Yeah, you make a great point, Turtle. They keep that line high, pushed up the field, and it is extremely tough to break. You can see the numbers they send at the ball as well. Yeah. Sending 2 at the same ball. They're happy to do so because they know they're really not in any danger. These big clears to open space in the backfield behind Oxygen just afford that line to push up over and over again. Oxygen, they need an early goal here to really give themselves some confidence. Right now, I'm sure they're not feeling too confident after what transpired in that last game. Stormtroopers still pressing on. Polar looking for a second touch. Won't be able to beat Astral. A demo on Dead Monster from Farah. Apparently Jack tries to pop that one up, but gets bumped away. Polar plays back to the midfield, and Dead Monster picks it back up. Farah tries to slow it down. Shot from apparently Jack off the back
the
wall.
angle.
Sneaks in the near post in front of Shopset's face, and a 1-goal lead for Stormtroopers.
Stormtroopers are so great at reacting to these weird plays. We saw Dead Monster go for that awkward dribble, but apparently Jack was right behind him, waiting for that challenge to not go his way so he could follow up, keep the pressure forward. We just talked about it, Curly, sending 2 players forward. It's so risky, but whenever it works, it is amazing, and it completely overwhelms Oxygen almost every time.
It's been very tough for them to break out from their own end because of how strong Stormtroopers are at getting the blocks, the boost starvation, making sure that Oxygen's clears are poor, and when they do get them out, they're immediately contested. It's such a strong game plan from Stormtroopers.
Well, I mean, even think back to that previous series with Guild and Giants. Giants were completely slapping them around because they were committing so many players, but they weren't hesitating with it, and it was just too overwhelming. We're seeing almost a similar playstyle here where Oxygen can't handle that pressure.
Here's Astral into the air dribble. Trying to get that flip reset down and gets the pinch. Shostet's there to clean it up off the crossbar. And apparently Jack makes the save. Unreal from him to be a brick wall on the goal line.
Astral got completely robbed off the crossbar. It was then set up. And of course, the save comes out from Stormtroopers. They hold on to the lead. And now they've got one themselves all the way on the other side. They recover. These guys, how do you break them down? The offense is there and the defense.
This man is playing out of his mind. Apparently, Jack is having the day of his life. He has looked so good for Stormtroopers on both sides of the field. How can you make a save like that and then immediately march downfield and get a 2-goal lead for your team? Both goals scored by him. He has just been so good for Stormtroopers, and really across the board, they've been playing well.
Well, he has no fear. He can look the eyes of every single player on Oxygen in the face, basically, and just say, you know what? I'm still gonna go over this 50. I might lose it. It might be a horrible decision, but it's what I'm making. It's what I'm deciding to do, and he will commit fully, which has definitely its benefits, and we can see why here.
He's been right on every single one of his decisions, and it has paid off. Oxygen have work to do here. Plenty of time to get back into it, but as we've seen, chances are limited with the way Stormtroopers are playing right now, and I don't know what is going on with Oxygen.
It is breaking down left and right, the defense. This is Dead Monster clearing it from his own goal. There is no instance in Rocket League, so long as your team has good rotation, solid communication, where a goal like that will go in. It wasn't even that fast of a clear, but yet everyone from Oxygen scrambling to get boost, try to get in position to go forward. They didn't even realize that a shot was going on. Here's another one. Why not? I mean, this has got to be a secured win at this point.
Wow. And that goal is extremely deflating if you're Oxygen. You know, a lot of mistakes coming out, but a kickoff goal just adds salt to the wound. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, we couldn't even break down the last play before Stormtroopers come in and score again, and things are looking extremely bleak here from Oxygen. One of the top seeds coming into this, and they have not looked like it at all. A minute and a half to work with here as Farah tries to drop one down, and they do get one back. Oxygen still in it.
Okay, it's possible. 126. What a pass from Shawset. This is what we need. Farah actually predicted so well where Shawset was going to hit that ball. It seems like they have really been off lately in terms of communication. They don't know where their teammates are going to hit it, where they're going to try and push forward with the ball. But in that instance, we can see Farah completely trusting Shawset with that clear. A minute and a half left. Do they have what it takes? 3 goals. It's a huge obstacle, but we know Oxygen Esports have the skill and the raw talent to do it alone. Let's see if they can at least push forward.
Apparently Jack got pushed out. Astral just needed something on target. Oxygen, we're that close once again. Dead Monster drops it down to apparently Jack, and Shostet forced to make a tough save. Everyone was pushed up here from Stormtroopers. You see all 3 of them racing back. Astral Oxygen need a quick one here and a light touch. Not able to slip under the crossbar. Farah, who's to work with, throws it out. Astral aside, flip shot that comes through, and a save from Dead Monster coming down from the heavens, and he clears it out. Stormtroopers break away.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. This is a team who's up by 3 goals. You'd think they'd play defensive. No, they send 3 players forward, and they still manage to get an unreal goal on stage. 1 second left. Things are looking hopeless for Oxygen.
I think that does it there. Down by 3. Stormtroopers are going to qualify for the next stage here in RLCS X in the first split. Oxygen are knocked out, and they are sent home. Stormtroopers, a new team coming into RLCS X, but boy, oh boy, they look good.
I mean, in the first series we saw today, I thought maybe the pressure was getting to them. I believe they did play Dignitas, and they got swept. So it was a scary look from them, and I thought maybe, you know, this they can't really handle the pressure. They need to get a little experience under their belt. But then they come out here against Oxygen Esports, and they go full send mode with their rotations and their offensive line. They pushed that thing up so far to the point where Oxygen didn't even know how to handle it.
They look extremely strong, and I feel like maybe the first couple of games, it took Stormtroopers some time to get into the series. But afterwards, they really got into this series and took full advantage of the mistakes, of the gaps left by Oxygen Esports, and they look strong going into the next stage. If they can keep this up, they are looking like a top team, and they're going to contend with some of the big boys here in Europe. But we got another match coming up. Stay with us after the break.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it, rushing through my veins. Love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am your host, LeafX. Alongside me, we have Gibbs, and I totally forgot who else on with me.
Wow.
It's Chief. Sorry.
Wow, man.
You know? I had another thing lined up, and I'm like, wait, I forget who my other analyst is. Well,
I know I've been gone for like most of the day since I stopped casting.
I thought you left.
Man.
But apparently, this was a good match for Stormtroopers. Polar, Giblet was right. Polar showing the Stormtroopers can shoot, and they make it through. What a crazy show though from them.
It was awesome. I mean, as soon as I saw apparently Jack in that last game get the save and then have the completely free shot come through and make the other save, I was like, oh, Oxygen's done. They're just gonna lose this series. Like, that was sick.
I mean,
Jack had an awesome showing.
But with Astro in like game 2 made a phenomenal play all by himself. Then he makes another one in that final game. And what happens? You have Shawset a wide open net and he hits the crossbar. That's been Shawset all day today. Has not looked like himself at all. And Oxygen really did not look good at all. But to put this into perspective, the Stormtroopers, 24th seed in all of Europe, and Oxygen number 2, and Stormtroopers just knocked them out of the tournament, and now they get to move on to the top 16. This is huge for these 3 guys who made waves through the community tournaments, through that fusion tournament from Johnny Boy, and now they're on that main stage.
Well, you know, again, for apparently Jack, this is huge already with Johnny Boy stuff and that ones committee. His name's already out there, and this is just going to push that further. So for him, this is absolutely a huge victory. I just have a quick question before we move on for you, Chiefs. At what point does Oxygen? I mean, like for Shazet, it's been a long time where there's been on and off for him. Some real questions need to be asked about his play lately.
The thing is what questions do you ask, right? Because it's like, if you just look at Shawset like on a piece of paper, yes, today it was awful. But like if you look at it on the field, it's like the things that were most out of place were, sure, maybe the missed open net and the inability to really get the ball moving against the teams they played against. But to be fair, if you look at who they played against, hang on, Oxygen, they lost to the Giants, who played like monsters. They lost to Magnifico, who played like monsters. And then they just lost to Stormtroopers, who played like monsters. So it's like, I'm not sure if you can really look at today and be like, yeah, this is all Shawset's fault. I mean, like, yes, you didn't have a good day, but against the teams they lost to, nobody on Oxygen had a good day.
True, but at the same time, this is the 2 seed of Europe. They should almost be walking into the bracket at this point. When you have 3 lives, you shouldn't be giving up 3 lives as a 2 seed in Europe. They're definitely going to have to collect their thoughts, figure it out for 3 weeks down the line, 4 weeks down the line for that next regional.
But that's something they have to worry about on their own time. We have only limited time left in one match to go. One more qualification. It's time for some Guild and Glory. That sounds like a great name for a mobile game, but we have Glory for Builders versus Guild. Guild probably not want to find themselves in the spot. At least it's still a qualification spot for Glory for Builders, though, achieves. This seems to be a position that is really good for them. They still have a chance at qualification.
Yeah, real big upswing. You know, they started off the loss against Oxygen, and then they went 1-3 against Nameseekers, but then they went 2-0. I mean, and they only dropped one game, only dropping one game to Servette, and then of course they had the win over Libertas. But
That's a big
to
one.
me, this kind of feels a little less sure. So tough to say how I feel about Glory for Builders going against Guild here.
Well, let's just get some final predictions here. Let's just get through this. We got one more qualification. I'm going to start. I'm going to start this one off and just get it out of the way. I'm going to have to keep favoring side of Guild here. I mean, we got a bunch of veterans that know what they're doing. Not that Glory doesn't, but they've got a lot more experience, I feel, behind them. So for me, Guild is definitely who I have to go with. Gibbs, you go next, and I'll give Achieves the final word since I did him so dirty at the beginning.
So I'm not going to lie. I know 3 players on the field playing right now. So I'm going to pick Guild. But for Glory, they do have 2 players from France. So you never know. But I'm going to go Guild here.
No, I also pick Guild. I think that they're having a good upswing for Builders for Glory, but or Glory for Builders. But no, it's too much. I think there's too much to overcome here.
Let us know your thoughts online. Do you think the power of being French will pull through? It seems to work a lot of other times. Or will Guild use their experience to pull through? Let us know on Twitter at RL Esports with the hashtag RLCSX. We always want to hear from you. But now it's time for our last qualification to find out who makes it to next week. Let's head over to the Skybox for the commentary.
Thank you so much, Leaf here, Corellia Turtle, once again to bring it on home for the first day of, or second day rather, of RLCS X. And we do have Glory for Builders taking on Guild Esports. Desk convinced that Guild Esports are going to take this one. And it's tough to argue against this. We can't imagine a team like Guild Esports not making it in, but we have already seen teams that we absolutely would pin. Yes, that's a team that's going to qualify. Not qualify. So Turtle, what do you make of it?
I'm not gonna lie. The only thing we have going for us is that there's 2 French players. That's the only hope right now for Glory for Builders. That's all we got, and that's all we can go with. So we have to go with Guild. We didn't see the best performance against the Giants, but then again, like a Chief said, I mean, the Giants were just playing on point. So it's really hard to discredit that win, or maybe say they're playing poorly. But there's a great look. T-Jester and Hoops is there to finish it off. Already, the guys that we know nothing about are popping off.
Who-Ups is able to clean it up as T-Jester had an open net. He couldn't put it away, put it off the crossbar. But Glory for Builders striking first, and it's a team that, obviously, this is probably the biggest game they've ever played. To get that first goal is such a huge confident boost going up against a team like Guild Esports. This is not a team that's going to be easy to beat. Getting that first goal does wonders for your confidence levels, at least here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing that you can at least put one in against Guild, if you're coming in with a poor frame of mind and you think, you know, this isn't ours, we don't have any confidence, but just that initial goal, all it needs really to spark a huge comeback here. Great way to start. Let's see if they have another one. Good midfield passing so far. I'm already impressed with what we're seeing.
Yeah, good 1-2 downfield, but it was even better read from Guild. Get in front of that one and dunk it away. Here's Nolly. Tries to play it to Though. A couple of blue players jump in front. They're sending a couple of players forward. Now Scrub Killer popping it up. T-Jester to clear it away. Though, hard shot on target. And Artyrus has to make a save. He does. Nolly, pass out to Scrub Killer. Has space to work with. And again, a defender gets a piece of it. Who-Up's trying to play it away. And now T-Jester to pick it up. You're seeing a lot of time being spent here on the Glory for Builders side. Guild slowly clamping down. Everyone in the air for Glories for Builders. Scrub trying to take his time on this shot. And Who-Ups to clear it away.
And that was a good look, too, there from Guild. I thought that midfield pass was perfect, a good opportunity. Scrub Killer was just a little bit slow to capitalize and get a finishing shot. Although there are lots of openings right now on the defense for Glory for Builders, where Guild should be able to capitalize so long as they can just keep pressure, keep feeding the midfield. Eventually, you're going to find an opening.
Here's a big clear for Glory for Builders as Though returns the favor downfield. The midfield being skipped by both teams at the moment. Who-Up's trying to play through it, but Nolly there to turn it around. Artyrus. This one pops out to T-Jester, doesn't make contact. Who-Up's there to clean it up again, but turned away by Though.
Good patience. Solid possession as well. They're keeping up, but it's just these small defensive gaps like that from Nolly who can shred that positioning down to basically nothing, open up so much space. And yet they're holding on. They have this 1-goal lead. We haven't seen many looks on offense from them since, but their defense is all that matters.
The defense has held on, and to be fair, Guild has given up a lot of space for Glory for Builders to work with. They just haven't been able to fire off the shots. You've seen a couple whiffs on the shots coming out from Glory for Builders that just not connecting like you'd want. Not sure if it's just nerves or knowing the caliber of competition that you're going up against. This is a huge game again. Lose and you're out, win and you're in. Scrub not letting them out through the midfield, and he might still land on this one as Artyrus just trying to play it away from Guild Esports players.
Oh, big bumps too there from Nolly, where he actually gets a piece of somebody on the defensive side for Glory for Builders, but we're waiting for the follow-up from Guild. It seems like they're a little bit passive, actually. It feels like maybe somebody will open up an opportunity, create some space, and yet that second man doesn't want to rotate in. They'd play that defensive spot and go back for boost instead of stay in the midfield. So not the best decision-making. Things really aren't looking confident. Even here, we see 2 players in net just waiting for a clear, and now there's an opening, all because of the positioning.
Good little touch from Who-Ups, but nobody overcommitting from Glory for Builders. That play was tough to score after it went above the net. And Glory for Builders are doing a good job of reading where Guild Esports are going to that. Guild have just been way too predictable on what they want to do with the ball. And they've been punished a couple times, at least with giving up possession and some chances. Here's a chance for Nolly. Just turned away by Who-Ups, and he does get a second touchdown field with no boost. Tyrus can't get the read, and it goes into his corner. Still hanging on here, but maybe not for long. Dangerous ball drops down, turned away by Who-Ups. 40 seconds left for Glory for Builders to hang on to this lead. Guild have been knocking at the door, but just can't break the defense right now. Here's Nolly, shot, and it's wide open on the far side. A 1-1 game with 30 seconds left.
Oh, we've just been waiting for the opening. Scrub Killer, a good second follow-up touch to force an awkward 50 that pops out for Nolly. Nobody is waiting in that third man, Tyrus. Didn't expect that to just squeeze back into the midfield. Guild, good reaction. And finally, that second man, Nolly, is in position and ready to challenge earlier than he has been before.
So a tie game. Glory for Builders let it slip away here in the final 30 seconds. Now, though, tries to get past Who-Ups. Tyrus there to clear it away. A lot of changing of possession here in this game. I like that idea from Nolly to give it to Scrub. Into the air dribble. He does get by T-Jester, but not without a tip. T-Jester to try and get it away. Tyrus might have a chance here in the waning seconds for Glory for Builder, though it comes down to Who-Ups. The first touch is good, pops it up and over, and Scrub Killer just barely gets a touch, and he'll air dribble it to his corner, and it will drop down for overtime.
Man, these guys are so fun to watch. Glory for Builders, they make sure when they get an opportunity, they can put some pressure on Guild. They're making them panic, force a lot of awkward saves out, and it's really difficult to tell who's going to take this win because Guild, it feels like they're trying to fall back on that safety net of going for maybe a solo play instead of risking 2 players up. But here's a good look from Nolly. Does he have the 1v1? He has the player beat, but it's not enough. Tyrus with a miss and T-Jester, thankfully, he's there to clean it out. And they've got at least a little bit of relief time to maybe get some boost and force this one out.
Yeah, great clear here from Tyrus just to buy some time and some space to push downfield. Nolly doesn't get a good touch here. T-Jester fires off a shot, and it goes in off of Scrub and though, and it's a 1-0 lead in the series for Glory for Builders.
What is happening? These past 2 series, nobody knows what's going on, it feels like. On the teams we expect, a big own teammate dunk to force in your own net. Another own goal. I feel like that's the 4th or the 5th one I think we've seen today. And Glory for Builders,
absolutely,
they've got the momentum.
My goodness, I don't know what to say for Guild. A lot of space was given up throughout this game. I mean, Glory for Builders had opportunity that Guild just messed up on.
Yeah.
And again, feels like, I don't know. It's another game where it feels like a team that should be at such a high caliber shouldn't be dropping games like this. They shouldn't be making these mistakes in particular. Yeah. We've seen it kind of plague all of the top teams except for basically Vitality at this point. And for Guild, maybe a lessons learned here in game 1. Glory for Builders given way too much space, and let's give credit to them. This was a fantastic game 1 for Glory for Builder. Not only do they hold that 1-goal lead all the way up until the 30-second mark, but then they come out in overtime and take the game down. That's huge. Not because once you give up that first goal, a lot of times what you see teams when they play top teams like this is it just falls apart. They lose all the confidence, they fall apart. But no, they get to an overtime and Glory for Builders come out and they win. That's huge for them.
Well, this is what's so exciting about the RLCS X format is that we can see a lot of teams that we're so used to being comfortable playing against the highest tier teams. You know, everybody on Guild, they know what they're doing in these weird high pressure situations. But it's different because they're going against somebody that they don't even know how they play. It's completely new, a completely fresh roster, something that they're put in a difficult situation. So now they have to force themselves to react. And we're seeing them fall under that pressure. And we wouldn't be seeing this without this amazing format, which is so awesome to see. Let's see if Guild have what it takes to fix their nerves, maybe prevent an own goal or two here and there, and come back.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's nerves, it's just mistakes. I mean, that was a mistake that you shouldn't be making. The call-out should be coming out from one of the players to make the save.
Yeah. Well, it's obvious panic, too. I mean, they didn't expect any of this going into this first matchup. You can tell from game 1. They just relied on simple solo plays, thinking it would be a lot easier. And now they're getting forced into situations where they really have to make a creative play in order to get a goal.
And man, oh man, you got to be feeling good on the Glory for Builders side. This is a fantastic start, but maybe not the best start for the second game, as Though is going to get the first goal.
Oh, and there we see a good demo. Nice pass from Nolly. Everybody getting involved. Full team play here. And an easy cleanup for Though. This is what we want to see. Everybody getting involved. It's not just one player throwing themselves forward. It's all three working together.
Kickoff goes in favor of Who-Ups. He might sneak one by. He does. And immediately tied back up by Glory for Builders.
Who-Ups is there, ready for a response. What a kickoff from Artyrus. And then Who-Ups, the best cheat you could have asked for. He didn't even hesitate whatsoever, seeing that other player come in. Knew he could get the speed on him, and just barely got behind the ball.
A 1-1 game here in the first 45 seconds. Now, I was beginning to talk about how good you got to feel for Glory for Builders, and maybe even better if you're going to give up a goal to immediately get one back here in game 2. And Scrub Killer, that shot is not what he wanted, though. Trying to knock it down, he does. And Guild Esports gets one back.
Thankfully, Though is here to clean it up. Nolly, a really good pass out. He baited in 2 players to go after them. The defense panicking on the side of Glory for Builders. Goes off the crossbar, Though, an easy follow-up, and Guild. Very routine for them, starting to look a lot more confident on the pitch.
At least putting away the shots. Here's Who-Ups. Trying to keep it going. Glory for Builders trying to find that space that Guild Esports was giving up in the previous game. Here's a shot from Though. Nolly looking for Scrub Kill at the top of the box. He did come through. Now T-Jester, the second touchdown field, and it's just wide the net. It was wide open. T-Jester again with the shot turned away by Nolly. And Glory for Builders are that close to the equalizer.
Oh, and they're going to want to have another shot at that. The wide open net with a fast counterattack. Guild, they sneak away.
Great pass.
Without letting that one in. That was a good opportunity as well. So much midfield space here for Glory for Builders to put one on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Guild have been giving up that midfield quite a bit. But here's an open net for Nolly. A big missed touch here from Glory for Builders. And Guild will pull away with a 2-goal lead.
And this is kind of similar to what you were talking about in game 1, Corelli, where we'll see the underdog team get 1 goal, but then their defense after that will just kind of fall into a bunch of little individual pieces that just break apart. And we're seeing that happen here. Guild, you know, not the fanciest goals, but it's very solid passing plays. They're spaced out, and Glory for Builders just can't maintain any defense.
Plenty of time for Glory Builders to get back into it, but it does feel like Guild at least starting to be a bit more accurate, a bit more dangerous on the offensive side. Whoops. Tosses back to Artyrus, and that one's going to come off the crossbar. A great passing play just to sneak it through the defense. Here's T-Jester. What does he have? Not much, as it's turned away by Nolly. Who-Up still trying to keep this play in. Artyrus was there, but a big dunk here from Though. Can he get the pass across or take the shot himself? He will. And T-Jester plays it away.
Nice pass.
Shot from T-Jester turned away by Nolly, and it does feel like Guild Esports are really just throwing the ball down the field right now. Not seeing too many passing plays come out for them, at least not in their side of the field. That's a missed touch as it comes out to Artyrus. Nolly there to clear it out.
Oh, and Artyrus, that was a good 1v1 play where if he just took it a little bit slower, he could have had a chance there to get a flick on target. Instead, he just kind of forced out the pinch. And now look at, he's basically facing a full-on counterattack from Guild because of that throwaway of possession. Glory for Builders, you got to give them credit. It feels like every time somebody on Guild will get a goal or put one in, Glory for Builders are right there, back in their face, at least ready to put another attempt on net.
They are spending quite a bit of time on the Guild Esports side. Who-Up's got to make a tough save. Though, pushing on for Guild Esports, you can see how far back they're sitting. One player is such a threat from Guild Esports that 2 can sit back at the midfield. This one comes out. T-Jester is there for Glory for Builders, and they're right back in it with a minute and a half left.
Artyrus is so annoying in this corner. Look at him. He gets across the ball, takes the boost, continues to flip forward, and gets that 50 out there to T-Jester. So much hustle there from Artyrus setting him up. And now a minute and 30. There's just 1 goal they need to put in. They've always been strong after kickoffs. Let's see if they have one here.
Glory for Builders trying to claw their way back into this game. It's been scrappy, no doubt, for them against this Guild Esports team. Expectations are against them. The desk was against them, and they have stood tall so far. T-Jester has a little bit of space to work with. Brings it down past one. No follow-up from his teammates. And a big clear from Scrub over to Nolly. Immediately shot on target and turned away by Artyrus.
Things getting a little bit scary here on the defense for Glory for Builders. Another play where two goalkeepers would go at the same ball. The shots just in a league of their own on the side of Guild. Nobody's there to counter them. But still 41 seconds left. They've managed to keep it within 1 goal here. Maybe go for a demo like Tho did on Artyrus.
And the attacks are just a bit too slow coming out from Glory for Builders. Doing a good job of getting into that final third, but if they don't get that dunk or if they don't get that first defender beat, it feels like it just kind of peters out. Nolly gets a dunk, and he might have one here as he opts not to go for it. He had no boost to catch back up anyways.
Oh, that's such a smart decision from Nolly to go for that boost too. Now 10 seconds left. He starved him out. They don't have anything left in the tank to go for some kind of shot on net.
T-Jester trying to make something happen. Who Up's got to keep this one alive. One more bounce will do it, and Guild will take the win. Glory for Builders were right in front of the net, but couldn't make it fall. And Guild back into this series, so they take the lead.
A much more clean performance from Guild. I liked what I was seeing in terms of the passing was much more thought out. It felt like before in game 1, Guild was kind of just throwing the ball forward, and then they'd go up for another hit themselves and go for a solo play, try and open up space that way. But instead now, you can see them infiltrating corners a bit more, staying up, and then going for a redirect pass back to the midfield, using all of the players. Glory for Builders, they were strong off the kickoffs, but they really couldn't handle that offensive pressure.
And I will say it's still not the prettiest series that we're seeing from Guild Esports. I think there's a lot of mistakes coming out. I feel like there's a lot of space still given to Glory for Builders. We're not seeing that creativity that I want to see with this team. This is every player on Guild Esports is such a weapon. You have Scrub Killer, Tho, Nolly. I mean, these are guys that we've seen in previous RLCS seasons do so well on an individual level. When can we see these guys really show what they got here in RLCS X against a team like Glory for Builders? Right now, Glory for Builders doing a great job of being in the face and at least slowing down or just making this Guild Esports team play completely differently right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a hard situation to be in because if you're not able to score a lot of those 1v1 plays that you're so used to getting, like you said, in previous seasons, we've seen all these individual players pop off in their given moments. But whenever that's not clicking, what's your go-to strategy then afterwards? At first, it felt like they had nothing, but now we're seeing more passing plays, more midfield presence, at least in their play. Now they just need to close up a couple of issues on defense, and it should be an even cleaner gameplay from everyone on Guild.
We'll see if they can clean it up. This ball played downfield, though. Trying to make something happen out of his corner. Who Ups straight to the ceiling as Scrubkill is happy to throw it downfield. We have seen a lot of boom ball from both teams, especially in the beginning or in the initial game. Teams happy to just throw the ball down the field. A shot comes out from Artyrus, though. There to clear it away, though again on his own touch. Still chasing after it, so quick down the field, gets a great dunk, comes out to Nolly. Who Ups wants to bring this one down, but immediately jumped on by Scrub. Guild.
Oh, you can see Scrub going for demos too, hunting in the backfield, trying to get that extra rotation in, which is something he's so used to doing. It's such an annoying playstyle as Scrub will infiltrate, try to get all those corner boosts. But then Who Ups, excuse me, with a good response too. So this is so back and forth, Corelli, right now. I am very surprised at what I'm seeing out of Glory.
They're doing a great job. Guild has not done a great job of keeping the ball in their own half. They're just happy to knock it one time up into the air and really no follow-up after, no plan. What's the plan with the ball right now? Glory for Builders doing a great job of just jumping in front of it. You can see another big clear. This time there is a follow-up from Tho. Nolly looking for that back wall. Nobody going up for Glory for Builders. They do go up late from Artyrus and gets a second touch. Demos coming out from Glory for Builders. Forces Tho to go all the way back. Good touch here as it goes just wide of the post. Who Ups has appeared to be the initiator here for this Glory for Builders team. When he picks that ball up coming out of their own end, he does generate a lot of possession and patience moving out from their defensive end. And you like to see that from players. It's something that I always preach. teams bringing that ball down and forcing that first defender to come towards you. Look at the flip reset, though, from T. Jester as able to put over a last defender of Guild Esports.
Oh, man, I love the little give and go. T. Jester won that 50, forced out a pass, then opportunity from Artyrus. And T. Jester, instead of banging it right towards the net, which would have been so predictable, he went for the flip reset where the ball was even barely off the ground. Such an interesting play, very mechanical, and he nails it here. Half the game left, and it's Glory for Builders who go up first, but then Tho off the kickoff. What is this? How did it go in?
And it came right to Tho here and just right over Hoops. It comes off the ceiling, and Artyrus just doesn't get the touch. It's as simple as that. He had to get the touch or maybe the dunk earlier by Hoops, but either way, Tho gets one immediately back after a great goal, first goal by T. Jester.
I mean, that's painful. You worked so hard for that flip reset goal, and then all of a sudden, right off the kickoff, you can see it's almost like that is your most vulnerable defense. Whenever you just score right off that kickoff, you are so susceptible to a lot of errors because you're way too confident. You want to go for every challenge, and that instance, it just really harmed them.
A couple more chances coming out from Guild. T. Jester has been something special to watch when the ball's in his possession. Not getting anything this time as Demo comes out onto Tho from Hoops. Artyrus happy to throw this one downfield, looking for that back wall, though forced to make the play, and Scrub can't get the dunk on Hoops. A very tight game, and what's been a tight series, even with the consensus on the desk, picking Guild Esports. Glory for Builders have done such a good job of sticking in this game and in this series.
Oh, 2v1, is somebody gonna go for the bump? Yes, they are, there it is. I saw it unfold because of that easy turnaround. As soon as you saw one player on the defense alone, you just gotta take him out. And T. Jester, what a turn.
Wow. And you know what's crazy about that play too is Artyrus dodged two separate demos as he got the touch on the ball. The initial one as he approached it, and then the follow through as he landed. So that was such a tight play to happen. It could have been easily the other way if Artyrus got demoed, but in the end, taking out that last defender, and Glory for Builders up here in this game 2-1.
And we might see them actually go up in the series too. The team that nobody expected to come out here playing strong, and yet here they are, hitting flip resets, good demo plays, but that one's gonna sneak in. Scrub Killer barely manages to fire this one in.
And it is the price you pay of staying up on this back wall and trying to make the play. You can't get to it fast enough. Best case scenario is you knock it down and into your net. It's tough for Artyrus there. He did get the touch, but not enough. The ball slips under. Back to a tie game.
Oh man, they gotta clean themselves up after those kickoffs. Once Glory for Builders gets any good play in that can result in the goal, it feels like after that kickoff, they gain too much confidence. Everybody kind of spaces out a bit too much, assuming Guild are gonna be more passive possibly, but that's what catches them off guard, and every single time that they've scored, Guild has had an instant response.
Guild have done a good job of when they've given up goals to get back into it. It's what's kept this series so close, and honestly, Glory for Builders had a couple themselves. Scrub wants the air dribble. He will get it, and the dunk. Everyone jumping at this one for Glory for Builders. This is a tough situation here. Time running out. You do not want to make that critical mistake. That changes what could be an overtime here to a loss. Scrub Killer, one last chance possibly
Nice
for Guild
50.
Esports. Does come back down. Artyrus might have the last laugh. Instead, though, gets a good dunk off the ceiling. Nobody up for Guild Esports, as they're all just trying to manage who's going to pick it up. And I think Hoops wants to see that one drop. He will. An overtime game here in game 3.
And even those final moments, you can see Guild are kind of all over each other. The communication a bit lacking on their side as they're too close to each other. Maybe they're gonna at least bring that into this overtime for Glory for Builders to take advantage of that. And that's where those demos will really be effective, because it's so much easier to take somebody out when they're right next to another opponent who they could just also go for instead.
We've seen it a couple times from Glory for Builders to set up that demo play, and they have. I've even seen a couple double demos coming out for them, getting 2 players on the Guild side. Here's Artyrus. Oh, great initial touch.
The fake
Scrub wasn't faked out, and we'll play this one away towards Tho, cut out by Hoops. Artyrus plays it towards the midfield. Coming up on a minute overtime, and a tough shot turned away by Nolly. Things heating up for Glory for Builders as they start to lock in this Guild Esports team. T Jester looking to play this one back, he will, and a good dunk from Though gives Guild a chance to catch back up. Things certainly tense in an overtime like this, and Hoops has to make the save. Guild still pressing on with an attack. Great dunks here coming out from Though. Nolly has Scrub waiting under him. Scrub's going to take it away. A second touch never came. The defense was beat if he had just gotten it, though. Maybe he gets a second touch, and a big miss there from T Jester. Nolly, all he has to do is put it on target, off the crossbar and in. A 1 minute and 34-second overtime in favor of Guild Esports.
Oh, I can't believe that's how it ends. T Jester, he could have read it off the backboard and actually turned that into a great counterattack opportunity. But instead, a huge whiff for a game that felt like it was theirs to win. You know, towards the end, Guild was going back to that solo play focus where they don't really want to send too many people up. Somehow it ends up working where they almost got punished for it, but Glory for Builders just couldn't hold on to the pressure yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this game felt like Glory for Builders had more opportunity than their score shows.
Yeah.
I mean, they had 10 shots to the 2 goals, but they definitely had Guild on the ropes. I mean, this went to overtime, so let's not downplay how far Glory for Builders made it here in this game, but it does feel like Glory for Builders had more opportunity that they could have put away. Guild were pushed back onto their heels multiple times, so I like what I'm seeing from Glory for Builders. I see why now a team coming, you know, this team formed, I think, in February, and they didn't really play in a lot of big tournaments. I think they tried to qualify for the spring series at one point, but didn't. And now here they are, and they're going toe-to-toe with Guild Esports, a team that has been sitting or RLCS caliber, obviously. Yeah. And this is not an easy series for Guild Esports at all.
Well, it feels like their defense just can't really keep up with the pace that is Guild. I think that, you know, their offense by all means can really hang with the big guys like Guild. Everybody on this team, they've been doing a great job of getting in their faces, keeping up the pressure. But when it comes to defense, I feel like they can't really find and match that pace where the ball is just getting boomed left and right. Guild basically just slamming it constantly off the backboard, waiting for a mistake. And we saw that out of T Jester in the last game. That's what cost them that OT. So I feel like maybe on defense, you can't take that patient route. You got to try and match that pace from Guild, but it's going to be difficult.
I think you bring up a good point, Turtle, is that it does feel like Guild are just waiting for the mistakes coming out from Glory for Builders rather than trying to generate those forced errors, because it's been a much slower game, I feel like, from Guild than normal. I mean, with
this is boomer ball,
the type of player that's on this team, all 3 of them, this is probably the slowest I've ever seen this team play. And it's not necessarily that they're playing poorly. It's just rather this isn't the type of gameplay that I would expect from a team like Guild.
And I think it also gives them confidence to keep going with this playstyle. If whenever they get scored on, they can get one right back after kickoff. So that's something else that, you know, Glory for Builders definitely need to work on. It's just a lot of issues on defense, but their offense looking so great. And Guild, maybe they're playing into this more boomer safe mode because this is a lot on the line in this series. Qualification into stage 2, so much riding on this one match.
Right, we can't forget, I mean, Guild are 1 game away from moving on to the next stage. So crucial game here for both teams, obviously for Glory for Builders as well to stay alive, and they certainly can, as all these games have been pretty close here in this series. And like we've been saying, plenty of opportunity for Glory for Builders to get one in their previous game. Can they generate some more chances? Tyrus the flip reset. Scrub's got to make the save. Hoops trying to make the play. Past the first defender, can't do so. And T Jester doesn't take the best approach on that ball. And Though looking for Nolly, cut out by Artyrus. That's the defense you want to see coming out from Glory for Builders, cutting out those passing lanes. And a second touch from T Jester to the back of the net for Glory for Builders.
And Corelli, this all started on defense. You were just complimenting the fact that they were able to hang with them with that speed. And what do? They come out with a counterattack right all the way over to T Jester with a great pass. And that backflip, so hard to time that just right to keep the momentum going forward towards the net. Glory for Builders, they score first, 3 minutes left. Things are looking good. Let's see if they can force game 5.
Ollie tries to play it across the scrub killer, and it goes in off the demo on Hoops. A wide open net in the end, and it's tied up.
Dude, they can't hold the lead for more than what feels like 30 seconds. Guild are always prepared to fight back after an initial goal. Good demo play from Guild. Again, that speed playing dividends for Guild, excuse me, where they just can't handle if you're Glory for Builders.
And you said it a couple times, Turtle. They've done a great job. Guild have done a great job of immediately answering the call when they give up a goal. It's been 2-3 times now that they've scored almost off the kickoff after giving up their first goal, though. Gets past two Hoops. Tough situation here. Nolly does get some help as Scrub Killer doesn't make contact, and nobody did from Glory for Builders either as that ball bounces away. It's still sitting at a tie game. Things getting more and more tense. Every second passes is one step closer to elimination or being sent to the next stage. Hoops.
Oh, big demos too from Scrub Killer. You can see him being more and more annoying. I've been paying attention to their corner boost. It's Scrub Killer constantly in their half. And look at all this space for Nolly. He's a 1v1 pro, it feels like at this point. You don't want to leave him with that chance. Thankfully, Artyrus ready for the save, but that was getting dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that was one heck of a save. When Nolly can get back behind the ball like that, it's tough to break it out from the dunk. T-Jester there to clear it away for Glory for Builders. They do get a little bit bunched up on their defensive side, and then they don't have anyone downfield to make a play. It's why you're seeing a lot of these balls just land in the lap of Guild, and they're able to just immediately play downfield on the counter. Scrub to pick it up. Got T-Jester in front, tries to go over, and Artyrus there to clear it away. Nolly tries to keep the play alive for Guild. Here's T-Jester, pass two. Nolly shuts it down. Scrub tried to get a touch. Hoops didn't know if he was going to get it or not. Here's Though on the shot. It's high. Artyrus has to get up, but not fast enough. Nolly's too quick, and a 1-goal lead for Guild.
Again, pay attention to the speed we're seeing out of the defense from Glory for Builders. It's just too slow. Nolly, that's a predictable pass out where you would hope the defender would have the edge on that challenge, but instead, it's Nolly just coming and crashing the net. So much speed, far superior than anybody on the defense from Glory for Builders, and they go up now by 1 goal. A minute left. This is looking like their game to take.
It is, but Glory for Builders just need one. And they have been knocking at the door a couple times. It does feel like T-Jester might be the man to look to if you're Glory for Builders to make something happen. That's a great demo from him. Artyrus tries to get past Nolly. It comes down to Hoops. This could be their chance off the back wall. Well read by Scrub as he tumbles down his sideline to push this ball away.
Oh, good patience from Artyrus. I like what I'm seeing. Making sure you can keep midfield possession. Now you've got a good look on offense. Look at that play unfold. Slow, patient approach there, but they've got 25 seconds left. You're not going to get many more chances.
They might only get one. They got to get past the midfield, and they throw it downfield to Guild. Artyrus looking to play this one on for Glory for Builders. Here's Though. Played it to the midfield, but cut out by Scrub. That speed coming through for Guild. Maybe one last chance for Glory for Builders that they can push it downfield, but it's not looking like it, though. Happy to let this one drop. So smart. And Guild will hang on in a 3-1 victory over Glory for Builders.
Oh, and they qualify for stage 2 Guild. It was a little bit shaky the first game. So much respect for Glory for Builders. You know, they played well. They just picked up that speed a little bit on defense. I think this would have been a much different result. Got to give respect to them, but overall, Guild, man, they just played it really slow, a little bit more patient, kind of playing boomer ball like we talked about, Corelli, and just getting a safe and secure win.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was not the series that I expected to see. First of all, I think this was a great series from Glory for Builders. For a team like them to come out and play like this against Guild Esports, I definitely don't want to downplay what we just saw from them. But I do feel like Guild were not playing at their potential here in this game. Like I said, they felt slow. And this is something as we go through, it was something that I talked about earlier. As we move on here, not only in this regional, but regionals to come and splits to come, the competition only gets better. You have to be playing at peak performance every single day to make sure that you can qualify for that next stage. And Guild, they hang on by a hair here today, but man, oh man, they have some things to work on going forward.
Yeah, and it does feel like they're playing a little bit down to their opponents, whether or not they're facing a lower level team or somebody they don't really know. It feels like instead of trying to control that midfield and the pace of the game, they want to kind of fall down to, like we talked about, the boomer ball strategy, where they're just clanging it. You don't even need to keep possession, just keep going forward. So if they play up against, some top tier teams, you've got to develop that strategy a little bit more, Corelli.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the same here. And I think for Guild as well, that they can bring that level of play up higher. I mean, again, today definitely wasn't their day. And I do feel like that level of play needs to get higher if you're going to start playing against teams like Dignitas or even teams like BDS, who had a great day today, went 3-0. Giants Gaming, another team where I kind of feel like that's a team you look for as a big upset potential.
Yeah.
So, I mean, EU is a very scary region at the moment. And right now, Guild Esports just squeaking into that top 8 spot. So we have said our part here, Turtle. We're going to send it back to the see what they have to say.
Thank you, Corelli. We have to say, well, at least for me, I like the result of this. I mean, it's great for Glory for what they've showed us today. But I think for the fans and for everyone else, Guild was the team that most wanted to see go through. At least I know it did on my prediction. Welcome back, Gibbs and Achieves. Achieves, you're still here. Yeah, okay, you didn't leave me. Yeah. Guild, this was an expected team to make through, but they went down to the wire. Achieves, like they put themselves not in the best spot for this.
Yeah, not in the best spots, but like Curly was saying, even if you come out here and you don't have your best showing, you still come out with a win. It shows you're a top team worthy of moving on. And they take down Glory for Builders, but it was hard. I mean, they were making some great plays over there. T Jester and Art and Hoops going for the big mix-ups and really making them work. And especially after that disastrous end to game 1, you really weren't sure what was going to happen. But you still have Tho hitting bangers of shots whenever the ball's put his way. Scrub Killa making big touches, and Nolly making things happen out of the midfield with all the great ball control. So even if it wasn't the best day, still come out with a good win.
Yeah, that game 3 overtime was the match where T Jester, like, he had a great series. One big miss though for that overtime. That's where the series really could have turned around. But for Glory for Builders, on Thursday for the closed qualifiers, they were the 54th best European team. Now they're tied for 17th. They're going to get much better seeding going into the next regional, and they can build off of this now. And that is what is so great about these teams that make runs that don't necessarily make it to a weekend 2. They're going to have such better seeding going into these closed qualifiers to try and make it back here.
And Cheese, for you, do you like what exactly, I guess, because you said there's some things to be worked on here, and Turtle was talking about it as well for Guild going into next week. Obviously, they got the victory here, but they got a week to work on some stuff. What would you like to see them tighten up before next week hits?
If I want them to work on anything, I literally just want to see a more well-rounded approach, because I always feel like it's someone hits the ball into the corner, Tho ends up driving into the corner, and then he just fights for the ball for a good 30 seconds. It's like, all right, let's do a few less things in the corner. And it's just like, I know they're capable. Like, those 3 players are definitely capable of a bunch of stuff when it comes to offensive firepower. And, maybe they just need a little time. So, yeah, I mean, it'll be a fairly easy thing to tighten up once they all understand exactly what the plan is and how they like to approach stuff. The Guild has real potential to be a strong offensive team.
Yeah, my concern with them is Curly kind of hit it where they were kind of playing slow, but I don't think they were necessarily playing slow, because Tho loves the ball chase and play at a fast speed. It's just not smart speed, so it looks slow on the field at times, where it's like you're driving aimlessly. Sure, you might be going fast, but it doesn't really look like anything. Then at the same time, they do a lot of pre-jump passes, and you got to pick and choose those battles, because you don't have to pre-jump everything. Because if you pre-jump and it connects, sure, it looks great, but you don't always need that. And I saw it multiple times from them where it just barely didn't work, where if that one player just sits on the ground for an extra split second, they can still get a quality shot because no one's out there defending it. So I think they just got to figure out those battles.
Well, now that was our final team to make it in. So let's just recap what happened today. We'll look at Group B first, and we'll take a look at what happened yesterday as well right after. But Group B, we have all our teams now. Dignitas, BDS, Giants Bank, Endpoint, Magnifico, Stormtroopers, and of course, Guild as our last to make it in there. couple surprises, I would say myself, at Chiefs. Obviously, I'm going to have to say it, Oxygen being the biggest one. But even in our top end there, it seems like there's a couple teams. Any specific ones that catch your eye?
Magnifico, that was probably my favorite team to watch today. A close second being Vodafone Giants. Really enjoyed Samway Steak, and I'm sorry, I feel so bad that I don't remember off the top of my head. Thank you.
That's right. There's a lot of names that Chiefs do not feel bad.
Yeah, there's a bunch of names, but yeah, I think Magnifico and Vodafone Giants were my two favorite ones to watch today. Just love the absolute speed, the brilliant defense out of the midfield. Those were my two favorite teams today.
And Gibbs, on your end, any surprises? I mean, I feel like the answer is probably yes. Any on the top end you didn't really think would make it through?
I'm just happy Magnifico, though. Like, again, they didn't pull a fadeaway, right? Like, fadeaway, they went up 2-0, and so that's a good sign for them. No offense to fadeaway, but you don't want to see those teams do it. But Stormtroopers, like, I was rooting for them all day. I was very happy that they made it in while playing all RLCS teams, where they lost twice to them, and then they beat one to finally make it in. But Team BDS, I think, is looking incredibly strong. We talk about consistency is going to matter here. Team BDS is starting to look like a team that it's going to be very difficult to beat 3 times on a day. So I'm really excited to see them when they go up against like a Vitality and stuff like that.
Well, speaking of Vitality, let's take a look back at Group A. And just in case anybody did miss it yesterday, you missed out on some exciting Rocket League. We're only 2 days in to this entire season, and we've already experienced so many good matches. But a lot of good stuff happened yesterday in Group A as well. This one, Gibbs, was a little more on the nose from what we expected.
Yeah, for sure. Team Liquid obviously didn't look that great. Fadeaway had that 2-0 run and then fell down. But the last resort, they started 0-2, made that miracle run and made it in. It's just really fun to see these guys. We got to see Minx gaming on stream for tons and tons of people where that would have never been a possibility before. It's great to see. Team Singularity with Godsmilla. He gets benched. He's like, you know what? This was a perfect time to get kicked from a team because I can create whatever team I want and still be in it. And now they're a top 5 team there.
And the Chiefs, how are you feeling about teams again like Top Blokes? They've been mentioned a couple times here.
Yeah.
Even by other players.
Yeah. And in the interview with Verge today, he also mentioned Top Blokes. So a lot of people perhaps rightfully worried about Flame, Cassio, and Archie over there. They had an excellent showing yesterday, and they definitely earned a solid spot at the top. I mean, they beat Singularity, only lost to Vitality, but, Vitality went 3-0. So what are you going to do? But Top Blokes, I'm curious to see how the rest of their run goes because, I was pleasantly surprised with how Archie performed and fit into that team.
And that was just stage 1. Stage 2 happens next week. We've had 32 teams this week. Only 16 made it to next week. And you just take a look at how those go out. It's another Swiss, Gibbs. Same things apply, right? Just to make sure your inner machinations haven't thought up some crazy stuff here.
Nope,
Okay.
I'm not getting that crazy. Like sounds like just make 32 teams go down to 1 winner. And I was like, all right, we're gonna mostly do the same stuff here. So Swiss again, 3 wins, and you advance to the bracket stage, 3 losses, and you're out. But there is no easy games next week. All these teams definitely. That day of 33 games is gonna be a must-watch day for Rocket League.
Chiefs, are there any, just looking at this right now, are there any specific matchups you're hoping are gonna happen here?
Oh, if there's one,
there's got to be a few.
No, I think I would actually really like to see Barca play against either Vodafone Giants or Magnifico because I want to see how good Barca would be, assuming the Vodafone Giants and Magnifico come back with just that absolutely stellar challenge ability out of the midfield. I want to see how good Barca would be at getting through that because Barca absolutely lit up the scoreboard when they played. So that would be a matchup I'd want to see.
Fair enough. Well, we're all done for this weekend. Gibbs, I'm going to give you some final thoughts. Achieves, if you want to follow them up here. This was our first experience with this new season. Season X, Stage 1 is finally complete. But as I mentioned before, it's only just the beginning. And Gibbs, I got to praise you. I think this was a pretty good idea.
Hey, this wasn't all me. This is all Psionics. True. They wanted to go to a circuit. They wanted to go to 32 teams. Again, they just told me, make 32 go down to 1, and I figured it out. But this weekend was insane. We played more games this weekend regional play for Europe throughout all of last season. The entire league play, the entire regional championship. More games were played this weekend. So there's going to be tons of Rocket League. It's not only on the weekends. There's also the grid. There's also the field where you'll get to see your favorite teams play Rocket League all week long. And it's not stopping for 10 months. So me, Leaf, and the Chiefs are going to be very busy, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So I can't wait.
And the
Same
Chiefs,
for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was awesome. I'm glad to be back. RLCS Season X is going to be a blast, and I agree. Gibbs, you've knocked the 32 down to 1 formula out of the park. And even the teams that didn't make it, I mean, obviously, you know, the best part is it's not the end of the road for teams like Liquid or Fadeaway who didn't make it, or Oxygen or anybody like that, because they'll just come play another split, and who knows what happens then. So it's great to see so many opportunities for everybody in the Rocket League scene.
Well, 32 are almost down to 1. We have another weekend to get through as stage 2 starts next week at 11:30 for the pre-show Eastern time. Make sure you guys tune in for that. But for this first weekend of Season X, I'm Leaf alongside Gibbs and Chiefs. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you for some more Season X next week.
with a smile on our face.